Yo. All right.
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wireless. That's why instead of hiring an expensive director for this commercial, we found someone willing to work for candy and approval.
Discussions. Liar. Hey, I think you forgot to read the part where I said, like, in my immediate life, if I knew someone that liked Elon Musk with all of these shenanigans, if I showed any of this, even if they were like kind of agnostic on Elon Musk initially or something, right? They were Elon Musk agnostic, and then they saw this and they responded positively, I think I would have them institutionalized. It's one of the most insane things I've ever seen. All right, Elon Musk is mad because community notes is increasingly being gamed by governments and legacy media. Working to fix this, it should be utterly obvious that Zelensky-controlled poll about his own approval is not credible. If Zelensky was actually loved by the people of Ukraine, he would hold an election. He knows he would lose in a landslide, despite having seized control of all the Ukrainian media, so he canceled the election. In reality, he's despised by the people of Ukraine, which is why he has refused to hold an election. He's mad that community notes to end up undermining his position, so he's probably going to try and delete it. Elon Musk is also extensively having a crash out on the timeline once again, having another cave diver, Thailand cave diver moment. Here it is. This is Andreas Mogensen criticizing Elon Musk by saying, "What a lie." Projection. Replace the names lol. Oh, I know I'm going to get to the grime stuff too. Don't worry. Hold on. Here he is, actively yelling at an astronaut. Elon Musk famously, alongside Donald Trump, said, you know, he's going to help rescue these astronauts. They were left up there for political reasons. Andreas Mogensen says, "What a lie." And from someone who complains about the lack of honesty from mainstream media. To which he responded with, "You are fully R-worded." SpaceX, to be fair, he can say it. He is neurodivergent, okay? It's his word. SpaceX could have brought them back several months ago. This is a 50-year-old man, by the way. I think if you're 50 years old and you say this word in public, you should probably get a timeout. You know what I mean? Just a timeout. Like, all jokes aside. If you are 50 years old and you're saying this word, come on. Like, what are we doing here? Jesus Christ. Anyway, SpaceX could have brought them back several months ago. I offered this directly to the Biden administration and they refused. Return was pushed back for political reasons. Idiot. Elon, I have long admired you and what you have accomplished, especially at SpaceX and Tesla. You know as well as I do that Butch and Suni are returning with Crew 9, as has been the plan since last September. Even now, you are not sending up a rescue ship to bring them home. They are returning on the Dragon capsule that has been September. Just to make this clear, the Musk lie about the astronauts isn't SpaceX offered a mission. The lie is that NASA, even Biden didn't want SpaceX to bring the astronauts home because he know like Elon, even though that's exactly what NASA did during Biden, which off rip tells you how absurd this dumbass lie is. Why would NASA pay for a whole new crew Dragon mission $200 million plus to interrupt the ISS schedule to bring astronauts back a few months earlier for no reason, when they could just leave them on the ISS for free, put them to work on the station, and bring them back on the next scheduled Dragon, which is what they decided? Answer that question or shut the f up. This wasn't done because of politics. You are the liar, Elon Musk replies, and the people you cite were not party to the discussions. Liar. Hey, I think you forgot to read the part where I said answer that question or shut the f up. You can't get owned by a dude who's literally paying for Twitter Blue and wears a bow tie on your own platform that you purchased, man. That is crazy. How is that even... Like, you're getting destroyed by a child who paid for a blue check mark to post on your own platform. Oh my God. I can't tell if this is him drunk on power or high on ketamine. It's just so strange that Elon Musk says things about people, and then those people come out and they're like, you're wrong. You're lying about this. Shut the f up. And he goes, you're R-worded. I owned you. Anyway, also, what is this? Canadian Rachel Dolezal. Ontario NDP candidate drops out of race after audio clip surfaces where she says, I want to be a black woman. Oh my God. So Trudeau? Yeah, what? It's wrong when NDP does it, but it's fine when Trudeau does it? Okay. I'm thinking this is a case of double standards here. Anyway, also, Elon is definitely doing great. Here he is at CPAC doing Dark MAGA. Dark MAGA. Let's take a look at what he had to say at CPAC.
You know, and have like a sense of humor, you know? So, I mean, the sort of the left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know? Like, you can't...
The left wanted to make comedy illegal. I, on the other hand, am loving the comedy. Ha, Dark MAGA. Yeah. Everyone loves to talk about how you want to make comedy legal again until somebody posts that picture of the revolver pointing directly at Elon Musk as he's exiting that and exiting a New York City high rise. And then all of a sudden, comedy is illegal now. You know? What happened?
You can't make fun of anything. So there's like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of...
Comedy sucks. Oh, God, I hate him. I hate him so much. I can't stand it. I can't stand this fucker, bro. Doors open. Okay.
Anything. It's like, legalize comedy. Yeah. Legalize comedy.
And we've shifted the entire culture and just...
You know...
Anyway, but it doesn't end there. Here is Grimes, whose tweets you might not be able to see any longer. Grimes says, please respond about our child's medical crisis. I'm sorry to do this publicly, but it is no longer acceptable to ignore the situation. This requires immediate attention. If you don't want to talk to me, can you please designate or hire someone who can so that we can move forward on solving this? This is urgent, Elon. I'm not giving any details, but he won't respond to texts, calls, or emails, and has skipped every meeting, and our child will suffer lifelong impairment if he doesn't respond ASAP. So I need him to f***ing respond. If I have to apply public pressure, then I guess that's where we're at. And while this is this is Grimes' last resort here, Elon Musk has done this instead. Made those posts unavailable, it seems, lowering her visibility. Isn't that cool? They get to do whatever the f they want, dude. It's awesome. Billionaires. Have you taken him to Pete's doctor and then gotten a second opinion? I usually mix opinions with general physicians. The other tweets that she posted are not visible, just the yes. How the hell is this not the case for full custody? I'll tell you how. Elon Musk is rich, and when you're rich, they let you do whatever the f you want. Quite literally, okay? When you are rich, you can do whatever you want. You can mistreat your little human shield to any degree that you want to, and there's no one that can say anything about it or do anything about it. And the mother can't even complain about it privately.
Wherever you go, lead the way.
Or get any legal recourse here. And she can't even complain about it publicly because guess what? Elon will limit your visibility. Is this even the human shield one? Yes, this is the human shield one. Elon is completely shadow banned Grimes. I don't know if this is correct. I can still find her. I can still find her tweets, just not all of them. Oh, it now says the post was deleted by this post was deleted by the post author. Before it said the visibility was limited somehow. They have 3 children together. Yes. I'm suspecting that Elon Musk has only done in vitro fertilization because he has 13 children, and I think all 13 are were assigned male at birth. Vivian is trans, so I suspect no, 2 of them weren't per Evan. Okay, with the exception of maybe like the first 2. I don't know. Wait, what? 2 of them are cis girls? 2 of them are surrogates though. Grimes was only pregnant once. After Mitch McConnell retires, you're retiring next, right? Yeah, I'm retiring. Community No says he has 2 daughters. No, Exa and Azura are AFAB, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Also, what the fuck is Techno Machinas? I mean, actually, what the fuck is Techno Machina? That should be illegal, dude. Like, that's one of those things where you're like, this is what I want to name my child. And then when you're trying to type it in, on Mechanicus, sorry, Techno Mechanicus, when you try to type that in, the system goes, eh, and it automatically alerts Child Protective Services, and they just take the custody away. No disrespect to Grimes, or automatically give the custody to Grimes, I guess. Actually, I shouldn't even say that. I feel like Grimes would totally be down with Techno Mechanicus. XAEAX2. Exa Dark Side Rail. Techno Mechanicus.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw.
Something.
I am become meme. Yeah, pretty much.
Dude, what is happening, man? Does nobody see what I'm seeing? Like, when I see this kind of shit, I'm like, dude, this is like, I'm trying so hard not to be ableist, and you know I got a little bit of that tism in me too, okay? 124, but goddamn, things could be so much fucking worse, okay? Holy shit, dude. This guy literally is running around and undermining the autism representation in spectacular ways, dude. Holy fuck. He's the king to these people. He's a fucking embarrassment, but they all got to kneel at his feet. I just don't understand. I don't understand how people don't look at this and go, Jesus fucking Christ, what is happening? What is going on? Like, in my immediate life, if I knew someone that liked Elon Musk with all of these shenanigans, if I showed any of this, even if they were like kind of agnostic on Elon Musk initially or something, right? They were Elon Musk agnostic, and then they saw this and they responded positively, I think I would have them institutionalized. It's one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Like, you need a lobotomy. If you look at this and you think like, oh, he's so cool. He's the coolest. I just don't get it. Elon is literally fucking with the error message for her tweets. Look at this shit. I have side-by-side tweets. Okay, Megaphonics. I'm not going to look at your receipts, okay? Oh, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't understand how stupid people can get. Like, this is shit that the dumbest guy can look at and go, yeah, this guy's not all right.
I'm living the meme. It's like there's living the dream and there's living the meme, and it's pretty much what's happening, you know?
I'm living the meme. Can nerds even feel shame? Speaking of Elon Musk, you might have noticed the little guy right next to Elon Musk.
Taxes was paying the price.
More cost effective?
Big ideas don't come easy.
Medicaid is going to dominate the budgeting process and the political process. It's a huge problem. It's a huge opportunity. Who will make the most of it? Do you know what you need to know? Here are the right answers. I'm Chris Cuomo. Welcome to the Chris Cuomo Project. Medicaid is America. It is a metaphor for what she is at her best and her worst. Her biggest challenge, her best blessing, the proof that government works, the proof that government overreaches, the toxicity between right and left, and the hypocrisy at play in that tension. And there are things you need to know. The first thing you have to know about Medicaid, okay, is it is everywhere. it keeps growing and expanding. Why? Because of need. Started in 1965. It was part of the package to spruce up Social Security, which started off as an insurance program. And they were like, you know, if we're going to do insurance of what are these emergency needs, we should probably throw one in for the poor. And that's where Medicaid came from. And then there was the elderly and supplementing what the elderly need on top of what they get from Medicaid, and that was Medicare. Let's put Medicare to the side. Nobody wants to touch Medicare. Why? Old people vote. Why does nobody touch Medicare? Old people vote, and people vote about the old people in their lives as much as they do the kids in their lives. Especially now as you have a whole generation of baby boomers that are watching their parents die and seeing how screwed up our long-term care and our elder care deal is in this country, or lack of a deal. That's why they don't touch Medicare. But Medicaid has always been the boogeyman for the right. And here's the screwed up part about it. The right needs Medicaid more than the left does. Everybody needs it. You got over 80 million people in this country, almost all of them among the vulnerable class. Pregnant women, kids with disabilities, low-income elderly, people with special needs, all for healthcare costs, okay? We knew healthcare was going to be a bear in the 60s. That's how long that industry has been working us over. That in the 60s, Medicaid was born as a response to healthcare costs. And over the years, if you just do a quick Google, you'll see that the legislative expansions of Medicaid were always about two things, okay? One was the state saying, gimme, 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 gimme. It was supposed to start off mostly state with some federal supplementation. But the states have not been able to meet the needs. So they bitch about spending in government all the time, talking about the federal government, right? States are always talking about that. Why is the state, beholden to the Fed? Why is the Fed tax burden so high? That's why, because you need help paying your bills in all these states. And when I say you, I mean right as much as left. There are more poor red states than there are poor blue states. Now, there's plenty of poverty everywhere. Don't get me wrong. It's one of the most ignored things in America's reality. But. The difference is there are these weird politics on the right that resist federal government spending, like Medicaid, but you need it more. So as a result, you have blue states expand Medicaid every time there's an option for them to get supplemental funding from the federal government. Red states, some do, some don't, because it's this pushback against government overreach and government control and more spending. But then you have worse healthcare coverage in those states. So now what you're seeing is some of those states, after the most recent expansions, like from Obamacare, the ACA, and then the pandemic, you saw states like, South Dakota, Mississippi, some other, states like that, started having referenda votes to expand Medicaid because the governors didn't expand it as kind of an FU to the federal government. People aren't getting covered there. You have more coverage for health care among the poor in California than you do in Mississippi. Why? Because Mississippi plays this fake hard-ass game where they don't need the money. Yeah, you do. You're one of the poorest states. You have one of the poorest populations. And you have hunger issues, you have weird diseases and illnesses in that state that you shouldn't have in America, but you do because you don't fund it, because you think that there's some power in your austerity. It's a huge opportunity for Democrats. It's a huge opportunity for reasonable people. It's a huge opportunity for anybody except these fugazi conservatives. And here's why. I believe in conservatism. I think it's a real thing. I'm saying the fugazi ones, the fake ones who say, oh, we don't want what the Fed's going to give us. The federal government should be smaller, but then people in your state suffer. Medicaid is the metaphor for America. And if Trump goes along with this Republican push to take a bite out of Medicaid, he's going to feel that bite in his ass. Okay? Hear me now. Believe me later. Okay? You go after Medicaid, you are messing with the people who need help most in this country.
3 huge reasons why you should definitely avoid using this on your hair. In just 2 weeks, it made my hair grow like crazy. My little baby hairs started sprouting like untamed weeds all over my head. Just look at these insane before and afters. Did I actually wish to go from a balding granny to having these Disney princess?
And that is something that is not going to be a good look for a president who wants to be considered one of the greatest. To put more pressure on the poor at the same time that you're giving a tax cut to the rich? Seriously? You're going to cut from Medicaid to give tax cuts to wealthy people. Now, you'll say, well, no, it's for everybody, tax cuts in the middle class. Look, we did the math the last time. We'll do it again this time. The best estimate from Trump's perspective was 75-25 top tier benefits to mid and lower tier benefits of the tax cuts. The Democrats will come back at me and say, no, it was over 80%, went to the top 1%, whatever. I'm saying the most generous reading I've seen was 75-25. It was not a middle class tax cut. And to take it out of the ass out of the poorest people to pay for that is really messed up. Now, why would the Republicans do that? That's their game. The fringe conservative game is the power of the impoverished, which means they don't have any. They're not going to come back and bite us. They don't really vote. They're poor. They don't have the money. Who will be their champion? Who will step up and own that these people matter in America, especially when a lot of them are in red states? So the real focus of it is healthcare, okay? People still think of Medicaid and they think it's like a handout. It's for sick people and for people who need assistance with disabilities, for pregnant women because of the birth rate, which is going the wrong direction in this country in terms of how healthy our pregnancies are. I mean, there's real stuff. When I did the research for this piece, I was like, holy cow, we got some real problems. And you also see these other imbalances. You see this red-blue imbalance. You see this rich-poor imbalance. And you see this federal-state imbalance also. State governments are freaking broke, okay? They need the federal money so much, especially for health insurance, that they had to keep expanding Medicaid. In 1965, 1980, 1990s, you know, in 2000, just look, this thing just keeps growing and growing. And it's not because of waste, it's because of need. I'm sure you'll find waste everywhere. Everywhere people aren't playing with their own money, you find waste, you find fraud, you find abuse. Because people are trying to take advantage. I'm not saying you can't find it, but I'm saying that just because you find it, first of all, everyone finds it. Elon Musk is nothing new, okay? Reagan called it the Grace Initiative. He actually used the phrase clean up the swamp. That was Reagan who started that, not Trump, by the way. But the idea that Musk, I can't believe he hasn't found more already. Nobody's ever failed to find waste, fraud, and abuse. I don't understand why we're acting like this is new. What is new is this idea that Medicaid can be a piñata for tax cuts. And I think that this is a huge trap that's being set for Trump by Republicans intentionally or unintentionally. Because you see, when you look at the history of this program, it just keeps expanding. And you see what happened. Do you remember, if you look back, the Republicans took this huge beating under Obama. And the second term, too, and there was a reason for it. That ACA expansion. So Obamacare says, hey, states, you can expand Medicaid and cover more poor people and do within 138% of the poverty level, which still means that you're making like nothing. Even though you're making over twice what poverty is, you're still not even close to being able to survive in America. How do we know? Because they're eligible for food stamps, or what they call CHIPS Act, all the supplemental help for young kids, for pregnancies. They check it almost every box. So Obama says if states want to expand, they can, okay? 10 red states don't. Pretty much all the blue ones do. All of the numbers of coverage and of all the main metrics of healthfulness and things that you want to watch with impoverished populations go the wrong way when those red states do them dirty and refuse to expand. So for the political win of saying we're not going to take the money, you hurt your people. Isn't that interesting? The power of politics over people. So, and in the ACA's expansion thing, that's where you got this imbalance where California winds up having better healthcare coverage of a population than Little Mississippi, because they didn't expand it in some kind of misplaced sense of austerity. And That is the overarching reality of Medicaid, is that is the people who need the most help, who we say we're supposed to be the most committed to, and they're the fastest growing part of our population. It's very scary.
Professor Terence Tao is the equivalent of a rock star in mathematics.
Regarded as
Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Select Quote. Listen, if you're in the family game and you want to take care of your family and you're a provider and you have your kids, right, and your significant other, you need to have a plan that includes insurance, because otherwise you're just not being responsible for yourself. I wanted to avoid it. I didn't know if it was because I had fears of, like, does that mean I'm like jinxing myself and wanting myself to die, or isn't it a waste and don't I have a long time to do it or not? There's so many different products. That also was kind of daunting to me. That's why they made Select Quote. It's one of America's leading insurance brokers, nearly 40 years of experience. They've helped over 2 million people find over $700 billion in coverage since 1985. Now, what's the difference? Look, most life insurance brokers, it's more impersonal, right? It's like a volume business, and they have products that either works for you or doesn't. One size fits all, okay? Now, it may cost you more, may cover you less, may not be tailored to your needs. Select Quote is the opposite of that. Their licensed insurance agents work for you. They tailor a policy for your individual needs, and you know what? It can take like 15 minutes. Do you know how short that is? Get the right life insurance for you for less at selectquote.com/Chris C. Go to selectquote.com/Chris C today and get started. That's selectquote.com/Chris C. Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from Shopify. You want to sell. You have goods. You have a service. You have something that you believe people should want and certainly need. Selling is not just about your business. It is about the business behind your business. That is usually the advantage. Take a look at Allbirds, Aviator Nation, okay? What do? How do they sell so well online? It's their strategy of the business that works for their business. When you think about people who are doing well, Skims, Alo, okay? It's a great product. It's a cool brand, great marketing. But what's the overlooked part? It's kind of a secret. The businesses behind the business that make selling, and for shoppers buying, simple. And for millions of businesses, millions, that business is Shopify. Upgrade your business. Get the same checkout that Allbirds and Aviator Nation use. Sign up for your $1 a month trial at shopify.com/Chris C. That's all lowercase. Chris C, one word, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/Chris C, all lowercase, and upgrade your selling today. Shopify.com/Chris C. I broke it down more for you about this, okay? This partnership is becoming more imbalanced in favor of the Fed over states every time they alter it. Every time there's an alteration, the Feds wind up having to give more money because the states are broke and the need is great. So the idea that the government just wastes money, look at Medicaid. It's one of our 3 biggest line items, ahead of defense. Poverty is huge in America. It's a huge unspoken reality. How many people go to bed hungry? Now they have a new word for hungry. It's called food insecure. That's called hungry, okay? Food insecurity is the new woke way of saying you're dead ass broke. And it's going the wrong way in this country. Think about it. In America. You know, if you wanted to invest in MAGA, make America great again, man, you should zero right in on that, because we have done the poor dirty in this country. And if you want to go with America first, great. But I don't want to see some Doge campaign with a bunch of engineers. I want to see what you're going to do for poor people. And I don't want that money to go to you figuring out a way to give tax cuts to me. I don't need a tax cut. Do I want one? Yeah, selfishly, sure. But we have a real problem with poverty. And 1 in 5 Americans, 1 in 5 Americans need Medicaid. 4 out of 10 kids in this country need Medicaid. That means they qualify as impoverished. In America, change the guidelines. We're being too lenient. Make them work a little bit more like I did, like my parents did. We worked hard. Obviously, you can't get it done now like you could then. People are working themselves to death. Obesity rates, cardiac rates, cancer rates, addiction rates, poverty rates, hunger rates. You want to get fucking pissed off about something? We are failing the people who need us most, and there are a lot of these people. 1 in 5, 40% of kids. Almost 20%, 1 of every $5 of medical spending in this country, 1 in $5 of hospital spending is federally subsidized. Because it has to be. Why? 2 parts. 1, not making enough money, not being trained to make money, being sold on a promise of a non-STEM college degree that gets you dick except for debt. And the other part is costs out of control with health care. Attack the costs of school. What the hell are we doing? This piece, probably more than anyone I've ever done, should make you so disgusted with the state of our politics. How we have allowed ourselves to be distracted from how the people who need help most in this country are kicked to the fucking curb. In favor of what? Advantage? So AOC can pop off about why Trump's a Nazi, and Elon Musk can get into snarky Twitter debates, and the smarties of the left and the angry of the right can get in this battle about who's more about America. It's all bullshit. Take care of the poor people. That's what Jesus told you to do. The least among you. You don't give a shit about them. And it's in the numbers. It's in the numbers. You want to cut from Medicaid? Wow. For a tax cut? For the rich? And you're a Christian? Shit.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. Now, you might not know this about me, but I come from a long line of fiscally responsible Canadians. It was important to me that Mint's family...
41% of all childbirths need federal subsidies. 5 out of 8 people in nursing homes. 23% of non-elderly adults with mental illness. 40% of adults 20 to 65 with disabilities. Wow. And most of the states get at least half the money from the Fed for these people. What does the federal government do? Why do we need it? Here's why. Do some homework, you stupid bastard. You probably are on the tit yourself. 65% of Medicaid coverage goes to GOP states or states with lower incomes. When you take money from this program, boy, Cuomo just loves to spend your money. No, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting the benefit. Do you understand? You are getting the benefit. That's the part that doesn't make sense. You're fighting against your own interests. If it's not you, it's your community. It's 1 in 5 people in the country. Don't you get it? This isn't about carrying the poor. Look at how many poor there are. Look at the need numbers that I just showed you, and I'm just highlighting them. Wow. And you're going to take the money for a tax cut for the top tier. Now, what if you were to alter it and say, well, he's going to use the money for a tax cut for the low tier? These people make so little money that they do not have much share of federal tax burden. That's how poor we're talking. And again, let me review to you, because I get it. I get how they play you on this. It sounds good. Less government spending. It just does. It's less reaching in your pocket. It just sounds good, right? Until you start to learn who's getting the money. The MAGA people are getting the money disproportionately. Disproportionately on two levels. Disproportionate by population, disproportionate by tax contribution to the federal government. Think about this. You want to cut it, you benefit from it more, and you pay into it less, and you want to cut it. And the states that pay into it more and certainly need it, but less than you do, fight to keep it. That doesn't tell you that something's a little fucked up with the politics here. And you know who gets it? Trump. Now, he may be swayed because tax cuts are such a shiny thing for him, and they work so well in our politics. Although I don't think he's a tax cut away from greatness. And I think that he is absolutely a Medicaid cut away from destruction of his legacy, such as it is. 40% of adults 20 to 65 with disabilities. Every state needs at least 50 cents of every dollar subsidized by the federal government to take care of the poor when it comes to health care. And again, this isn't welfare. This isn't, oh, so you don't have to work? You're sick. It's about sick people, pregnant people, kids who can't go to doctors, mentally ill, who can't get treatment. This isn't a bag of Doritos and free cable. You see what I'm saying? 40% of adults with disabilities, 23% of people with mental illness who aren't elderly, because then they have Medicare. 5 out of 8 nursing home residents, just that alone. Who's gonna pay? You? Have you looked at what a nursing home costs? I have. Holy cow, we are messing with the most important part of the safety net.
Do you ever wonder how Nectar can offer such an incredible deal for their adjustable bundle? This bundle includes the Nectar mattress, cooling pillows, a mattress protector, sheet set, and an adjustable bed frame. You can literally save thousands by hopping on this deal. It even has custom head and foot settings, USB ports, a remote with settings like zero gravity, back massage, and anti-snoring. This is a PSA to run to Nectar's site before this deal ends, so you can start getting the best sleep of your life.
Support for the Chris Cuomo Project comes from AG1. I gotta tell you, you start taking AG1 and remember how easy it is. Just one and done. For me, a scoop in warm water in the morning, boom, that's it. Now I don't have to worry about my vitamins, my nutrients, my minerals, probiotics, prebiotics. Why? Because all the work is done. But I also get another benefit. You start figuring out that a lot of people are in this AG1 club. There are a lot of us using this product because it works. And that's pretty cool. Think about it this Valentine's Day. Take care of yourself. Love yourself. Take care of yourself with AG1. It's never too late to create a new healthy habit, okay, for any year, let alone 2025. So try AG1 for yourself. It's something I've actually been able to stay consistent with, and that's why I've been partnering with AG1 for so long, and I'd love to do more. So AG1 is offering new subscribers a free $76 gift when you sign up. You'll get a welcome kit, a bottle of D3K2, and 5 free travel packs in your first box. So make sure to check out drinkag1.com/CCP and you'll get this offer. That's drinkag1.com/CCP to start your new year on a healthier note. The Chris Cuomo Project is brought to you by the audio marketing gurus at Radioactive Media. Congratulations. You've survived 2024. Now, the question is, how are you as a business owner or CMO, how are you going to ensure that your business continues to survive, but even more so, that it thrives. How about using something that's reliable, that's stable, especially for your marketing efforts, that will allow you to tap into the power of podcast and radio? Clearly, I believe in that reach, which is why I'm in that space. But let me give you a fact. In the United States, audio reaches more than social media and digital combined. So, enter Radioactive Media. They know how to launch, optimize, and scale performance by building compelling audio campaigns, and the key is they work. Why? They have a personal approach, they have knowledge, they have experience, they have a track record. Go to radioactivemedia.com or text Chris to 511-511. Text Chris to 511-511 today. Message and data rates, of course, they apply. Cuomo loves government spending. You know what my answer to that is? Fuck you. And here's why. Fuck you because you are full of shit about what matters. All right? I am not using Medicaid. All right? I am paying in more than just about anybody else in society because I am all wage income. Most people who make decent money, good money, great money, are equity players, capital gains players. I'm not. We have some money, invested in the stock market, nothing big. I don't really mess with a lot of aggressive things because I'm always afraid of getting busted. That's a little bit weird, but I'm paranoid. So every dollar I make, well over half of it is taxed. So if there's somebody who's a rich guy who's supposed to be banging on for a tax cut, it would be me. But I see the need. I was bathed in the need. I grew up in understanding how fundamental this is, how desperate it is, how devastating it is to you to have a sick kid that you can't get help, a pregnancy that you don't know is okay. 1 in 5 Americans need this help. You're telling 1 in 5, fuck you, we're gonna cut the layer. It's not enough now. It's not enough now. And I know it's expensive. Why the hell is it so expensive? Costs and ability to contribute. You're not making enough money. And we don't want to address these things. We want to talk about trans females that are my size playing sports in high school. We want to fight about what's free speech. And I'll do a piece for you on that. You can see what we say about free speech here. But these are distractions. This is a fucking emergency. Okay? 19% of all medical spending in the country, almost 1 out of every $5 spent towards health care comes from Medicaid. See, now you can look at that and say, yeah, that's too much, we should cut it. You're missing it. These are desperate people. This isn't for me. This isn't to get this big frickin' thing on my face fixed. This is emergency medical services for the least of means. And you want to cut it in favor of a tax cut for me? Well, it's going to trickle down. That shit has never worked. I don't know why these people play with this when it's so obvious. Tax cuts under President Trump did not pay for themselves. The pandemic was not the initial ballooning of the deficit. His tax cuts were. Do the homework. And don't look for some fugazi outlier place that comes up with an analysis that no one else accepts. They didn't pay for themselves. Trickle down is not a thing. Noblesse oblige. You know what that is? This Latin expression that comes from Elizabethan times that, remember, let them eat cake? That's noblesse oblige. You get what I give you. What falls off my table, that's trickle down. I can't eat anymore, I'm fucking stuffed. Here you go, here you go. Like the dog. No, like not in America.
Dog.
We gotta be better than that. And this is why Medicaid was created in 1965. Cuomo loves big government. That's not the issue. How are you going to cover 1 in 5 Americans? We don't have enough coverage now. People die in this country and are sick and chronically ill in this country all the time because they can't get adequate access to health care. Long COVID, all of these related illnesses that people are getting, they can't get any of this shit covered. I'm living it with my doctor. I'm seeing it. I'm trying to raise money on my Substack. You know, some of you people like Cuomo, easy on the hustle. Hey, where do you think the money's going? Why do you think I want you to subscribe to the Substack? Because I don't want to read ads. I want you to be free of commercials. Commercials are what power the business. They're all over the place. I started watching YouTube now more. There's a commercial every 8 seconds. I'm asking you to subscribe because I'm using the money to help my doctor give people long COVID treatment because they can't fucking afford it. And it's not a luxury. They're sick. What the hell is wrong with us? You want to be mad at something, be mad at this. Not what Trump says, not what Vance says about free speech in Munich, not what Trump says about not knowing about Adams' deal to get the charges dropped. Of course he's full of shit. Push him back to this. Fuck Adams. No disrespect to the mayor. You know how I felt about that case. I felt that it was not as impressive as the feds were pretending it was. But now it's a whole political maelstrom. We'll see. I'm saying fuck the Adams issue. Fuck it. Focus on this. This matters. Illegal immigrants. It's because of the illegal immigrants. Did you know that that stuff that came out about the Social Security and there being more numbers and there are people in the country? Do you know a big reason for that? Maybe the biggest reason for that, other than clerical error, is because a lot of illegal entrants in this country are working with fake Social Security numbers so their bullshit employers can get away with hiring people for substandard wages. And then they wind up paying in money. They say the estimate is, now I don't know how they don't know how many people are using fake Social Security numbers, but they do know how much they're contributing to the tax rolls. It's such a head fake, you know what I mean? So you know that they put $22 billion a year into the Social Security Trust Fund, but you don't know how many are working illegally. It's such a bullshit head in the sand situation. But the point is, illegal entrants are just bloodsuckers, right? They're just leeches. Well, what about this? What about that most of them are paying in to Social Security who are working and they don't get any benefit of that money. They don't get Medicaid, they don't qualify for it. So they don't get Social Security benefits, they don't qualify for it. So it's, you know, you're being sold bullshit to propel a position. Just see it for what it is. And when they say they want to cut Medicaid because it's too big, Cuomo loves big government, Democrats love big government. Look, I don't love anything. I am a pragmatic person when it comes to policy. There are principles I think matter in America. Like what? Doing for those who can't do for themselves. And the numbers are staggering and growing, and you want to cut the safety net that is already not enough? The nut that states can't cover? Do you know what will happen to red states if you cut Medicaid? Everybody's moving to Texas, right? Hold on to your fucking hats.
Hold on to your fucking hats.
Hold on to your hats.
Your fucking hats.
Okay? Because they have a big population of poor there. And the state's going to pick up the tab for all of them. So you're running down there for your little tax benefits there, right? You richies who can stand that dry heat and the culture down there?
Performing on the biggest stage in the world was just one step in my journey. Hi, I'm Ronnie, and I teach people all over the world how to dance with their dogs on my website. I was searching for a platform where I can really manage my business, and I found that in weeks. I'm so passionate about dogs and dog dance. It's the most amazing sport in the world. And the fact that in such a short time, I was able to build my own business and reach so many people, that's something that makes me super proud.
Let's see what happens when they cut Medicaid. See what happens. 1 in 5 Americans need Medicaid. Now you're going to absorb it with your tax burden in the States? Every time it comes up, You get a handful of red states who say they don't want to expand, and they all suffer as a result. 1 in 5 Americans, 40% of kids, 1 in 5 of every dollars spent on healthcare costs and hospital spending. It's all part of Medicaid. 40% of births, Medicaid. Where's it going to come from? And you think that it's not going to have a negative impact? That's why this is such a big issue. Now, last point. The opportunity here is to not just do what I'm doing right now. I am not in office. I will never be in office. I do not want your vote. I will never ask for it. But people have, as Democrats. The opportunity here is not to just scold Trump. You need better ideas for how to make Medicaid work for more people better, how to be more cost effective. Remember, the sweet spot on taxation and population is finding the spot where people are willing to pay taxes because of how they trust that you are using the money. The problem isn't as simple as I don't want to pay taxes. It's I think you waste my money. That's why Doge is so attractive. And it's such an interesting and fruitful political play. The opportunity for Democrats is not to just shake the finger at Trump. Because he's going to say, I don't want to cut it. It's Congress. He will not take the blame. You need better things to cut. Like, why hasn't the word Pentagon come out of my mouth? It's a top 5 budget item. What matters more? The largesse of our military or taking care of the poor? To me, it's not a close call. And here's why. Pakistan, India, North Korea, maybe. Iran, maybe. Not 2 maybes, 1 maybe. Russia, Israel, a handful of others. Nuclear capable. You don't need a big military once you have that. Because there's an existential threat there. We have been living a lie since the Cold War about the need for the military-industrial complex. You need one example of this. Look at the F-35. That budget is up like 1,000% since they started it. It's in the many trillions of dollars for one fucking fighter jet. Not per jet, but for one class of jet. That's okay. But we're going to niggle about every nickel when it comes to Medicaid. But you're going to go in for trillions for one type of fighter jet. That's the opportunity for Democrats. That's the opportunity for independents. That's the opportunity for critical thinkers. They have kicked the wrong hive with Medicaid. They have made a mistake. They have showed their hand of the heartlessness of their motivations. Well, but we just want government to spend less. It doesn't work as an argument because the states will have to cover the cost and they can't. You are basically telling the least among us you're going to get fucked for the wealthy because the states will not be able to pick up the costs. This can only result in every amount of reduction, every bit of every percentage of reduction will be a reduction in service. Access to health care, pregnancies, sick kids, mentally ill, elderly in nursing homes. You are going to have less people taken care of. And you're going to have to own it. And there's an opportunity in that, but you got to show something better to take care of these people as well or better than they are right now by finding what you need somewhere else. That's the opportunity. Will Democrats take it? I don't know. We'll live it in real time. But you will understand what this is. Since 1965, it's been a growing and evolving somewhat safety net under the people who need it most. This is not a bullshit policy. You want to talk bullshit, look at the Pentagon. You want to talk bullshit, look at some of the other regulatory agencies. Medicaid is not bullshit. It is the truth of two realities in our society. There are too many people who don't make enough money to deal with the ever-rising costs of health care in this country. I don't know what the solution is, but I know that you should be attacking them as a problem. And I haven't heard one fucking word said about this until right now as a bullshit budget item. You want to go after waste, fraud, and abuse? Great. Great. Find it wherever you find it. I'm sure it's in Medicaid. I'm sure it's in anything that has to do with government disbursements. But that does not justify taking care away from people. You should create efficiencies, sure. But if you want to talk about going after people, go after the people charging the money. Go after the people making the money, not the people who don't have it to pay for the most essential of needs. That's what Medicaid is about. That's what it's always been about. That's why they keep expanding it. Just do the homework or just listen to this a couple of times. Every time they've considered it, they've expanded it. And those states that have fought it have lost as a result, or certainly the people in their states who are anywhere near the poverty line have lost. And that's why people in some of those red states have fought for it with referendum. This is a no-brainer need. Now you know. What will you do with that information? Let's get after it. I'm Chris Cuomo. Thank you for being here with me at the Chris Cuomo Project. You gotta know before you blow. You can't just get on Twitter and start talking shit when you don't know what you're talking about. Now you know. Now you know what this is, and who needs it, and where, and how many, and how much. And you'll be armed with that when you start hearing that they just arbitrarily want to kind of like hack a big piece of it off because of waste, fraud, and abuse. They are going to be going way closer to the bone than that outer layer of fat and skin. I'm telling you that right now. And they're going to try to blow you back with how big the numbers are, and that cutting $800 billion is really not that big a deal. Think about who's going to be affected and which states cannot pick up the slack, because most of them can't. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for following. Thank you for checking me out on News Nation, 8p, 11p, every weekday night Eastern. Okay? You got to get away from these parties. You got to be a free agent. You should wear your independence. Get the free agent gear. The money is going to help people. That's why I'm selling it. That's why I'm telling you to join the Substack. Please, for $50 a year, for $5 a month, you get a lot of value in there. I'm down 10 pounds. You want to know how? Join the Substack. I'll see you soon.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. On the NewsHour tonight, at the end of Donald Trump's first month in office, Congress moves forward on his nominees and legislative priorities.
The bodies of 4 Israeli hostages are returned, including the youngest of those taken captive, as the tenuous ceasefire holds.
And conservative Michael Knowles on presidential power and democracy in Trump's second term.
We have a system of checks and balances. We do not have a system, or at least we should not have a system, of judicial supremacy.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by
Cunard is a proud supporter of public television. On a voyage with Cunard, the world awaits. A world of flavor, diverse destinations, and immersive experiences. A world of leisure and British style. All with Cunard's White Star service.
You know, as somebody coming out of college, it can be very nerve-wracking, not knowing what to expect, whether you'll like your job or not, whether you'll make friends, whether you'll fit in. And here, I feel like it's so welcoming and such an inclusive place to work. You just feel like you're valued.
Carnegie Corporation of New York, working to reduce political polarization through philanthropic support for education, democracy, and peace. More information at carnegie.org. And with the ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Welcome to the NewsHour. President Trump has been on the job 1 month, and the pace of his administration has been unrelenting. A federal judge this afternoon ruled the administration can continue firing federal workers by the thousands.
And that's as a new Trump hire became official today. The Senate confirmed one of the president's most polarizing nominees to lead the FBI. Lisa Desjardins has the latest.
The confirmation is confirmed.
A matter-of-fact conclusion to a controversial nomination, as the Senate confirmed Kash Patel to run the FBI, installing a staunch Trump loyalist to the top of the bureau. Patel, a former federal public defender and counterterrorism prosecutor, has consistently blasted the FBI and Department of Justice as the so-called deep state, weaponized, he says, against President Trump and conservatives. Republicans call him a reformer.
I look forward to working with Mr. Patel to restore the integrity of the FBI and get it focused on its critical mission.
But Democrats say Patel is dangerous.
The only qualification Kash Patel has to be FBI director is that when everyone else in the first Trump administration said, no, I won't do that, that crosses moral, ethical, legal lines, Kash Patel said, sign me up.
This, as Trump's cabinet is nearly complete. Only 3 nominees remain for the Departments of Education and Labor and the U.S. representative to the UN. On the president's top legislative priority, the sailing is not quite as smooth. The House and the Senate are now in a staring contest over how to pass Trump's tax cut and border package. The Senate moving ahead with its strategy, which divides the president's wish list into 2, while House Speaker Mike Johnson is vowing to catch up next week, bringing one large House framework to a vote. Republicans in both chambers know the risks here.
What I don't want to see happen is us getting into a conversation. And I think they're good. We've got to get it done. If we don't, we will have to distrust, and they'll be mad at us.
A rising controversy has been potential cuts to major programs like Medicaid to help pay for proposed tax cuts. The president seemed to take that off the table this week.
Medicaid. None of that stuff is going to be touched.
Also gaining complexity, U.S.-Ukraine policy. Trump's Ukraine envoy, Keith Kellogg, was in Kyiv today for talks, but a planned news conference was abruptly canceled as tensions remain high, especially after President Trump said this yesterday about Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky.
A dictator without elections. Zelensky better move fast or he's not going to have a country left.
That critique of a U.S. ally at war has sharpened the spotlight on the administration, including Vice President J.D. Vance. Today, he defended Trump's decision for talks with Russia, but without Ukraine in the room.
They say, why are you talking to Russia? Well, how are you going to end the war unless you're talking to Russia? I really believe that we're on the cusp of peace in Europe for the first time in 3 years.
Meanwhile, one of Ukraine's biggest Republican backers made news.
Representing our Commonwealth has been the honor of a lifetime. I will not seek this honor an 8th time.
Kentucky Senator and former Senate leader Mitch McConnell, a sometimes critic of President Trump, marked his 83rd birthday today by announcing he will not run for Senate again. But the longest-serving Senate party leader ever said his remaining 2 years ahead won't be quiet.
Lest any of our colleagues still doubt my ambitions for the remainder of my term, I have some unfinished business to attend to.
McConnell today voted to confirm Kash Patel as FBI director. 2 other Republicans did break ranks, though. Relative moderates Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski both said Patel appears too politically motivated to them for the job.
And Lisa, on that point, what's your reporting on how those in the agency view Kash Patel?
There is a split. Talking to some in and around the agency, there are some who are trying to wait and see what happens. They are hopeful that perhaps there will be a focus on things like, for example, drug trafficking, which Patel himself told senators he wants to be central. But the vast majority of those in and around the agency I talked to have a kind of pit in the stomach concern. They are worried that this is someone who does, in fact, not want to reform the agency, but rather slice it up without considering what needs to change.
Meantime, we've got a major court ruling regarding the Trump administration's mass firing of government workers. Tell us about that.
Right, and this could apply to FBI workers as well. Judge Christopher Cooper ruled just a short time ago that he is not able to block the mass firings that the Trump administration has put into place. He says instead, unions that have asked for that block have to appeal to a labor relations court. So he said it's not in my jurisdiction. What that means is those mass firings will go ahead, and we know there have been hundreds just in the past couple of days at USAID. IRS workers I'm talking to are waiting for notice even as we speak. So this was a major ruling.
I know you're also tracking the developments on Capitol Hill that could determine the fate of President Trump's agenda. What's the latest there?
All right, now this is something that we're going to make sure viewers pay a lot of attention to in the next couple of weeks. So this is teeing it up and reminding people of what's happening. This is a key moment. You look at the Senate floor, right now. There's Senator Bernie Sanders speaking. This is a moment where senators are teeing up basically the first step in kind of launching the Trump agenda in Congress, how they could get sort of a shortcut in the Senate to have an easier 50 margin vote. Now, the Senate is starting on a smaller bill in the Trump agenda. Senate Republicans focusing on immigration and border in this framework that we see on the Senate floor tonight. They are not including tax cuts. Why not? Well, the Senate doesn't think that the House can pass a huge bill all in one go. Think of it sort of like an older sibling saying, you are taking on too much. You're going to break something if you try to do this. The House disagrees. Next week, the House will do a whole separate process. What's the takeaway here? They're having trouble getting out of the starting gate, even though there is a lot of determination from Republicans.
And what's the big picture challenge?
Okay, this is important. I want to take people through here. It's simply the math. So looking at this, there are four main prongs we've talked about that Republicans and Trump want to do here in Congress. One, extend the Trump tax cuts, expand them, also fund border security, and cut the deficit. The total cost you see of those is estimated between 5 and 11 trillion. But how much the House Republicans are budgeting right now? Just $4.5 trillion. So to make up that difference, Jeff, you can't just cut employees. It's not going to save you remotely that kind of money. Instead, you've got to talk about entitlement programs, things like Medicaid that affect many millions of Americans. And Trump saying Medicaid's off the table, that's not where Republicans are right now. So pay very close attention to what happens with these programs a lot of people care about.
Well, one final question for you, Lisa, on the topic of Ukraine. We heard President Trump call President Zelensky a dictator. President Trump falsely stated that Ukraine started the war just last night. He told reporters, Mr. Trump did, that he trusts the Russians to negotiate in good faith. How are Republican supporters of Ukraine reacting to all of this?
I spent a lot of time today talking to those Republican senators. Some, like Tom Tillis, are saying, no, it's clear Putin is the aggressor here. But most are staying away from criticizing President Trump. Here's one, Senator Josh Hawley said, this is just a beginning approach.
This is going to be a long process. Ukraine's going to have to be involved. And Europe's going to have to be involved because at the end of the day, Europe is going to have to bear a greater share of responsibility for the defense of the continent.
So pay attention to that. Ukraine was not involved in these initial talks, but Hawley's kind of saying, well, I think they should be engaged, but they're not. Another one, others are saying that Zelensky started things by criticizing Trump, saying that he was operating on disinformation. So that's a way of not talking about Trump, but Zelensky. And one interesting person I talked to was Ted Cruz, who himself used to be an opponent of Trump. Here's what he said.
Look, I think Zelensky has made a very serious mistake. He is running to the European press and just attacking President Trump. And it's not complicated. That is a strategy doomed to failure. And every time he attacks President Trump, it is predictable that Trump is going to punch back.
So a deep breath. This is a lot to take in today, but what the through line is here is that while there is concern and about very serious issues across government and across the world with what President Trump is doing, Senate Republicans for now are either placing faith in him or they are not opposing him.
Lisa Desjardins covering it all. Our thanks to you as always. In Israel this evening outside Tel Aviv, 3 buses exploded in a parking lot in a suspected militant attack. Explosives were found on 2 other buses and neutralized. There were no reported injuries. That further rattled the nation after the return today of the remains of 4 hostages held by Hamas in Gaza. The top UN human rights official called the jeering, taunting display during the handover abhorrent and cruel. And while the scene sparked outrage in Israel and beyond, the emotions of many are tempered by the return of hostages still alive, as the NewsHour saw this past weekend in southern Israel. In Khan Yunis in southern Gaza today, before a crowd of hundreds, with music and fanfare, Hamas held a grim and ghastly ceremony, releasing the remains of 4 Israeli hostages killed in captivity. As the bodies returned home to Israel, a palpable sense of grief and agony.
We hope that they will come back alive, all of them. They were murdered.
They were the bodies of Ariel and Kafir Bibas, and their mother, Shiri Bibas. Barely 9 months old, on October 7th, 2023, Kafir was the youngest hostage who spent the majority of his short life in captivity. This video of Shiri embracing her 2 boys as they were kidnapped from their Nir Oz home became a symbol of the brutality of the October 7th attacks.
We remember the picture of her standing here under this bush with a blanket and crying.
In December, the NewsHour visited the Bibas home and saw evidence of the horrors that unfolded there. The only survivor, Shiri's husband and the boy's father, Yarden Bibas, who was released 2 weeks ago. The hopes of another family also ending in tragedy. Oded Lifshitz was kidnapped with his wife of more than 60 years. She was released in November 2023. But today, Lifshitz, who was an artist who worked for peace between Palestinians and Israelis, was returned in a coffin. Israeli forensic officials said he was likely killed in captivity over a year ago.
Today, 503 days after the October 7th massacre, the body of Mr. Lifshitz, who was murdered more than a year ago in captivity, has been identified.
Israel is a country in mourning, and for some the day is marked with rage.
We got up to this morning with a very bad feeling, very broken trust with our country, yes, with our government. I'm not ashamed to say it.
But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed to avenge them.
Our hearts are broken, but our spirits are not broken. And with this spirit, we will return all our hostages, annihilate the murderers, wipe out Hamas, and together, with God's help, secure our future.
All that many hostage families want is for their loved ones home again. And for 3 families, last weekend, what was once imagined became real. The NewsHour was there as the friends and family of Israeli-American hostage, Sagi Dekelhen, watched and waited for the moment he was released from captivity.
We just saw him, he's fine, everything is fine. We just want everybody right now to come back. All the families deserve this day that we are experiencing here.
Dekelhen was released by Hamas last Saturday, along with 2 other Nir Oz residents, Sasha Trufanov in red and Yair Horn on the far left. Back in Israel, a tearful reunion for Sagi in the arms of his wife, embracing his mother and father. He learned the name of his 3rd child for the first time, born 2 months after he was kidnapped. She's now just over a year old, with her father finally home. Another released hostage, Sasha Trufanov, returned to his mother, and Yair Horn reunited with his father.
Sasha is an amazing guy. Always I told him, you are such a tall and big person, but inside you are such a amazing boy. And also Yair, we love him so much. He's such a funny person.
Neighbors, family, and friends gathered at Horn's pub. It had been closed since the October 7th attack 16 months ago. It was reopening now for the first time.
He was the king of this pub. He was in charge of it with his friend Martin. And we miss him so much, and we're so happy that he's back, and I hope that he's going to come back and open this place again.
Of the nearly 500 residents in Nir Oz, nearly a quarter were killed or kidnapped into Gaza.
The families of the people who are alive and the families of those who are not alive. Everybody needs to come back, if to be again with their families or to be buried properly in Israel.
A community now anxiously awaiting their return, along with the rest of a rattled nation.
We start the day's other headlines in New York, where the state's governor, Kathy Hochul, has decided not to remove the mayor of New York City from office, at least for now. However, Hochul said she will push for increased oversight of Mayor Eric Adams and his administration. The decision follows a fierce blowback over the Justice Department's push to have the mayor's corruption case dropped so Adams can focus on helping President Trump's immigration agenda. Governor Hochul said today that New York is already facing a grave threat from Washington and that the city's residents should be allowed to decide their own future.
It is up to the voters of this great city to determine who they want to continue as their leader or bring in a new leader. It is up to them. That is a sacred right that they have, and I will not deny them that.
Adams was indicted last September on bribery and other charges. He's pleaded not guilty and said in a hearing just yesterday that he hasn't committed any crime. Staying in New York, 6 prison workers were indicted today for second-degree murder in the fatal beating of a handcuffed inmate. 4 others were charged with lesser crimes. Body cameras caught multiple officers beating 43-year-old Robert Brooks hours after he was transferred to Marcy Correctional Facility in December. He died the next day. In a statement, Governor Kathy Hochul said, quote, "The brutal attack was sickening. The perpetrators have been rightfully charged with murder." Even before this incident, a watchdog group had found rampant abuse by staff at the medium security prison. In South Korea, embattled President Yoon Suk-yeol appeared in 2 different courts today for hearings related to his imposition of martial law last year. In the first, his legal team contested his arrest on rebellion charges. The second was the latest hearing in his ongoing impeachment trial. Yoon was greeted by a barrage of cameras in a silent but tense courtroom. The Constitutional Court is deciding whether to remove him from office. Final arguments will be held next week with a possible decision sometime in March. Yoon denies any wrongdoing. In Spain, the former head of the nation's soccer federation was found guilty of sexual assault today for kissing a player without her consent. Luis Rubiales kissed Jenny Hermoso on the mouth after her team won the World Cup in 2023. Rubiales resigned a few weeks later amid fierce criticism. His lawyers argued that the kiss was consensual, and even if it wasn't, it shouldn't be considered sexual assault. Hermoso said in her testimony that the kiss, quote, "stained one of the happiest days of my life." The incident sparked debate among Spaniards who remain divided over today's verdict.
It is positive that such sentences are being issued so that people know there are consequences to their actions.
I don't think it's a crime. If that's considered a crime, then we have a problem in our country, because such things happen daily.
Prosecutors had asked for a prison sentence. Rubiales was instead ordered to pay a fine amounting to more than $10,000. He plans to appeal the ruling. Back in this country, nearly 1 in 10 U.S. adults identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or something other than heterosexual. That's according to results of a 2024 Gallup survey out today, which says that share of the population is up by 2/3 since 2020. The trend is driven mostly by Generation Z, which Gallup defines as 18 to 27-year-olds. Nearly 1 in 4 identify as LGBTQ. And 1.3% identify as transgender, more than twice the number in 2020. Experts believe the numbers are rising because more people feel comfortable coming out, but say it could still be an undercount. On Wall Street today, stocks fell back from recent highs. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped 450 points, or about 1%. The Nasdaq slipped more than 90 points. The S&P 500 fell back from yesterday's record close. And James Bond fans may be shaken and stirred by a change in control of the famous spy character. Amazon MGM Studios will take the creative reins of the 007 franchise after decades of stewardship by the Broccoli family.
Bond. James Bond.
Mr.
Albert Cubby Broccoli secured the rights to Ian Fleming's novels and made the first Bond movie, 1962's Dr. No with Sean Connery. The current custodians decided it was time to step back after Daniel Craig's version of the character ended in 2021 with No Time to Die, though they will retain intellectual property rights. Over the years, the Bond films have raked in more than $7 billion at the box office, and that is a lot of martinis. And one of Oklahoma's most influential politicians, David Warren, has died. He made waves in his home state in 1974 when he became the youngest governor in the country at the age of 33. 4 years later, the Democrat won a seat in the U.S. Senate, where he was instrumental in shaping U.S. national intelligence. Midway through his third term, he resigned to become president of the University of Oklahoma. Warren appeared on this program in 2015 to address a racist incident on his campus, saying academic institutions have a responsibility to lead the nation by example.
All of us as Americans, not just on our campus, but everywhere, when we hear racist jokes or offhand comments or even in social situations, we have to start standing up and say, no, we won't put up with that.
David Warren retired in 2018, leaving the university after a sexual harassment probe. He denied wrongdoing and there were never any charges nor litigation. At the time, his lawyer described Warren as a dedicated public servant for more than 50 years. David Warren was 83 years old. Still to come, on the NewsHour, we explore how Elon Musk came to hold so much power in the Trump administration. And a rising star of Cuban music discusses blending genres and being a global ambassador for music.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein Studio at WETA in Washington, and in the West from the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University.
President Trump has tasked Elon Musk with an enormous job to search across the federal government and root out inefficiencies and waste. But Musk's initial, often chaotic infiltration of various government departments has sparked alarm. It's also put the tech entrepreneur at center stage of the conservative movement. Appearing today in front of an audience at CPAC, wielding a chainsaw he said he'd use to slash the federal bureaucracy. William Brangham looks at the history of the man at the center of this effort.
If the bureaucracy is in charge, and then what meaning does democracy actually have?
Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, now standing in the most powerful office in the world.
The people voted for major government reform. There should be no doubt about that.
But how did this visionary tech leader, a man who once championed clean energy to save the planet and remained politically neutral for much of his career, end up working with President Donald Trump to dramatically scale back the size of the federal government?
Very rarely do you see a business leader essentially camping out in the White House trying to influence government spending, influence government regulations the way Elon Musk is doing.
The Wall Street Journal's Tim Higgins wrote a book on Musk and Tesla called Power Play.
There's also this kind of prove the world wrong mentality. He's got a huge chip on his shoulder. For so long, he's been told that what he was doing wasn't possible, that he was crazy, that he couldn't do it. And when you talk to him, you realize he likes proving people wrong.
He tends to think in terms of missions for himself. So those usually revolve around making a big impact for humanity.
Kate Conger covers Musk for the New York Times and co-authored the book Character Limit, about Musk's takeover of Twitter, which he renamed X.
You see this with SpaceX, where he's trying to extend the life of humanity by establishing colonies on Mars. With Tesla, where he's trying to cut back on EV emissions and save the planet. And with X, too, he has given himself this mission of what he sees as protecting and saving online free speech. And his approach to the Trump administration is the same. He views this as an opportunity to save America and save democracy.
Musk grew up in a wealthy family in 1970s South Africa, then still in the midst of its racist apartheid regime. Walter Isaacson, who wrote a biography of Musk, told Amna Nawaz back in 2023 that Musk had a difficult childhood, struggling with autism spectrum disorder, being repeatedly bullied, and dealing with an allegedly emotionally abusive father.
those demons, dark things about being bullied as a kid, having psychological problems with his father, turn into drives too. Drives that get him to be the only person who can get astronauts into orbit from the United States, or reuse rockets and land them, or bring us into the era of electric vehicles. But it also makes him a dark and mercurial character, and sometimes a crazed character at times.
Musk moved to the U.S. for college, where he studied physics and economics. But building web-based products, including an online banking service, is what earned him his first real fortune. It was around this time that Elon Musk turned his sights to two very different fields: the nascent electric car industry and the decades-old competition to conquer space. Musk quickly became a groundbreaking pioneer in both.
And launch of the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket.
Musk founded the rocket company SpaceX in 2002 and quickly became a key partner with NASA on both manned and unmanned space flights. Musk invested in Tesla, then a fledgling electric car company, and would eventually become its CEO.
An electric car can be the best car in the world.
In a remarkably short span, Tesla became the world's most valuable auto company.
Time and time again, as you look out through kind of his career arc, it's his ability to build excitement around his vision that tends to help him win the day. It's tapping into this kind of primal idea, this excitement that people have about what is possible.
Another of his ventures is Starlink, a satellite internet provider that's used in over 100 countries and has large U.S. government contracts. As these various businesses have grown, so has his net worth. In 2021, he became the world's richest man. And yet, despite Musk's power, he has spent most of his career avoiding politics.
And I'm sort of moderate, sort of half Republican, half Democrat, if you will. But I'm somewhere in the middle. I guess I'm sort of socially liberal and fiscally conservative.
During the first Trump administration, Musk quit a presidential advisory board in protest after Trump withdrew from the Paris Climate Accord. But during the pandemic, his politics began a rightward turn. He hated being ordered to lock down his Tesla plants in California.
He was also, at the time, going through some things in his personal life. He had a child who was coming out as trans and beginning a gender transition.
Musk often blamed his child's transition on so-called woke ideology.
They call it dead naming for a reason.
Yeah,
All right, so the reason it's called dead naming is because your son is dead, killed by the woke mind virus.
Additionally, in 2021, Musk was excluded from a Biden administration summit on electric cars because Tesla had blocked unionization at its facilities.
That's something that Musk has typically resisted in his factories. So Tesla was excluded, and that really bothered Musk.
Over the years, Musk spent increasing amounts of time on Twitter, shooting out messages at all hours of the day and night. Everything from vulgar jokes to business updates to memes that critics called racist and sexist. Even his intention to buy the platform outright. He first tried to walk that back, but then purchased Twitter for $44 billion in 2022, promising to create a digital town square, but quickly taking actions that echo his work today in Washington.
Musk's takeover of Twitter was really chaotic, I think, by any measure. He came into the company and very quickly wanted to slash its budget, and that meant getting rid of everything from a large number of workers to getting rid of real estate to firing the janitorial staff who were cleaning the offices. Really, no item in Twitter's budget went untouched.
Musk changed the platform's policies on hate speech, and when analysts claimed that vitriol then flourished on the renamed X, advertisers balked and the company's value slid. In characteristic fashion, Musk had no time for his critics.
If somebody's going to try to blackmail me with advertising, blackmail me with money, go f*** yourself. But go f*** yourself. Is that clear?
Meanwhile, colleagues and board members at his companies reported that they were increasingly concerned about Musk's mental health and drug use, specifically the drug ketamine, which Musk says he's prescribed to treat depressive episodes. He began leaning even further into politics, backing Republican candidates during the 2022 midterms and labeling Democrats the party of division. And he shared extremist hard-right views on X, endorsing the so-called Great Replacement theory that argues Democrats want open borders to replace white voters, and he elevated anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. Though he initially didn't support Trump's re-election, saying he was too old to return to the White House, after last year's assassination attempt, he changed his mind.
The true test of someone's character is how they behave under fire. And we had one president who couldn't climb a flight of stairs, and another who was fist pumping after getting shot.
Musk formed a super PAC to support Trump's bid, donating more than $200 million of his own money.
This election, I think, is going to decide the fate of America, and along with the fate of America, the fate of Western civilization.
Trump, in turn, embraced Musk on the trail and promised a role for him in a second administration.
I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms.
Following Trump's win, Musk continued to turn heads by supporting a far-right political party in Germany that's been accused of resurrecting Nazi-era ideology and speaking to one of its rallies. Now, as Musk leads this effort to scrutinize and cut federal agencies from within, his own companies retain massive multi-billion-dollar government contracts. Musk has resisted any financial disclosures and claims there's no conflict with his cost-cutting efforts. And while there are numerous court challenges to his efforts, Musk continues to enjoy the full support of President Trump.
The team we have is really unbelievable. But those executive orders, I sign them, and now they get passed on to him and his group and other people, and they're all getting done. We're getting them done.
For the PBS NewsHour, I'm William Brangham.
During its first month, the Trump administration has brought dramatic proposals and unprecedented changes to the government, including a sweeping effort to remake the executive branch. Our new series, On Democracy, is taking a step back to look at big questions about laws, institutions, and norms that have shaped America and the challenges they face today. Conservative commentator Michael Knowles is the host of The Michael Knowles Show on the Daily Wire, and he joins us now. Welcome to the NewsHour. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here.
So you're in town to attend CPAC, right? The largest conservative gathering in America. What are you hearing from people attending there, from people in your audience as well, about this first month of the Trump presidency? Are they seeing what they voted for?
Very much so. This year it feels different even than it did in 2016, 2017. And I think it's because this time Trump won the popular vote. And I think it's because of this new voter coalition bringing over a lot of voters who previously long voted for Democrats. Yeah. It feels as though the realm of public discourse and the political imagination has really opened up.
When you look at the conservative part of the party, conservative movement, if you will, I mean, beyond Donald Trump, who's a rallying figure for everyone, what is it right now that what's the tie that binds? What does it mean to be a conservative today?
You know, if you get 100 conservatives into a room, you'll get 100 different answers of what it means to be a conservative. The only way that you can get Kennedy Democrats and 1 in 5 black male voters and 46% of Hispanics and even 40% of women under the age of 30 to come over and vote for Trump, to even just join a coalition altogether, is to appeal to something that is deeper than political ideology. And I think that's what Trump has done.
What is that? What's he appealing to?
When President Trump comes out and he says, look, we're going to take care of Americans first, we're going to enforce the law, kick out the gangsters, classify the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations, which allows us to take them on more directly. You know, this is basic stuff that you don't need to be some bow tie wearing conservative to agree with. You know, that cuts across party lines.
So low immigration is one of the binding
Well, just reducing, it's nothing against the immigrants, it's just we have the highest foreign-born percentage of the population ever, and Americans of all races, all geographies, all backgrounds seem to think it's time to assimilate people and to reduce that. Or you notice on the LGBT issues, which were a big issue in November.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people no animus, no desire to offend or exclude anybody. But they think this ideology has gone a bit too far.
I want to ask you about President Trump's first month in office and some of the behavior we've seen from him. He did recently quote Napoleon, which raised some eyebrows, right? He said, "He who saves his country does not violate any law." Compared himself to a monarch, saying, "Long live the king." Does that worry you, that kind of language? I mean, do you want to see a king-like president?
It doesn't worry me at all. To make a comparison with Napoleon, I think there's a little wink and a nod here from Trump. You know, he makes plenty of jokes. But the broader political
But this is a joke, or this is serious?
Well, I think he uses winsome and whimsical language. But this line from Napoleon, which is a re-articulation of Cicero and John Locke, two very important thinkers for the American founders and framers, this just gets to a basic point about the country, which is that in times of great national crisis and distress, extraordinary measures can be taken. You saw this with Abraham Lincoln, you saw this with Franklin Roosevelt, you've seen this with plenty of American presidents, George Washington for that.
Extraordinary measures meaning a stronger executive?
Well, an executive that wields power in a just and effective way.
What about this idea of checks and balances in a democratic system? This is where we hear a lot of concern from people who track democracy here, because the other two branches of government seem to have been weakened under President Trump. He's usurped constitutional congressional authority, right?
Has he?
By blocking funds that were appropriated by Congress. He's essentially said that they don't have to comply by judicial rulings that they disagree with. I mean, how is that a democracy?
Oh, well, first of all, the majority of Americans voted for Trump, so that would seem to be in itself a good expression of democracy.
Well, most people voted for him, but he didn't win a majority. I take your point.
Most voters, he won the majority of voters. And, but then when we're talking about something like executive funding, the president has a large prerogative to control that kind of funding. You know, some people are suggesting that Trump's cleanup of the executive branch is unprecedented. That is simply not true. This is a more than 100-year-old precedent. Woodrow Wilson established by executive action the Bureau of Efficiency. It's almost the same name as Elon Musk's Doge.
Well, to bring it back to 2025, I mean, there are rulings that say he needs to unblock some of the funds that he's frozen, and the administration has not complied. Does it worry you if he's ignoring judicial rulings?
Well, as you just say, we have a system of checks and balances. We do not have a system, or at least we should not have a system, of judicial supremacy. The judiciary is a co-equal branch of government with the legislature and with the executive branch.
So the executive has the right to ignore judicial ruling?
The executive has the right to fight judicial rulings when they are overstepping. And in this case, the notion that the judiciary can, by fiat, undermine the president's legitimate authority to control the executive branch, to me, is crazy. I mean, even when you think about some of that executive authority, how much of that authority was usurped, certainly not by Trump, but even by recent presidents, many of whom were Democrats, and how much of that authority was delegated by the Congress to the executive branch? One might argue that that was not a good idea, that Congress should do more lawmaking and not give it away to bureaucrats, but the Congress certainly has done that. And so, I don't know, to argue that Trump is an authoritarian because he is trying to reduce the size and scope of the executive branch in the federal government, to me, is crazy.
You mentioned you think there's a lot of progressive overreach that helped propel President Trump back into the White House. And specific to that, you've called transgenderism in particular one of those issues that you think moved people and moved the needle. You've also said previously that it should be eradicated from public life entirely. And when you were asked about that, you said that you were calling for an end to the ideology, not for an end to the people. If you have changed your view at all, please let me know. But I will confess I don't know what the difference is when articulated like that. So could you explain it?
Sure. If I say that I want to eradicate poverty, I'm not saying that I want to eradicate all the poor people. Quite the opposite. I'd like to help the poor people by eradicating poverty. And so when I made my comments at CPAC a couple years ago, I've now repeated it so many times I think I have it memorized. I said, for the good of society, and especially for the good of the poor people who have fallen prey to this confusion, transgenderism must be eradicated from public life entirely, the whole preposterous ideology at every level. And the reason for this, the reason why I would say, in particular for those who have fallen prey to the ideology, that we ought to do that, is because men can't really become women. That's not how human nature works. I have a great deal of sympathy for people who are confused about their sex, but I don't think it helps people to lie to them. So just as a matter of public life, I think we need to respect reality.
I will say, as You're saying that it's reality. It is a belief system that you hold. I mean, transgenderism is something that has been acknowledged by medical professionals. There's an entire
And rejected by
body,
medical professionals.
by a few. There's an entire body
Dr.
of
Paul McHugh,
scientific
who
and
pioneered
medical
this.
knowledge that backs this up, and that's what gender-affirming care has all been based on in
Not
recent
really.
years.
Not
I will just ask you this, though. We're talking about, what, 1% of the U.S. adult population here.
30% of Gen Z self-identifies as LGBT.
Because more people, experts believe, are comfortable coming out and sharing the idea.
Or because it's a social contagion.
You believe transgender people make other people transgender? Is that what you're saying?
This is also backed up in the medical literature. There was a study in 2018 that showed that school children who are socializing with people who identify as transgender are much more likely to identify as transgender themselves.
Michael, you realize this is the same argument people made about gay people, right?
Well, I'm talking about the whole LGBT ideology, so I suppose in some ways
You don't
I'm making
believe
that
that gay
argument
people
myself.
exist?
Say it again?
You don't believe gay people exist?
Well, I think people have same-sex attractions and all of that, but I suppose the question I would have to ask is,
But that is, no, in answer to my question, do you believe that gay people exist?
I think some people are attracted to members of the same sex.
Those would be gay people, correct?
Well, I don't think that one's sexual desires necessarily define one's identity.
Without getting into a semantic back and forth about it, in clarifying what you have said, when you use words like eradicate, I'm just asking about in terms of the language here, when you use words like eradicate,
Well, you know what the word
do you
eradicate
worry
means.
that puts a target on people's backs?
Certainly not. In fact, the only targets that I've had on my own back are when I question these kinds of ideologies that have been so terrible for people. The only times I've ever been attacked in public, in one case of someone is in federal prison for trying to blow me up with a speech in Pittsburgh, is because I dared to question the trans ideology. People are being introduced to this ideology at younger and younger ages. It can lead to horrific outcomes, especially for younger people put on puberty blockers, which often cannot be reversed. Leads to castration, bone problems, and early death. These are not the sort of things that we should wish for people if we wish for their own good. And so what it really comes down to is whether or not a man can become a woman, or a man can secretly be a woman if he appears to be a man. And my contention is that just isn't how human nature works.
I'm just going to clarify, you did say it's your contention. I would encourage people to go check out the research and studies on their own. I do want to ask you about this political moment we're in now, though. Because when you look at our democratic system, there is undoubtedly an ascendant conservative movement right now. It's worth pointing out, though, that the party tends to push out anyone who disagrees with President Trump. Mitch McConnell seems to be the latest example now, right? They're really speaking out against President Trump when he says that he's not running for re-election. Does it worry you about the future of the party that the coalition doesn't seem to hold without Donald Trump?
Trump is the unifying figure right now. There's no question about it. Now, what's unusual about it is to say that people are kicked out of the party when they disagree with Trump makes it sound like the party is shrinking. But what we saw in 2024 is actually the party is growing. It's just taking in new people, and it's losing some of the figures who have been members in the past, like Liz Cheney or Adam Kinzinger, or those kinds of figures.
People who disagreed with President Trump, right?
Correct, yeah. That means that there's a new coalition that has formed. Trump is the singular figure. He is a magnetic personality, he is an American original, and I think he's a genius-level politician.
So does the coalition hold without him?
That remains to be seen. I don't think there's really any going back to Bushism. And if anyone can pick up the standard of Trumpism afterwards, we'll have to wait and see. But the Republican Party is a different and stronger thing because of Donald Trump.
Michael Knowles, host of The Michael Knowles Show on the Daily Wire. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me.
Latin rock, Afro-Cuban funk, and many other names have been applied to the music of Cima Funk. The 35-year-old star is now making waves around the world, earning Grammy nominations 3 years in a row and being called a global ambassador for Cuban music. In the final piece in their series from Havana, senior arts correspondent Jeffrey Brown and senior arts producer Ann Azzy Davenport show how Cima Funk is blending genres to produce his own sound. It's part of our arts and culture series, Canvas.
He's a man of many moves. Dynamic on-stage presence. A performer on the move for a frenetic crowd at the historic La Tropical in Havana. At his Cima Fest, an annual dance party held twice a year in Miami and New Orleans. mixing it up with the crowd at Austin city limits. Everywhere he goes, Cima Funk is bringing his own special mix of Afro-Cuban sounds and rhythms and African-American funk and soul.
I say that I'm mixing because I try to put more and more funk in the Afro-Cuban music that I make.
70s soul and 70s funk, and you put it together with Afro-Cuban.
Yes, yes, because it's really similar to the Cuban feeling in terms of expression and melodies and way to sing, way to say the things.
Cima Funk was born Eric Iglesias Rodriguez into a family he describes as very poor in Pinar del Rio, 2 hours from Havana. If his music is a blend, so is his stage name. Cima comes from the term cimarrones, Cubans of African descent who escaped slavery from the 16th century on and established their own communities. Learning that history, he says, opened up his world and his path to music.
Whatever they were creating was original because it was a freedom of expression. It was dealing with the things, but it was, we are free here. At that moment I started to get more and more close of my roots, looking where I came from. I started to learn more about that, and all the Africa, all what they bring here was most of the great things that we have today in music, in food, in all transculturation that Africa brings to the continent. So I was like, I gotta embrace that because I feel like I found my identity, and I love it, and I feel super like I want more and more and more.
Though he sang in church as a child, his original path, following other family members, was medicine. He attended medical school for 2 years. But music, he says, called. People like Stevie Wonder, Michael Jackson, and the biggest bang of all, seeing video of James Brown performing. That ended his medical career.
I was like, yo, what's this? Because it blew my mind.
It blew your mind?
Yeah, it blew my mind, yeah. Because I hear the song before, but I never imagined, and I never saw that was this type of character with this type of style and groove. And then I get obsessed with music, and I was like, I gotta do this.
You mean using your body as well as your voice?
Yeah, definitely. Everything. Everything is part of the rhythm. Everything is an instrument.
He also heard, though, how the influences flowed the other way. Afro-Cuban sounds of his youth impacting American music.
I can hear it in funk music of James Brown. I can hear it in the music of Marvin Gaye. I can hear it. I can hear the groove. I can feel that it's a groove from Cuba. This connection of grooves has brought Cima Funk 3 Grammy nominations and 1 Latin Grammy nomination, including this year for his album A Tu Cuerpo, For Your Body, a joyous example of his brand of empowerment through music. It also fueled his leadership in a very direct project of connection called Getting Funky in Havana, that recently brought together music students from Havana and New Orleans. Cima Funk worked alongside his friend, jazz great trombone Shorty, mentoring and playing with the stars of tomorrow, including at a music school, in their own special kind of mashup.
He's one of the greats, Cima Funk, and he's incorporating American funk with the Cuban style, and he's creating a whole new genre of music, and the kids that's here, they love him. I just walk around town with him and see that.
Overlooking Havana, Cima Funk told us that this work is giving young Cubans a sense of the influence and power of their music in the wider world.
Everybody knows what music you do. Everybody appreciate and respect Cuban music, and you're part of that Cuban music. Those kids don't know that. I didn't know neither. I didn't know how important Cuban music was for the music in the world, how much Cuban music influenced all the music in the world. So when I knew that, I was like, oh, everybody should know that. I should knew this before. So when kids start to know that, they feel like, yeah, I don't have a trumpet, but I got the feeling.
At the Getting Funky Festival, the feeling for Cima Funk extended beyond the stage to a fashion show where he swaggered on a runway, and a panel discussion including musical inspirations Taj Mahal and George Clinton.
We have all the sound every day in the house, everybody singing, and we grew up with that type of behavior.
He also made a music video appearance with fellow Cuban star Pedrito Martinez, along with up-and-comer 21-year-old Wampi. And on this night at a free concert under the stars, Cima Funk lit up the stage as part of a super jam for the Getting Funky fans and Cuban fans alike. The Havana-New Orleans connection is an extra strong one now for Cima Funk. While he returns home to visit his extended family, New Orleans is where he mostly lives and makes his music. It's part of the reality of Cuba today, a depressed economy with few opportunities. Many of your friends have left?
Yeah, most of them. In Spain, Nicaragua, US, anywhere.
Because they no opportunity here?
Yeah. When the things get bad, you move to other place, or you try it.
So for you, being out of the country is a necessity or a choice?
I leave because I could, but I keep working out of Cuba because I want to, because it's better for my career. It's obvious. The United States, Europe are big market for my music. So even if I could stay being fine and everything good here, for my career it's not the best option. So I choose to improve myself.
In December, Cima Funk joined Trombone Shorty at the Kennedy Center Honors, in celebration of Cuban-American music icon Arturo Sandoval. But he also knows that his island is again in many ways isolated from the U.S. and other parts of the world, with recent political changes and continued travel restrictions. Of the future, he says,
I don't know what will happen, but I would love to this be better. I would love people have more. No, I would love that people, especially people from the street, they have people that needs. That's what we hope, and that's what we wish. That's my dream. And things get better and get connected with the world.
And now he's doing his part through music. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Jeffrey Brown in Havana, Cuba.
We have an important update now to an earlier story in the broadcast. After we came on the air, the Israeli military said their identification process shows that the body of Shiri Bibis was not returned in the hostage exchange. They say the body does not match any other hostage and remains unidentified.
The IDF says it confirmed that the bodies of Shiri's 2 children were returned and called for the immediate return of their mother's remains. Remember, there is a lot more online, including what experts say buyers and renters can expect in the U.S. housing market in 2025. That is at pbs.org/newshour.
And that is the NewsHour for tonight. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. On behalf of the entire NewsHour team, thank you for joining us.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by...
On an American Cruise Line's journey along the Columbia and Snake Rivers, travelers retrace the route forged by Lewis and Clark more than 200 years ago. American Cruise Line's fleet of modern riverboats travel through American landscapes to historic landmarks, where you can experience local customs and cuisine. American Cruise Lines, proud sponsor of PBS NewsHour.
The ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. And friends of the NewsHour, including Leonard and Norma Chlorfine and the Judy and Peter Bloom Kovler Foundation. The Ford Foundation, working with visionaries on the front lines of social change worldwide. And with the ongoing support of these institutions. And friends of the NewsHour. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
You're watching PBS.
When Trump came for our rights, the ACLU showed up.
See you in court. The ACLU already making good on that promise. Currently engaged in response to.
And I think that's why a lot of voters are happy that Donald Trump and Elon Musk are finally going through the federal government and trying to take out some of this bureaucracy that we probably just don't need. So I'm reading to you what Sean Duffy says. He's the Secretary of the Transportation. I have no reason to doubt his numbers.
Karen, when you hear this, I mean,
yeah, he knows best. Scientists, woke and gay. They don't know best when they're talking about their specific field of research. Sean Duffy, television personality, well, he's the transportation secretary, so he knows best. Yeah. Pete Hegseth, well, guess what? He's leading the DOD. I don't see you leading the DOD. He's not a DEI candidate. He's a DUI candidate. That's right. He knows best.
Look, Americans are concerned about bloat in the federal government. They have been for a very long time. What do you make of how it's been meted out?
So the concern that I think a lot of Americans have, we can all agree there's bloat. We can all agree that we need to deal with that. At the same time, what we're seeing is speed for the sake of creating momentum, to create a sense of things are happening. At the same time, look what happened Friday. We had nuclear scientists fired, and then they said, oops, we need those people because they have a technical skill that nobody else has. So the problem that I have with the way they're doing it is, and I went to the DOJ website to see if they would say anything about, look, we are conducting this process to make sure we don't harm American safety, their health, or take money out of their wallets. They don't say that. And we're finding out the consequences and the impact of some of these things.
This is a problem born out of not having any principled leftists on any number of different mainstream outlets. The automatic position of the most quote unquote like anti-Trump liberal on the panel should not be that it's definitely for the greater good that we're engaging in mass layoffs in the federal government. You shouldn't be playing catch up. Your first position should be that there is no reason to engage in layoffs at a time when we should probably be hiring more people. But because their underlying worldview is unfortunately so similar to the Republican worldview in terms of maximizing efficiency, they start the position by saying, no, there is actually reason to like fire a bunch of government employees. They're just not doing it right, and they're firing the wrong people. No, that's not what you're supposed to say. You're supposed to say, what the are you doing? We need more people working, not less. That should be your starting position. And then you work your way up to that argument, which is that, and here is why it's really stupid when you engage in these sorts of idiotic layoffs, because obviously you're eliminating a bunch of positions that were, or eliminating the positions of a bunch of government employees that were working on really important things. That's why it was so frustrating for me when I saw Ro Khanna start off by being like, well, Bill Clinton did a fantastic job eliminating 400,000 federal government employees, but he did it by working with Congress. It's like, that's not, like, why are you presenting that as a good thing? Don't you realize that the underlying ideology there, the underlying premise that you're operating off of is that it is a good thing to fire government employees? How is this in any way, shape, or form an adequate counterbalance to the Republican neoliberalism? This is why I say, and many others say correctly, that the Democrats are also neoliberal. Don't you only fire government employees when your economy's in the shit and you're producing as much as you should? Sure, it will work in Argentina, but why is it being done in the U.S. with very competent workers? First of all, it's also not good in Argentina either. I don't think it's good in Argentina either. I don't think austerity is a good thing. It's definitely not a good thing. If it was a good thing, we wouldn't enforce it upon the entirety of the global South. It's just wild because now we're accelerating it to our and doing it to ourselves. One might say Republicans have always engaged in this sort of thing, but never to this degree.
Nobody at the FAA is dispensable. I think you have to keep everybody there at least, you know, for the time being, because we've had these major plane crashes that you haven't seen in 16 years.
Kevin, the optics of this is what you're referring to.
I think the issue is they're not whacking enough. There's this concept in private equity when you get a bankrupt.
God, I mean, how can people look at this guy and not see him as anything but a villain, dude? First of all, you're Canadian. Excuse me, ICE, this bald right here, okay? What is his productive output? on U.S. soil. You know what I mean? Get this guy out of here. Pack him up. What the hell is this? Send his ass back to Canada. Yeah, I'm going to Laken Riley act his ass. I'm going to be like, I saw him stealing a bag of Skittles. Deport him, please. I saw him getting in a boat again. Arrest him, officers. You know what he has done in boats in the past. And this time, his wife wasn't even in the boat. So he got no one else to blame this time, okay? Same guy.
Wealth, this is according to Oxfam, of the world's 85 richest people is equal to the 3.5 billion poorest people.
It's fantastic. And this is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets the motivation to look up to the 1% and say, I want to become one of those people.
Yeah, dude. I'm a child born in Rwanda with a genetic disorder. I can't wait to look up to the 1% and feel the aspirational goals. I'm feeling my bootstraps right now. I can't see with my eyes. I'm feeling with my hands the bootstraps that I will be tugging on. Fantastic. Psychopath, dude. Yeah, low-key, think he's helping with the cause with shit like this? Let him cook? No, dude. You want to know why? I used to think that too. But these past couple of years, like especially with Elon Musk getting a prominent position in the government, has caused me to realize that no, actually people don't realize how stupid these dudes are. They don't realize how evil these dudes are. They just genuinely think it's God ordained and they deserve the position that they have in society. I'm not even kidding. Like poor hogs love this shit, dude. They love this shit. Americans are incredibly servile. Absolutely. Absolutely, dude. Oh my God. They cannot imagine looking at a guy like this and thinking that's a villain. That's an evil villain. He's doing evil villain talk right now.
What can be wrong with this?
Really?
Yes, really.
So somebody living on
I celebrate capitalism.
$1 a day in Africa is getting up in the morning and saying, I'm going to be Bill Gates.
That's the motivation everybody needs.
Between me and
I'm
that
not
guy
against
is
charity.
She's right. She should cook this ass. Damn, look at the CBC, bro. Yeah. Someone living on $1 a day in Africa is going to look up to Bill Gates and be like, thank God, one day, me too. Only thing, you hear that? Hey guys, if you live in the global south and your government has been destabilized.
Hold up.
Actively or propped up by the Western forces, okay? And you're working in horrifying conditions every day. You just didn't aspire hard enough. You don't have that Sigma grind set, dude.
Don't tell me that you want to redistribute wealth again. That's never going to happen. Okay?
You know what? You take a simple stat like this, which is neither good nor bad. It's just a fact.
It's a celebratory stat. I'm very excited about it. I'm wonderful to see it happen. I tell kids every day,
if we did not have an entirely captive, entirely servile population, this is basically the same as the let them eat cake. Okay, this is a let them eat cake statement, straight up. By the way, the 3.5 billion people living in poverty, like the top however many people have as much wealth as the bottom 3.5 billion, that number has worsened. Or if you're Kevin O'Leary, it's gotten way more fantastic. Okay, Mr. Fantastic. Just so you understand, wealth has consolidated in the hands of even less people now. I think the last Oxfam number is something like the top 3 people have as much money as the bottom 50%. It's no longer even 85 people. It's now like 3. Asking my landlord to raise my rent to motivate me to grind more next month. Yeah, Sigma Grind said, baby. Be honest. You hear this fucking douchebag say stuff like that, and you don't even for a moment think imagine if there was a competent government that just sent him to the countryside for a little bit to toil the land. Really? You don't think that? You're lying if you don't think that. Now, I'm not saying that's the best possible way to go about it. Many different methods exist. Seizing his assets. Expropriate is the most beautiful word in the English language. Maoist Trump. JD Pondon. Tariffs are no longer the most beautiful word in the English language. Believe me, it's expropriation. There can be no end to exploitation of the American working class without expropriation.
Always cut deeper, harder when there's fat and waste.
If that's the case, why don't we take away all your wealth and then make you start from square one again? I mean, after all, you've done it once, you can do it again, right? And also, it's super simple, right? It'll make you grind harder, Kevin. I think that's what we should do. We should hit a reset real quick, you know? Dude, think about how much motivation he will have if he has nothing. The less you have, the more aspirational you are. Get back in the grind, dog. You should be excited.
Hey, it's not the people. The code is cobalt. It's from the 60s. It needs CapEx put into it for the technology to be upgraded to make it safer. Fat like a chicken. All of these agencies are like big fat chickens dripping over barbecues of fat. This is the best barbecue I've ever seen, but I don't think it's happening fast enough. They're not cutting enough. Keep slashing, keep hacking while you have it.
The new old coding system, Cobalt. At least he got close enough, dude. I don't even think Elon knows what that is, for the record. At least he got close enough to saying sounding it out almost correctly. Close enough. I know it's Cobalt. All I'm stating is Elon doesn't even know what that is. That's how low the standards are.
Cut. More cutting. Believe me, it's going to work out just great. Everybody should be happy. Even people with the
nuclear codes, cut them too.
Cut everything. Because if you don't see what they're doing and they can't show you that they're adding value, you whack.
I actually think it's okay if they run into a stumble here or there because the project is so massive. The need to cut is so massive. The government is so massive. It's inconceivable that you wouldn't make a mistake here or there. But I think that's acceptable if the greater goal is achieved, which is a smaller government, more efficient government.
Even if someone dies, or even if someone.
Are you alleging that someone has died from this?
We don't know. I'm talking about when the rubber meets the road. I'm talking about, for example, Kansas City. 30,000 government employees might be laid off. It will destroy the economy of Kansas City. That's okay.
Why do you say that?
Because I'm reading what the individuals from Kansas City have been saying, that they're very concerned.
What do you think they're going to say when they're going to get whacked?
Of course they're going to say that, but my point is, do we think that's smart to live in an American city just go under?
How many American cities need a massively oversized federal government to stay afloat? I mean, isn't that said more about the city than the government?
But when did we get to the point?
Yeah, of course. Oh, God. I hate this. I hate this so much. Because under normal circumstances, everyone should understand the position that he is advocating for, which is mass layoffs. He doesn't have to care about it because his job relies on him being careless about that sort of thing. He probably doesn't have any immediate family members that will be impacted by this. This is at the heart of so much of the conservative commentary, just being a smug, out-of-touch asshole. Incredibly frustrating. Incredibly frustrating. I already talked about this before with Alabama, the state of Alabama. In the state of Alabama, the University of Alabama is the second largest hiring body in the entire state. Public sector jobs will be lost in that process, okay? They rely on those grants. Cut those grants, you have to cut those jobs. A lot of those people that are being cut on the overhead side are going to not necessarily be woke and gay college professors or whatever, even though that's also ridiculous, right? To cut those jobs is also ridiculous. But they are going to be, you know, janitorial staff and things like that.
ABC News learning the top Social Security official has stepped down after clashing with the Department of Government Efficiency over access to the sensitive personal information of millions of Americans, including financial data.
What I'm about to say, I mean with all sincerity. I would rather have foreign adversaries have access to my sensitive information than this guy. Like, I'd rather have the CCP have access to this information than Elon Musk. That is how little I trust Elon Musk. The fact that he is going to have access to, like, social security data and information, like social security numbers, is so insane. What's, I guess, the most shocking aspect of this is that he also looks like a villain. He sounds like a villain. He is a billionaire who engages in space travel and also has a brain chipping operation. And so many people are just like, nah, that's my king. That's my God king. It's great. I want him to have access to all matter of information. I would love to use his credit card payment system that he will inevitably create off of all of this data that he probably will keep certainly secure. Like, he unironically does everything that people think Bill Gates is doing and hate Bill Gates for. There are plenty of good reasons to hate Bill Gates. People hate Bill Gates because of the things that they think Bill Gates is doing that Elon Musk is actually doing. But those very same people love Elon Musk. Make this make sense. I'm calling it. Joe Rogan is going to say that he'd love for Elon to have access to his bank account because he knows money. Oh, God. We are progressively getting dumber and dumber, dude. I really didn't think, I really did not think that people would be like this open to, you know how like everyone was angry about AI possibly cutting jobs and stuff? Like there was a decent amount of people, you know, that's why Andrew Yang got any motion whatsoever. Okay, so the difference is like instead of AI, it's a bot cutting the jobs, a South African bot cutting the jobs. But as long as he says the right things, you're like, hell yeah, brother, that's good. So when does the economy crash after firing all these workers? Because that's kind of inevitable to firing hundreds of thousands from the well-paying public sector work. We already have a massive underemployment crisis in this country where everyone basically has to do gig economy work and barely make ends meet, or even do gig economy work on top of the existing jobs that they have. And in spite of all of that, the last remaining like middle class jobs that are readily available with like decent benefits that still don't pay a lot, mind you, are going away. America is just going to be a collection of maximum 100,000 millionaires and billionaires, and then everyone else in the country is going to be straight up the underclass, the permanent underclass. Yeah, this was Caroline Leavitt. Here, this is the summary of it. Trying to do damage control because as soon as Elon Musk started talking about Social Security, which we covered extensively earlier, right, saying that he's going to engage in some cuts, obviously Fox News, which is an audience comprised of, you know, 800-year-old people who obviously don't want their Social Security to be cut, freaked out. So immediately Trump had to send Caroline Leavitt on there to be like, no, we're not touching Social Security, I promise. So let's take a look at what this brown noser has to say.
We're advocating for Donald Trump's very plan. Take a listen.
This report tells us how to cut waste, cut red tape, streamline the bureaucracy, change procurement rules.
Oh, God, I hate this so much. Oh, my God. Hey, what now? What now, liberals? You understand? This is what happens when you engage in any sort of right-wing initiative. This is what you get. They use the shit that you did back in the day against you.
It is outrageous for the government to have rules and regulations which take those people's money from them and spend it on things that cannot be justified.
One of the commitments that I made to the American people was that we...
Wow. I love this. Clip farm from 1993. It's not even a clip farm. They did do this, and they did advocate for this. It almost feels like neoliberalism and austerity is bipartisan. Oh my God. It almost feels like exactly what I say all the time in terms of what I hate about liberals. Obama also said that cutting the DOE is a terrible mistake. I know it's gotten worse over time. If your fundamental principles are aligned with the opposing party, then you still take initiatives in that same vein, in the same direction. What does austerity mean, streamer man? Austerity is belt tightening, okay? fiscal responsibility, cutting social.
Oh, we watched this yesterday. I was wondering. We watched this yesterday.
I started using custom hair care products from Pros after I started suspecting that I was using the wrong products for my straight hair. My hair has always been...
The probationary targets is basically, there's little to no regulatory requirement for justifying the termination of a probationary employee. Although some of us do have some experience in fighting probationary terminations. It's not totally.
What is a probationary employee?
Yeah.
For the people that might not know.
Yeah, the first year of anyone's federal employment.
All right, and I can hear you. This is perfect. No production issues whatsoever. How would you like me to refer to you? How would you describe who you are and what you do to my audience?
Yeah, I'm a few things. I'm the president of my local, IFPT Local 98. I'm one of the national, I'm a member of the National Steering Committee of the FUN, the Federal Unionist Network. And as a federal worker, I work at the Army Corps of Engineers, but I have to be careful to disclaim that. Nothing I say is necessarily the views of the Army Corps of Engineers.
Got it. All right, Chris, I wish I could have you here on better circumstances, but unfortunately there's a lot of issues going on, specifically with mass layoffs. So without further ado, once again, thank you so much for coming on, but let's talk about it. You've been doing some of the rounds in the media and talking about some of these issues, but what is your assessment on what's happening right now with the Trump administration as they basically dismantle the federal government and actively lay off tens of thousands of workers?
Yeah, I mean, it's totally surreal. I happen to be, in a position to not only see it up close because I'm a federal worker, but I spent the last few years trying to strengthen the federal labor movement with a lot of other people. It's the one source of hope I have is the people that I work with and have been working with for the last few years in what we call the FUN, which I joke was named in less serious times. 2 years ago, we started the Federal Unionist Network just to try to build some pressure on Chuck Schumer to get Joe Biden's nominees to the Federal Labor Relations Authority passed. But little did we know we were actually laying the groundwork for and preparing for, I don't think it can be overstated, a totally historic assault on, I don't want to sound too much like a lib, but, the democracy itself. It's funny, a year ago, they were warning about the assault on democracy, and now those same people are some of the most quiet and paralyzed by the moment. But the truth is, the attack on the civil service, the attack on all of the services that our government provides, really does constitute an attack on democracy. And it really can't be overstated. So, yeah, that's how I see it. There's a lot to say about what we're doing to try to fight it, but unfortunately we're starting a little later than I'd like to have, but here we are.
So there was a National Day of Action yesterday, and could you quickly go over what some of your demands were and what you guys did?
Yeah, so the Day of Action was called less than 2 weeks ago. We just, within a week of the inauguration, it became very clear that he was going to go even harder and faster than anybody really expected. And so we, being a relatively small formation, growing really quickly, we made the call to organize a Day of Action, something we've never done. The FUN has done some webinars, we've done educational stuff for each other. The network originated as a bunch of us local officers. I'm the president of my local. A bunch of us presidents who were kind of frustrated with the state of the labor movement had started working together. But in the last few weeks, we realized even though we're small, even though we don't have the depth or the resources that we'd like to have right now, somebody had to take a stand, and we figured that if we did, maybe we could attract towards us the federal workers who are looking for how to get involved in the fight, but also the broader public sympathies that we're looking for some organization to direct it towards. And I think we were right on both counts. I mean, there's been a huge influx of support, not only from the broader public, but most importantly to me, federal workers are coming towards us in droves. And so the Day of Action was themed around the slogan SOS, right? The Save Our Services, but SOS being obviously a distress signal to the broader public. Because, while they're framing it, right, Elon Musk is framing it as efficiency and fixing the federal workforce, really it has little to nothing to do with that. It's about attacking the services that protect the public from predatory lenders, and it's about protecting the socialized healthcare that veterans benefit from, the Veterans Administration. So many services protecting our environment. They're really going after the entire regulatory state and anything that stands in the way of their pursuit of more profit. And the day of action was really successful. I think there were 35 or 40 cities where we had actions. Some of them, like in New York, where I am, were really big. We had more than 1,000 people up. And I think it was the first necessary escalatory step as we build towards what will be the necessary forces to actually stop them, which ultimately is going to have to be a lot of power we build. And we're looking to the broader public sector labor movement, the broader labor movement. The broader public really, I think, has to step into the streets with us if we're going to be able to stop them.
Yeah. Can you go over at least some of the anecdotes that you have in terms of like what kind of immediate issues will arise from federal workers being laid off in this unceremonious manner, in a very swift manner?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I think we're just seeing the beginning of it, right? They're going after the easiest targets, the probationary targets. There's little to no regulatory requirement for justifying the termination of a probationary employee. Although some of us do have some experience in fighting probationary terminations. It's not totally
what is a probationary employee for people that might not know?
Yeah, the first year of anyone's federal employment, sometimes it's 2 years, depends on when you were hired, which agency, but the point is the first year typically of your employment in the federal government, you are probationary. And what that means is your boss can fire you for any reason in that first year. Now, they are required to state what that reason is, and that reason has to be based in some fact. I say that because the basis of these mass probationary terminations are likely counter to those regulations. But a probationary employee is basically anybody who's new enough that management reserves the right to fire you. And it's important, like when you hit that 366th day and you're done with your 1 year, now a bunch more protections kick in that you didn't have otherwise. It's worth noting that most probationary, well, I don't know about most, but a lot of probationary employees are not early career. Some are, of course, but many are extremely high value, experienced folks who came out of the private sector, maybe some other public sector service. I spent 7.5 years working as a dredger. I worked for a dredging contractor, and I got hired by the Army Corps of Engineers because I carried a ton of dredging subject matter expertise. So there's this idea that, they're just letting off the most, inexperienced people, and it's just really not true.
Someone in the chat saying probationary employees are not at will. And there is some confusion on that. So they can still be fired, or at least, like, obviously the mass layoffs imply that there wasn't automatically a performance-based reason for their firing, which is what they were saying they were firing all the probationary employees for, right? But what are the odds in terms of virtually every single probationary employee having performance complications, right? So that there is this still is illegal, I suspect.
Totally. I mean, the regs say, and I only know this because we're in the middle of a fight for a probationary termination earlier this year, where the supervisor terminated the employee, and everything they asserted in the letter of termination was just not true. And so as we dug into it and I consulted the lawyers, what we realized was, well, the regulations require, and I think this is government-wide, it might just be to those of us in the Department of Defense, but basically requires that there must be a reason. And implicit is that reason must be based in fact. So if the assertion is that it's a performance problem, but a recent performance evaluation and all available records indicate that this person did not have any performance problems, then they've been terminated for a false reason, and on those grounds can be disputed. So it's not actually an interesting anecdote. Last night, actually, if folks happen to, I have a feeling your viewership probably doesn't overlap a ton with MSNBC, but if anybody caught the interview I did on MSNBC last night, the guy I was with had just been terminated 2 days ago now. And what he described was he and everybody else who was terminated, all the probationary employees who were terminated he worked at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, CFPB. And he and all of his fellow probationary employees got the same exact email, and they didn't do the mail merger right.
What are the odds?
Exactly. They all had exactly the same performance problems, but they didn't do the mail merger right. So it said like, dear first name, last name, literally said dear first name, last name, and then proceeded to explain how your performance indicates that you know, we have to let you go or whatever. I mean, it's very clearly not the spirit of, you know, probationary. Probation is supposed to be a time to assess whether or not this person is right for federal service, and that's clearly not what they're doing.
Can we briefly talk about one of the other like existing long-term issues that that virtually exists in all private and public sector jobs in general, which is the problem with understaffing, at least in my experience covering.
Hi, my name is Astrid and I'm a watercolor illustrator. You may know me by my artist name Urban Anna or see my work on Instagram. Drawing and painting has changed how I view the world. We all live busy lives and it's easy to forget that our surroundings
Labor issues with regular frequency. One of the things that most people actually strike over is understaffing, and the nurses union immediately comes to mind. Like, so consistently, no matter where they are in the world, even under the National Healthcare Service in the UK, or many different private networks here in the United States of America, nurses are constantly complaining about, understandably, complaining about understaffing. And I feel like this is a problem that persists in the federal regulatory agencies in the federal government as well. So mass layoffs of probationary workers across the board is obviously not only technically not legal, but also is coming at a time when we need more workers, not less. So this is one of the very foreseeable problems, I think, that the Trump administration is bringing about. You have planes falling out of the sky. You have air traffic control towers that are understaffed. You got 3 guys sometimes doing the work of 10 people or even 30 people. And they're not going to be able to produce the same work. And I think regulation and safety related issues especially require everyone in the workforce to be both competent and not overexploited for this reason. So what do you suspect will happen in terms of these mass layoffs at a time when the federal government needs more workers, not less?
I mean, first, just to confirm, the whole federal government, I can speak best, of course, to my experience, you know, at the Army Corps, but the whole federal government is understaffed. I mean, so much work. I mean, it's crazy how much we do. Just like I work at the New York district of the Army Corps. We do all this military construction support for the different arsenals, West Point, all these different, you know, military bases in the region, but also, you know, all the flood walls and levees, their initial construction and maintenance, and there's a bunch of studies that we do around like protecting against future Hurricane Sandy type events. Like the program is massive. I think it was pushing $1 billion per year just this last year. And our workforce is like, you know, it's probably down to 500 now. We were already having a staffing problem because the labor market's been tight. So you're totally right about the premise that we're understaffed as is. But what's the effect? And I think they know it. They don't have a problem with exacerbating the staffing crisis because that's precisely what they're going to use to further privatize all of the services that we provide. And you'd think about an agency like mine, which historically isn't primarily a contracting agency that contracts everything out. The Army Corps of Engineers, you know, does its own engineering and designing and architecture. And I mean, we used to do much more of our own construction. You know, the last decades of neoliberal privatization has corresponded with a lot of the offloading of what was previously considered, what's the term, like inherently governmental work. Like the definition of inherently governmental has been getting trimmed up. And now they're trying to collapse us. And I'm sure their goal is to make us exclusively a contracting agency where like project management functions, planning, engineering, like all of it, they want to give out to these big AE firms. And you can figure all the corollaries at NASA in the ways that companies like SpaceX are going to benefit from understaffing turned into privatization. They'll justify the privatization on the basis of the understaffing that they created by firing all the probationary terminations and all that.
What are I feel like this also has a self-defeating cycle as well, because the less competent the government seems, the easier it is for people to advocate for more tax cuts, because they just simply don't see any of the benefits. Many of the benefits are obviously invisible in general, but I mean, this is one of those aspects that's like very much a necessity. Like building a dam or a levee, I think that's it. That's like the maintaining it is probably one of the most important things you can do. So, where do you see all of this going? I guess.
Yeah, no, it's such a good point. One of my main collaborators in the Federal Unionist Network made this point last week on one of the interviews she did, which is like, our work is vindicated precisely by its invisibility. It's the fact that you didn't get sick from that water you drank and that food that you ate and the air that you breathed and the flood that didn't happen. It's the absence of news stories that vindicates the work that we do. And so it's going to be really important that we get good at messaging these next few weeks and months, because the attack is only going to continue, right? They're starting with probationary hires. They're going to pursue much deeper cuts.
Yeah.
And I think what we have to remind folks is, and really ask folks, like, I think everybody has an obligation to look at where the things that they benefit from come from. So if a member of your family has a home health aide, chances are that service is one way or another subsidized by federal dollars. If your kid's class size is kept under a certain unreasonable threshold, 30 or 25 or whatever's the standards.
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wireless. That's why instead of hiring an expensive director for this commercial, we found someone willing to work for candy and approval. Hey, sweetie, Daddy's face is up here. Okay, there you go. All right, admit, no, too high, honey. There you go. Hey, nap time. So embarrassing. Sorry, guys, this one's on me.
I've been using hers for 7 months, and I have lost 40 pounds. It feels amazing.
Now, that's informed by money subsidized through the Department of Education to local cities and states. I think we obviously, as federal workers, I can describe how what I do matters. And, the news stories that don't happen because dredging happens, the entire economy depends on keeping sediment from accruing in the shipping channels that allow goods to come in and out of all the ports, right? I can describe. I think we need the broader public who supports us, who sees the crisis, to help us share the narrative and be like, whether it's the healthcare that you as a veteran receive, which is like some of the best socialized. People always talk about how, Canada or Europe, they've got such great socialized healthcare, as if we don't have one of the best socialized healthcare systems in the world. Granted, it's not for the entire population, but veterans receive some of the best healthcare in the world, and it's totally socialized, and the right sees it as this ripe fruit for picking apart and, making for profit.
Yeah,
like the rest of us.
They've actively tried to dismantle VA and also privatize it, and have seen some success in recent years in terms of privatization. A big problem with the VA, however, is that its pool of its pool of people that are in the VA are unlike any other healthcare pool at all. It's constantly growing, and also virtually every single person needs it. Like, they need higher level care than the average person that you can normally hedge against. That's just how insurance works. You have everyone buy into it, and the healthy are supposed to subsidize those who desperately need it. Of course, there would be no need for a VA if we had universal health care. But yes, Republicans are also actively, and some Democrats even are actively working to dismantle the VA and privatize that as well. So I guess one last question, and thank you so much for coming on and taking the time out of your day. One last question I have is what would you rate the Democratic Party right now and their competence against all the things that are happening? Do you feel like they're mounting any defense whatsoever, or even or a significant one?
I mean, I think the answer is pretty clearly no, not yet. But I think it's important to say not yet. I don't want to, we need them to get off their asses. The first one, for all the media stuff I've done, and I'm an engineer, and yeah, I'm a union leader, so I have some experience doing public stuff a little bit. But like, this is unprecedented, right? I mean, the first media thing I did was with an interview at somebody at the New York Times asked me a bunch of questions, and the one piece that they kept was that I'm a constituent of Hakeem Jeffries. I live in Brooklyn, and Hakeem Jeffries is my rep. And he had just like a couple days prior did that thing where he I don't know if he physically threw his hands in the air, but he basically figuratively threw his hands in the air and said, "It's their government. There's nothing we can do." And I think that's been the lead. The paralysis that you see in the Democratic Party has been set from its leadership. And so for them, I think we have to give them a big fat F for their conduct so far. Obviously, there are some great exceptions. I mean, Rashida Tlaib came out to the Federal Unionist Network indoor rally we did at Busboys and Poets in DC last week. AOC came out last night to the rally we did. So like the left, the squad are showing up. And the thing is, we're not going to win if it's just them. We're going to have to figure out others. And there are some other more, liberal, mainstream Dems. I mean, Pritzker, I can't believe I'm going to say anything good about Pritzker, but Governor of Illinois declaring the severity of the crisis at the moment, we need people to we need them to move beyond the rhetoric, though. For those who aren't even reaching the rhetoric, we need them to find it. And for those who are, willing to throw around the rhetoric, we're going to need them to actually embolden, forces into the streets. I mean, we are putting out a call. The SOS distress signal is targeted at the public, but with a strategic focus on public sector unions. So our hope is that political leaders, but perhaps most importantly, union leaders who have a relatively recent history of militancy at the public level, at the city and state level of public unions, we need them to, remember that muscle memory and be willing to go back out into the streets, jointly with us as federal workers. And, Trump and Musk, they know they're creating a political crisis. They think they can manage it. Our job, the labor movement's job, is to make it unmanageable. And I think that's only going to happen through unprecedented political mobilizations. And if ever there was a time for it, it's now. And yeah, that's what we're hoping to inspire over the weeks and months ahead.
And what can members of my community do to help in this struggle?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. The comms folks wouldn't let me live it down if I didn't say it. A few things. One is, if you're a federal worker, which some of your listeners may be.
Oh no, there's plenty.
Join the fund. The Federal Unionist Network is for you. Ultimately, I mean, obviously we have a broader mission right now, but we get our power, our strength from the federal workforce that's coming into our ranks. And I'll say it a couple times. The website for everybody to go to is go.savepublicservices.com.
Taxes is paying the price every single year. Now taxes is TurboTax, beating your last tax pro's price. Switch to a TurboTax expert now. We'll beat your last tax pro's price and get you the most money back, guaranteed. Now this is taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
If you're a federal worker, there's a box to check to say you are, and we'll follow up to learn more details, what your union is, all that stuff. But so for federal workers, join the fund, get involved. If you're not a member of your union, obviously join it. If you don't have a union, you can form one. In fact, we're working really closely the Emergency Workplace Organizing Committee, one of the most important formations of the last few years. They do new organizing, and FUN and EWOC are teamed up now to help organize new federal unions, because, you know, despite that we are high density in the federal sector, there's still hundreds of thousands of union eligible folks who don't have a union. If you're not a federal worker, you can still help, I think, by sharing your stories. And like I said before, understand, like, you and your community, how you benefit from federal services, and find any opportunity to share that. Because I think the invisibility of the federal services is part of our problem. We need everybody to help reshape the narrative about how federal service actually connects, you know, whether it's labor rights that are protected by the NLRA, or it's environmental protections that are upheld by the Environmental Protection Agency. Those are important. I gave you the URL. I'll give it again: go.savepublicservices.com. And, you know, the regular stuff around contacting your representatives, I think it's still important, and perhaps it's more important. As somebody who generally, like, has put their political attention to the union work and building a strong union, and I've always kind of like, sure, contact your representatives too. Now it actually feels like we can make a difference in the political calculus of elected representatives, because the crisis is so severe and because so many of them are paralyzed by the moment. I actually think that the pressure pushing, you know, those otherwise confused electeds who don't know who they're going to piss off by taking this or that action, I think they're actually really subject to pressure. So if you can push your electeds to actually do something meaningful to support whatever mobilizations are happening in your community, I'm less cynical about that as like a necessary tactic right now than I may have been in traditional times. But these are not traditional times, so call your representatives.
All right. Perfect. Thank you so much for coming on, and good luck to all of your future endeavors. And we'll try to
really appreciate the chance.
Yeah, of course. We'll try to help out as much as we can over here.
Yeah, happy to update you anytime. Appreciate the opportunity.
All right. Thanks a lot, Chris. Bye.
Take care.
Hold on, before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one platform that replaces all of these. I'm talking about live scheduling, time tracking, and digital forms that help you stay in control. Use instant team updates and personal or group chats to communicate easily and effectively. So stop spreading your business across apps, whiteboards, binders, platforms. It's exhausting, it's expensive, and honestly, it's unnecessary. Join thousands of businesses that simplified employee management, cut costs in basically half, and got back the time to focus on what matters most. Start your free trial now at connectteam.com.
You know what's this? Only 4 days ago, last Thursday, we buried the remains of my parents. My mom was burned so badly, she cannot be identified. I lost them on October the 7th. I lost so many of my childhood friends, their parents, their children. Many were kidnapped to Gaza. I was drowning in an ocean of sorrow and pain. I was broken into pieces. Few nights after losing them, I had a dream. I was sleeping at night, crying. My entire body was in pain, and through my tears, I could see everyone crying. The entire humanity was crying with me. Our tears went down on our face to our bodies. Our bodies were wounded, damaged from the war. And then our tears washed our bodies and healed it.
I'll be right back.
Making it whole again. And then our tears went down to the ground, and the ground was red from blood. Our tears washed the blood from the ground, purifying the ground. And then the ground was beautiful and shining. And on that ground, I could see the path to peace. I woke up shaking, and immediately I knew that this is the path I must choose. The path of not taking revenge, the path of reconciliation. And you've been walking this path for decades. We met only once before October 7th, even that was for 2 minutes maybe. But you were among the first one to reach out, send your condolences, support, and I will always love you for being there for me in my hardest time.
No, Maoz, when I sent you that message to offer my condolences after your parents were killed, I was surprised by your answer, not just to me, but your public answer. Because you said you're not only crying for your parents, you're also crying for the people in Gaza who are losing their lives. And that you do not want what happened to you to be justifying anyone taking revenge. You do not want to justify war. And it's so hard to do that. So much easier to want revenge, to be angry. But you are a brave man. I needed much more time. When my brother, Taysir, who's 19 years old, was killed by Israeli soldiers, I was angry. I was bitter. And I wanted vengeance. I was 10 years old then, and I thought there is no other choice. And only 8 years later, when I went to study Hebrew with Jewish immigrants to Israel, that's only when I realized that we can be allies, we can be partners. And I realized that I do have a choice. Regardless of what other people do, the choice is always mine. And I do not want to take revenge. That when I choose to be angry and hateful, I'm being a slave to the person who killed my brother. These last few months has been like a nightmare that never ends. Everyone I know in Gaza have lost family members. My friend Abdurrahim, he lost 50 people in his family. In this photo, you can see all these kids have been killed, and in the upper middle photo, the father of these kids was in Israel when they were killed. And he wanted to come back to see his kids one last time. He couldn't. He ended up back to Gaza, but never was able to make it to his house. What's amazing, though, is Abdurrahim is just like you. I talked to him yesterday, and he said, I'm still as committed to peace as I was before. I do not want my story to lead to hate. And even now, as his parents are in northern Gaza, unable to get food, unable to leave, he's still committed to this message. And it makes me wonder, how do you make such a choice in the midst of so much tragedy?
You know, I've been interviewed like 100 times in the recent months, and this is the most easiest question. It's for my parents. It's my parents' legacy. And when we put their remains in the ground, I realized that they prepared me for that moment. They taught me what to say and how to act after they will be killed. I was born in a kibbutz, just 1.5 kilometers from the border with Gaza, that was established by my grandparents. They were both Zionist pioneers, immigrated to Palestine under the British mandate about a century ago. And my father was also born in this kibbutz, and my father was a farmer. It's very, very difficult to be a farmer, even more difficult to be in the tourism industry. And 1 year, I remember that 1 year there was a drought. And then the second, there was a flood. And the third, there were insects. And at the end of each of those devastating seasons, my father will always tell me, Maoz, next year, I'm going to sow again. Because next year is going to be a better year. And my mom was a very talented mandalas painter. She painted thousands of mandala. And from all the mandala she painted, she gave me only one as a present. This is the one she gave me. And on this mandala, this is for you. I made it for you. And on the mandala she gave me, she wrote, we can achieve all our dreams if we'll be brave enough to chase them. And in the last 20 years, I've been chasing and fulfilling many dreams. I opened the first guest house ever in the old city of Nazareth, the Fauzi Azar. I was co-founding the Jesus Trail, Abraham Hostel and Tours, and many other dreams. And in all those dreams, I was following 5 steps. Dreaming, many of us forgot or don't brave enough to dream. Creating a partnership and a coalition with as many stakeholders as possible. Reaching shared value and common ground between the partnership. Writing a very detailed roadmap and executing. And I believe this is exactly what we need to do now in order to make our dream into a reality. And I was partnering with Palestinians, with Israeli, with Jordanian, with Egyptian, and I learned that the first step in reaching a shared society and a shared future is knowing the other side narrative. And following your work for many years, even though we met only once, I think there is no one in the world that knows better how we can take our divided narratives and make them into a shared future and a shared society. So thank you for all what you have done so far. Really, it's amazing.
No, Maoz, I worked in 70 countries and peace and conflict. And everywhere I worked, I found that we share the same problems. The cause of conflicts are the same. It's lack of recognition, not willing to understand each other, historical narrative, and not having a shared vision for our future. And not doing those things is a fatal mistake. We live next to each other, and yet we are so divided. We cannot talk, we cannot meet, we cannot have a conversation. There are roadblocks, there are checkpoints, there are walls that divide us, there is societal pressure that makes us not being able to talk to each other. And I know this because my dad's first time ever going to a synagogue was in the United States when he came to visit me. He went to a Friday prayer, but the mosque was too full and the Muslim community rented a synagogue, so he ended up praying in a synagogue. And he came back and told me he was so excited about it, and I thought, Jerusalem is full of synagogues. And yet, his first time ever being in a synagogue is in the States. That's how divided we are, how little we know about each other. But we also must learn to ask hard questions, be honest and willing to listen. My dad's first time to a peace meeting was one that I organized. And when he came, he asked a question that I thought, oh my goodness, how could you do that? He said, did the Holocaust happen? And just like the gasps we hear here, everybody in the meeting was terrified. I thought I'm going to lose my job for my dad asking the question and regretted inviting him to the peace meeting. But you know what? Because of that question, one of the Holocaust survivors in the meeting, he took my dad and 70 other Palestinians to the Holocaust Memorial. It was the first time such a big delegation going there, and they had this hard conversation. Later, the Israelis in the meeting ended up coming and having a similar conversation about Palestinian history narrative, going to a town that was destroyed in 1948 in the Nakba. I've been working in the last 20-some years and finding ways to ask those questions. In 2009, I co-founded Mejdi Tours and later Interact International with my Jewish friend, Scott, to do that, to give a context, a place where we can build a movement of citizen diplomats, where you can have dual narrative tours, an Israeli and a Palestinian co-leading a tour, and then in many other, dozen of other countries. So we can find a framework. We can say, how can I learn from you? What is it that we can push each other to do? And maybe that's the question. What have we learned from each other?
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house for any reason, click the button under this video to see if my offer is right for you. We make the process of selling your house easy and simple. No commissions, no fees. We'll buy your house in as-is condition, and you pick the closing date. No appraisals, no repairs, no hassles. All offers are completely confidential, and there is no obligation whatsoever. Click the button below this video and fill out a short survey so we can make you a cash offer today. If you're struggling to sell your house, this is the fastest and easiest way to get money into your pocket ASAP. Yes, we will really buy your home in any condition. We've dealt with it all. Click the link now to see how much cash you can get for your house today. Best case scenario, you'll get rid of a huge pain in record time with a nice chunk of change in your pocket. What do you have to lose?
Yeah, so regarding to your further questions, I think it was November that a very, very good Palestinian friend asked me, Maoz, can I ask you a difficult question? I said, you are my friend, you can ask whatever you like. She asked me, Maoz, maybe your parents' house was burned from a crossfire from the IDF and not from the Hamas. And she was literally denying October the 7th. And I was shocked. I didn't know what to say. And then I stopped for a second. And I told her, you know what? What does it matter? What does it matter? My parents are dead. And they are dead because of the conflict and the war that has been going on for so long. And it's our mission to stop it. And I learned so much in the recent months from speaking and dialoguing with Palestinians. I learned that we must forgive for the past. We must forgive for the present. But we cannot and should not forgive for the future. Not to ourselves and to no one else if we want to make the future a better future. I learned that our stories were split in the past with the different chosen son of Abraham. And for many centuries, our stories were parallel. And the gap between them is becoming wider as we are getting to the present. And it's became to get wider with the beginning of the Zionist movement and the Palestinian national movement. And with all the war we've been waging on each other, it's becoming wider and wider. And now, in the present, it's as wide as ever. Our stories was never apart as they are now. But there is a miracle. There is a miracle. Our stories meet. They meet in the future. We meet in the future that is based on reconciliation and recognition, that is based on security and safety, and of course, on equality. And now we must use the same steps I used to fulfill, or we used to fulfill our previous dreams in making this dream into reality. We are all dreaming of peace. We are building a coalition. Palestinian, Israelis, supporters from all over the world. We share the same values and common ground. Right now, we are writing a very detailed, informative roadmap, and we are already starting to execute. And what we are doing now, tonight, we are executing the first 2 chapters of our roadmap. We are amplifying our voices and building our legitimacy as the leaders of the future. And I could not ask for a better partner, for a better companion than you, Aziz.
When people hear this, and I think we are much stronger together than ever alone. We've been doing so much work on campuses with anti-Jewish and anti-Muslim hate, with helping people in our own community finding ways to organize. But I think people can hear this and think, so you can lose people in your family and not be angry? And I think that's a mistake. We are angry. I am very angry. Every time I read the newspaper, I'm angry. Every time I talk to one of my friends in Gaza, I am angry. But the thing is, I do not let anger, and we do not let anger drown us in hate and wanting vengeance. Instead, I think of anger like a nuclear power. It can lead to destruction, and it can make light. And my hope is that we continue to use anger as a way to bring people together, to ask ourselves, what can I do to make things better?
Yeah. And that's bring me to the most important. I love you. And it brings me to the most important lessons I learned. That hope is an action. It's not something you find, not something you can lose, it's something you are making. And I came up with this very basic formula, recipe, how to make hope. First, like love, you cannot do it by yourself. You are doing it with others. And we are starting, because it's we are starting by envisioning a better future. And then we are acting to make this future into a reality. It's act. We must act. And through the process, we always need to convince first ourselves and all our coalition and everyone that is willing to listen that our actions are effective. It's very simple.
Yep.
It's very simple, and this is what we must do. And I believe that if we will be brave enough and brilliant enough, we can make this future into a reality in the near future, that by 2030 or before, there's going to be peace between the river and the sea.
You know, we say today ideas change everything. And I have an idea. People look at us and think we are divided because you're Israeli and I'm Palestinian, Muslims and Jews. But if you must divide us, people should divide us as those of us who believe in justice, peace, and equality, and those who don't yet. And our work here is to invite everyone, to invite you to join us into our work, into bringing everyone together to take a stand that says, we are not enemies. Do not be mistaken. We lost our family members. We did not lose our sanity. We did not lose our minds. We are here together saying we will fight on the same side for justice and for peace. Thank you.
Want zero transfer fees and great rates to Jamaica? Send your first online money transfer with MoneyGram, the fast and easy way to send money.
Score free supplies in Michael's Maker Hall. Stock up and save with BOGOs on thousands of creative faves. Shop today for deals on all strung beads, all canvas, and all yarn. Plus frames, art supplies, and more. And save when you buy in bulk with Michael's Pro.
Welcome back to Behind the Bastards, a podcast that is mourning the temporary loss of its producer today. Sophie got into a little bit of a kerfuffle with the FTC. Some shots were exchanged. Anyway, she's on the run now, but we're expecting her to report back in from her mountain hideaway any day. But until she gets back, Samantha McVeigh is with me today, this week. Samantha, how are you doing?
Good.
How's life?
I was just saying, I feel like Sophie is our adult that supervises, so I'm a little nervous that she's not here, but it's okay, because I also did another show with Margaret, and Sophie wasn't there either, so maybe is she mad at me? Oh, no.
No. It's
She's just running.
It's just she's on the run from the law.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
It's fine. Once she gets to our hidden mountain fastness in an undisclosed location in the Rockies, she'll be back on the calls. Everything will be fine.
So get some Morse code. I like it.
Yeah, we're going to be doing the podcast via Morse code. Yeah, that is going to be the only way to communicate. Yeah. We're going to get some code talkers, but with like maybe Klingon based. I don't think the feds can crack that one yet. Not anymore. They got all those feds out. Those are the first people the Trump folks fired. Samantha, Stuff Your Mom Never Told You is your podcast. You got anything else you want to plug up at the top here before we get into our subject for the week?
I don't think so. Yeah, I'm on a podcast. It has a book. It's been around for a bit.
It has
That's
been.
it.
Yeah, an OG. And speaking of OGs, we're going to be talking about one of the OGs of being an abusive Christian cult leader in the United States, the worst preacher of all time, a guy that Los Angeles residents are going to be aware of, as well as most of our Alabama listeners, Tony Alamo.
What?
Have you heard of this guy? Do you know Tony Alamo?
I don't know, which is what I'm kind of surprised by, because I was really deep into the Christian world, so I don't know this one.
He is Well, he's one of the weirder ones, and he's one of like the worst people wherever this guy. Oh man, he does all of the evil cult leader things, child trafficking, slave labor, you know, all the good stuff. Abuse of a corpse. It's great. We got a lot of fun stuff today.
So modern day Christianity. Let's go.
Yeah. So again, his last name is Alamo, but it's spelled Alamo, but that's not how it's pronounced because the state of Texas would have come after him then. He would have had the Rangers on him long before the FBI finally took him down. If he'd been weakening Texas's brand. But yeah, Tony Alamo. And this is kind of a weird one in that he is not the initial leader of his cult. That's kind of his wife. So it starts out as him being almost like used by this cult that he later winds up running. Like he's always one of the people running it, but like his wife is definitely much more like the driving force of the cult when they get started, which is interesting. You don't see that a lot, you know?
Right.
You know, so this is we're going to be talking about a feminist icon in the world of establishing a cult that traffics children across state lines.
An icon? Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, it's good. Girls can do everything the boys can do.
Correct. Including trafficking.
Including trafficking, that's right.
Obviously.
We're always saying that.
Equal opportunity. I love it.
Yeah. So one of my favorite things about this is that these guys, the people we're talking about today, were very good friends of one of our friends of the pod, who had a run-in of his own with law enforcement in a town called Waco. But I'm getting ahead of myself here.
Okay. I was wondering. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, a little bit of there's some
Alamo.
Waco that comes in here. Yeah, Alamo, yeah. Waco.
Just all seem too convenient.
That's right. Now, Tony was not just the leader of the cult. You know, again, he was basically its first member, or maybe co-leader with the woman who became his wife, who we're going to talk about before we talk about Tony, because she is fascinating too. Edith Opal Horn, which is, you know, and she's got that serial killer name starting. I know Opal, there's something sinister about that as a middle name.
It's sinister and it's also bless your heart. Like she's gonna poison you, but it's gonna be in a really great pie.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, and she is. She is a down-home girl. Now, if your first thought when I said Tony Alamo was that like, oh well, that's way too good a name of a cult leader to be a real cult leader's name, you are correct. And Tony was not born Tony Alamo. He was born Bernie Lazar Hoffman on September 20th, 1934 in Joplin, Missouri. So again, this is kind of rare for evangelical Christian cult leaders, but he was born into a Jewish family. His parents were immigrants from Romania. And while this may seem like an unlikely background, again, for an evangelical Christian cult leader, Bernie's family was never religious. And as a boy, his parents told him, hey, you should tell people that you're Romanian, not Jewish, because if you tell them you're Jewish, you're going to get beaten up, right? Like we're in Joplin, Missouri in the 40s and 50s, you know, you really don't want to be dropping that too much. Now, Edith was also born into a Jewish family on April 25th, 1924 in Alma, Arkansas, a small town about the same size as Dyer, Kansas, where the family moved shortly after her birth. Her father was a convert or her family was mixed religion. It's a little unclear to me because she told her daughter later that she first encountered the Bible, reciting passages from it at her father's sickbed. He'd been sent home from the military early due to contracting tuberculosis, and over the course of several years, he wasted away and tried to stay outside to avoid spreading the illness to his family. So he's like camping out to try to stop from getting his family sick.
Okay.
Which is,
technique.
Yeah, I mean, that's some real, like, 30s
I was like, let's
shit
just
right
quarantine
there.
you out there.
Yeah, Dad
Out.
lives in the yard because otherwise they'll get us all killed. Edith would later claim to have refused to listen to what he said, like, because she was convinced that she could heal him by reciting Bible passages. So she, like, insisted on sitting next to his cot or whatever at night. This may have been later myth-making after she converted because our only source on her childhood is her. Either way, what we can confirm is that from an early age, Edith dreamed of being a star in the newly forming film industry, which had just come to be centered in Hollywood, California. But her dreams were interrupted by the normal patterns of life in a small southern town, by which I mean she got pregnant extremely young. Right. Obviously, right? Obviously. Like she's a dire, like Arkansas in the fucking 30s and 40s.
What else is there to do?
Well, I mean, literally, there is nothing else that you can do aside from get pregnant early and have your brothers and husband die of various coal-related diseases or farming-related accidents, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Like, people there have numerous different things that they can do with their lives, all of which involve dying young.
Dying young.
Yeah, so Debbie Scrivener describes what happened next in the book Whispering in the Daylight, which is about the Alamos. Quote, she married at 14, had a baby at 15, and divorced at 16. It was then that Edith Opel decided to take charge of her own journey to stardom and headed to California. When she reached Hollywood, Edith Opel changed her name to Susan Fleetwood. After failed attempts at a singing and acting career, she married and then divorced Saul Lipowitz and converted from her Jewish roots to evangelical Christianity. She began to preach and teach informally. And she just straight up abandons her son. Right now, this is her son that she has at 15. But yeah, she just kind of bounces on the family she's got over there, moves to Hollywood, and starts trying to make it. And the one daughter that she has with Saul Lipowitz is named Christhion, like Christ, Hiaon, Coy. I'm guessing Coy was... I mean, I don't actually know where Coy comes from here. That must be her married name. That's what she writes under as an adult. I have never heard of the name Christian before. This may be a misspelling of the name Christon, like Christ-O-N, which is a Latin girl's name that means follower of Christ. But I don't know. Christian doesn't appear to be anything, right?
It sounds like it's an amalgamation of saying Christ and then like Thessalonians and one of the chapters out of the Bible or something
maybe,
like
that. Yeah, somebody's flipping through a Bible on an epidural and it's like, I got a name.
I'll take these two things, splice them together. Beautiful.
Yeah, perfect.
No problems here.
Yeah. Now, according to Chris, we're going to call her Chris because I'm not going to try to pronounce that name the whole time. And that's generally what she seems to go by. Edith, her mom, makes a living during this period primarily as a con woman because she's trying to find work in the movie. She does some acting gigs, but her career doesn't take off, right? Her daughter will credit this to the fact that she just does not have the look that Hollywood's going for in this period. She was, per her daughter, quote, beautiful in the weirdest way. Not like you would look at her and go, wow, a striking beauty. But when she walked in a room, she had so much command that people stopped talking. So she's not the kind of, she doesn't have the right look to get the big Hollywood gigs, but she does have the right look to like make people pay attention to her and kind of gravitates naturally to conning them as a result.
I mean, this all tracks to where she goes. I mean, it feels like it's very on point.
Perfectly natural. Yes, I'm seeing the A to B here very easily. When she managed to get work or successfully work at con, the family would have money. And so during Chris's childhood, they swung wildly between mild solvency and absolute poverty with such regularity that it made Chris's childhood kind of dizzying. Also dizzying was the violence that Edith employed on a near daily basis. And I'm not going to read a lot of detailed stories of physical abuse here. Chris has a book that she's going to write later about her childhood. And her book, Mama Said, has some of the worst and most descriptions of like the beating and psychological abuse of a little kid that I've ever read. Edith is a very bad mother. Like I cannot overemphasize how abusive this woman is to her daughter. Or at least that's how Chris relates it. I don't know why she would lie about the specific things that she's lying about, given that they comport entirely with the life that Edith is going to live from this point forward.
Right.
So, Edith, now living as Susan, and her daughter spent years on the margins. Once Chris is 13, Edith is like, hey, you got to start earning your keep, right? You're basically an adult woman. It's time for you to start going out for parts and recording demo tapes as a singer. And, you know, you kind of get the feeling that part of what she's doing is like, hey, you know, you're the age that a lot of creeps in Hollywood are interested in. If you can make that work for us, go do it, right? It's a bad, again, childhood The two live in a one-room apartment with a pull-down Murphy bed and survive primarily off of what Chris describes as mystery cans, which are canned foods with the labels removed that sold for cheaper than regular food.
Yeah.
Quote, you would open these cans and whatever you opened, you ate.
It's like a surprise.
It's like a surprise. Yeah, exactly. You're keeping your life interesting. Probably just pounding a lot of pure fucking coconut oil or whatever. Like
right. I'm imagining some kind of potted meat,
milk?
maybe.
Yeah, pie
Expired
meat. Yeah,
soups.
if you're lucky, pie meat. Yeah, a lot of expired suits. Soups. Oh my god. Yeah, that's like that's such a perfect like absolute poverty story right there. Yeah, just eating mystery cans with my mom as she tries to pimp me out to the music industry.
She beats me, tells me I have to keep, like get pregnant soon.
Yeah, get pregnant or drop and eat pee, right? Like those are your options. So by this point, by the time Chris is 13, Edith has aged out of most of the roles that interested her, right? She is, again, particularly for this period of Hollywood, too old to become a leading lady, right? And the bulk of her earnings now come from con artistry. And here is how Debbie Scrivener describes her most successful and repeated con. She developed her evangelical skills by scamming churches under the pretense of being a missionary seeking funds. She would say to Chris, put on a dress, we're going to do a church. They would go, and during the service, Susan would stand and say, I have a message from the Lord, and I need to speak. Susan would speak, Chris would sing, church members would pass a love offering, and mother and daughter would leave with money. And so at age 34, Edith Opal Horn gave birth to a new persona, Susan Lipowitz, with business acumen, powers of persuasion, and gritty determination well in place. There's some disagreement in my sources over when she starts going by Susan, but it appears to be something she takes on as part of this, like, I'm going to be scamming churches. And I think it's interesting, again, that she comes from, like, a background that is very much not evangelical Christianity, which may be why she knows how to manipulate these people so well. Maybe it's just the simple fact that none of this is sacred to her in the way it is to these people. So she's able to kind of look in from the outside and like, oh, I know how to fuck with these. I know how to get their money, right?
Yeah.
I know what they want to hear. They want to see my daughter singing. Yeah.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can.
I mean, if she truly was trying to heal her father, realize it doesn't work and this is BS, they're like, I'm going to just take their money then.
I'm going to take their fucking money. They lied to me when my dad was sick. But yeah, maybe there's something there too.
Just say
that's
trauma.
If I'm greenlighting the HBO miniseries, that's at least how I try
that's
to
how
like
we're
give
gonna
her.
begin.
Yeah, that's how we're gonna start. Give her a little.
That's her villain origin.
Right. So Susan nursed clear ambitions of turning her daughter into a money ticket. And Chris's initial ambition was music, but Susan was the kind of mom who was more than capable of acting on opportunity. One day in 1964 or 65, when Chris was in 8th grade, she rode home on a city bus. Now, this was during a time, again, we're talking 64 or 65. This is a time of a heightened racial tension, particularly in Los Angeles. The way Chris describes it decades later, and again, Chris is not being raised what we would call racially open-minded, right? Her mom grows up in the South in the 20s and 30s. She is raised believing some very racist things. So Chris sees this group of black girls on the bus and, quote, I may have given them a look they didn't like. I'm not sure. One of the girls responds by sticking out her foot, and Chris trips and falls. And then the girls laugh at her, and other people on the bus start laughing too. And so Chris runs for the exit and then trips herself on her way out, right? So she winds up with like scraped up bloody knees and everything. And that's, as Chris says it, that's all that happened, right? Like, you know, she's probably this girl who's raised very racist, gives a mean look to a black girl who trips her, and the encounter ends, right? In the grand scheme of things, not a huge deal. But when Chris gets home, Susan sees that she has bloody hands and knees, mostly from the second time that she fell on her own. And Susan's like, what happened? And Chris told her, right, I got tripped on the bus by this black girl. And Susan responds, you let a bunch of, and then she drops several slurs in a row, run you off a public bus. Chris tries to explain, I couldn't do anything, but Susan is drunk. So she beats her daughter mercilessly, breaking her nose badly enough that she has to go to the hospital because there's blood coming out of her ears, right? So we're talking like very serious abuse here. So when they get to the hospital, they can't, Susan doesn't want her daughter saying, well, I got tripped on the bus and scraped up my knees, and then my mom beat me so bad I have a concussion, right? Because then mom's going to get arrested, right?
I mean, that's not great.
That's not great. Yeah, that's like even in this period of time in the mid 60s, that's child abuse.
Just saying.
Yeah. So because her injuries require an explanation, Susan on the way over to the hospital is coaching her daughter, who has a head injury, like, hey, you gotta say it was those girls on the bus. You gotta say it was like a race thing, that they beat you up because you're white. And in her book, Mama Said, Chris writes, quote, those 6 black girls, and this is her talking about like what she tells the hospital. Those 6 black girls beat me up on the bus, I told them. I got on the bus and that girl tripped me, uttered racial slurs, knocked me down and kicked me. Mom chimed in to add another fantastic detail every time I retold the story. You know what they said to her? They were screaming at her, screaming, we're going to take over America, you white bitch. They told her this is their city. The nurses, all white, would gasp and cluck.
Oh my
and then
God.
even more racist things get said. I think you get the idea, right? Like Susan is very much leaning into like the like racial animus of the time in order to try and like make this a story that she can sell, not just to these like white hospital workers, but to the media, which is where she's going to go next. Because when she calls the cops are like, we don't really care about some kids getting into a fight on a bus. We're the LAPD and this is the 60s. There's so much else going on right now. And we're the LAPD, so we don't really care about much anyway. So she starts reaching out to every newspaper in town to tell them increasingly elaborate lies about the hate crime her daughter had suffered. The only reporter who shows up is a guy from the Herald Examiner, and the next day Chris is on the front page of the paper. Now this ignites a response from the local community, and that's what brings the cops out. A whole bunch of particularly the most racist people in LA start sending bouquets of flowers to Chris, often with very racist messages in them. Right. Susan, because again, this is all about money for Sue. She tries to sue the bus company and eventually gets her daughter on local TV, which turns her into, in Chris's words, a martyr for the cause. The John Birch Society gets interested, and Susan and Chris are enrolled in the organization. Yeah, so this is like the kind of the first big con Susan realizes she can play with her daughter, is like, I'm gonna try and make her like the face of the anti-integration movement, right? And it, this works for a little while. Spurred to action by media attention, the LAPD takes to the field with the usual degree of confidence you would expect. This is from Chris's book. 6 black girls were arrested, thrown in jail, charged, and dragged into a courtroom to answer for my mother's crime. Mama told me I'd have to testify on the witness stand. The thought made me want to die. Mama caught me trying to overdose on pills before the court date. She poured salt water down my throat until I threw everything up. She didn't beat me this time, though. She couldn't have me showing up to court with fresh wounds. So, pretty bad story. Yeah.
She didn't beat her. That's nice.
Yeah, but she didn't beat her.
Right.
She just nearly drowned her with salt water.
It's fine. Waterboarding. It's fine. It's saline solution. Everything's great. I'm actually surprised that the police didn't jump in and be like, oh, racial stuff? Let's go beat some people. That seems like something they would want to do because they don't actually want to work.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's my expectation, but also you have to note that a big motivator for them is always not doing anything. So when they first get the phone call, they're gonna be like, "What? I don't care. Like, what are you trying to get me to do?
Why are we doing this? Okay."
Yeah. Anyway, so that's what's happened so far. Pretty fun story of outrageous child abuse.
What a beautiful fairy tale.
Yeah, what a beautiful fairy tale. There's a little bit of a fairy tale feel, except for instead of like Chris getting rich and powerful, her evil and abusive mother does right after this point. But before we hit that, let's do some ads.
Yay!
And we're back. How you holding up there, Sam?
I'm just thinking about this. This seems like, have you ever heard the story of Gypsy Rose?
Yes.
The child
Yes.
star, the mother.
Yes.
This sounds like the redneck version of
Yes.
that, except church, which makes sense if
Yeah.
you want to be like real honest. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm sorry to those who live in Arkansas. I know it's not your fault, but Arkansas is one of the top 4 states that I'm terrified to go through as a person of color. Like,
Yeah.
if I can, I will never go through there.
I mean, it's, and again, we're talking like 70 years ago.
Yeah,
in
even
that
more
area.
so.
Like, so
But even now, I'm
the
like, no, thank you.
words Susan grows up knowing, like, it's like a whole different level of racism. So yeah, Chris thinks that these girls who get arrested based on her mom's lies get acquitted. Again, she's like in her early teens at this point in time. In her book, she speaks of feeling deep shame for the incident, particularly the damage it may have done to those girls. She claims it opened her eyes to the kind of systemic bias that Black people face, and I have no reason to disbelieve her. In her autobiography, she expresses pretty honest guilt and sorrow over this, and given that she is an 8th grader when this happens, I hope we can agree none of this is her fault.
Right. So they found the right girls. They didn't just pick random Black girls. That they were like, yeah, this suits.
I think
that's surprising.
She describes it as them finding the girls, but I don't actually know that that's the case. Again, her memory is not going to be perfect of anything happening.
Right.
Anyway, that's Susan's background. This is the woman who becomes Susan Alamo.
What a delight.
And she's not going to be our primary character. So the fact, again, she's going to be kind of running the cult for its early years, but she'll be out of the picture after a while. And I just need to prep you with her story because Tony's is so much worse. And this gets us, and part of why we're doing this is because I have a lot more detail on her early life and young adulthood than I do the early life of Bernie Hoffman, who becomes the future Tony Alamo. He's about, and this is interesting, as a male cult leader who has a lot of sex crimes later, he's about 10 years younger than Susan. So hey, there you go. You know, he's not going to be consistent about that sort of thing the rest of his life, but in this case, Susan is in more of a position to take advantage of him than he is of her, right?
Sure.
I think she's also just much smarter and savvier. Bernie also moves to Los Angeles as a young adult, I think in his late teens, with a dream of striking it famous. He seems to have always wanted a career in entertainment. He was a good dancer and became an instructor for Rudolph Valentino as a young man. While still a teenager, he moves to LA to break into the music industry. He records several songs. At the height of the British invasion in like 63, 64, where he's like trying to sing like a British person, but he doesn't really know how to. It's an odd set of choices that he's making. Yeah, but he is working with some actual people. Like one of the songs he records, Little Yankee Girl, had been written by Bobby Jameson, who is a prominent songwriter for hire in the area, and was produced by Kim Fowley, who co-wrote and produced songs for Kiss, Chris Christopherson, Alice Cooper, and others. So he is working with some people who are real music industry folks.
Okay.
In conversations at parties and bars, Bernie, who by this point had started going by the name Tony Alamo, would claim to have ushered the Beatles into fame and worked with the Rolling Stones as well as Sonny and Cher. The only musician that we can prove that he promoted was Pete Best, a former member of the Beatles, but he promotes Best after Best leaves the band, and primarily what he seems to be doing is like conning people who want to be musicians out of their money by showing them this letter from Pete Best and being like, see, I helped get the Beatles started, even though the letter he's got from Best is after Best left the Beatles.
So he's trying to let everybody know, I have connections, I did this, I can do this for you.
Yeah, you know the guy who fumbled the bag bigger than anyone has ever fumbled a bag? I worked with that guy. Yeah.
Person you have to Google because you're not sure why you've heard of him.
Yeah.
But then you figure it out.
Yeah, a guy who fucked up being in the Beatles. Oh, sorry, Pete. So Tony's usual spiel involved bragging about traveling on the road with the Beatles and the Stones. Here's an excerpt from one such recitation of his speech. The bodyguard would open the door, throw down a big velvet pillow, and we would step into the velvet pillow. The barber would comb our hair, the nurse would take our pulse, one of the fellows would spray us with cologne, another strew flowers in our path, and the cops would stand at attention. And like, there'd be some video of this if anything like this ever happened to you, Tony. Like, I know people were crazy for the Beatles, but this wasn't how they did it.
I can't imagine, because just the thought of that is like I would have immediately tripped. Like that does not sound like a safe way to walk about.
Thing to walk on. Why are they taking your pulse? Like,
what is wrong with you?
What
are
is
you
the
good?
pulse thing? I don't get it.
I don't get that.
Yeah. So this was not particularly believable to anyone with real experience in the music industry, but those people aren't Tony's target. He is trying to get the attention of dumb, inexperienced young wannabes who have some cash in their pocket and who he can convince, like, oh, hey, you got if you've got a couple of grand, that's all it's going to take for me to get this demo tape into the hands of a DJ who's going to put it on the air or something like that, right? Like, these are the kind of cons that he is carrying out, right? And he makes a living doing this. Not a good one. He is not super successful. He is just kind of on the edge of not starving to death all the time as a result of his income from this. Now, later in life, he would claim that this year, 1964, during a business meeting, God struck him deaf and gave him an order. Start preaching the gospel, or he'd be killed then and there. This is what he's going to claim later. Absolutely not what happens. And we know that because Susan's daughter Chris is there when Tony meets her mother for the first time. And the account she gives is a lot more believable. One day in, I think, 1966, the timeline's a little fluid, Tony steps into a bar that she and her mom are drinking at, right? Now, at this point, Chris is kind of making some money as a recording artist. She's not huge, but she's doing like backup vocals and stuff. So she understands a little bit about the industry, and she knows people in the industry, and she's been warned about Tony. And that should tell you something. In 1966, if you're a 16-year-old girl in the music industry, people warn you about Tony Alamo. And, like, you have to be really bad to cross that line in 1966.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you know enough people, or the right people, you'll get good information.
Yeah. And she does. She gets warned about this guy. And so she warns her mom, because he starts walking up to their table, and she's like, I've heard about this guy. Do not talk to him. He's a fucking creep. But Tony walks right up to their table. And my read on what happened is that, weirdly enough, Tony and Susan are kind of made for each other. They're both con artists. I think initially they both identify each other as a good mark, right? Because Chris claims they immediately both start lying to each other, right? Trying to get money out of the other, you know? Tony starts talking about the stars that he was promoting, and Susan is like, I'm an actress, you know, my daughter's a singer, we've got connections. When she says that, Tony's like, oh, I can make your daughter a star. And Chris would later recall, I'm watching them, and it's like a tennis match of horse crap. They both think the other's got money. He gets up to go to the bathroom, and I turned to my mother and I said, listen to me, this guy is an absolute bum. He's living with that little pregnant girl. She puts her finger in my face, which she often did, and said, you mind your fucking business. When he gets back, you wait a few minutes, politely excuse yourself from the table, and don't come home tonight. So, again,
Mama had a plan.
Of the year. Mom of the year.
Mama had a plan. At least she told her to get out of the house, I guess. I mean,
it
could have gone really awry very quickly, so.
It's going to go awry not much longer than this, unfortunately.
Of course.
But yeah, I mean, you are right. Mama had a plan, right? Like, Tony is not going to wind up taking advantage of Susan. Like, she is going to wind up kind of looping him into her thing. So he comes back and he sits down at the table, and Chris looks at him, and Susan looks at him and says, Tony, I've got to ask you a question. Did you know that Jesus Christ is coming back to Earth again? And Tony looks deep into her eyes and says, of course I know that, Susan, but how did you know? And she's like, let's go up to my apartment and talk about it, which is the like evangelical con man and con woman flirting is, I've never really heard that story before.
Oh, amazing. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. We need to advertise that as the perfect pickup line for other Christians.
Crime date, yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Are you looking to like rob a bunch of MAGA people? Like, this is the dating site where you can find your person. Oh man! So to make
did you know?
how did you know? They just it's almost supernatural, right? They can feel the vibrations of each other. Like, oh, this is a man who, you know, is there's just nothing inside of him but is a desire to fleece people for their money, and that's all I've got inside me. It's beautiful. I love it when people find each other. You know?
It's better than a soul. Come on.
Oh yeah. No, a soul's just gonna weigh you down, right?
It's true.
Yeah. If you're just completely hollow inside, you float like a witch in the fucking 1600s or whenever. So, to make a short story even shorter, the two hit it off and got married 3 separate times over the course of 48 hours. Now, I wonder, why did they get married 3 times in 2 days?
That seems excessive.
Yeah, it does. It does. They first go to Mexico where they get hitched. But then, like, right when they're about to have sex, Susan's like, actually, I worry that Mexican marriage isn't legal, and I'm not going to sleep with you until we're legally married. And Tony is apparently hard up enough that he drives them from Mexico to Vegas without sleeping and purchases 2 marriage licenses and pays for 2 different marriage ceremonies.
Just in case she backs out.
Yeah.
I got another one.
I really need
this
to fuck.
This is the real one.
Yeah.
This is for real. For real.
This is the real one. And eventually Susan's like, all right, I guess we're married enough. I think this might make him the only person I've ever read out about who is bigamously married to his one wife.
I was going to ask, is that bigotry? But I didn't know for sure.
Be bigamy.
How does that work?
He is going to do lots of
bigamy.
He does so much bigamy in the future. But he kind of does start by getting bigamously married to a single woman.
It's a practice round.
Yeah, this is his practice round of bigamy.
Bigamy. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the chosen one of bigamy. He's the fucking Luke Skywalker of bigamy.
He's got to do it right. And he's got to practice it and get it through. And then, it perfects everything.
That's right. That's right. You can't just start, and assume you're going to be good at it. Like, I don't know, surgery or something easy. So the two change their names to Tony and Susan Delamo, and they start preaching the word. Now, in the beginning, this is just an iteration of Susan's extant con work at churches, right? The new couple would trawl the streets of Los Angeles for starving hippie kids, generally kids who were like coming down from bad trips or who were living on the street because they'd had too many bad trips. And since these kids were broke, preaching to them there's no like money from these kids, right? So they get a bunch of followers, but those followers are just kind of eating them out of house and home. So the Alamos tell them, hey, go get jobs and mail us the money. We've got to move to Las Vegas for unclear reasons. And so they do that. And Susan just kind of leaves her daughter behind in LA, which is, I would say, maybe the best thing for Chris at this point in time. Keep your mom away from you.
I was really confused where she was. Okay. So she dropped her for the new one. Okay.
Yeah, Susan's not super committed to being a mother. So Susan and Tony are in Las Vegas. Chris eventually travels there because she misses her mom. And as soon as she shows up, she claims Tony rapes her, right? She would have been 15 or 16 at this point. Susan walks in as it's happening, calls her a whore, accuses her of trying to steal Tony, and sends her back to Los Angeles. And then a couple of months later, Tony and Susan return to LA because they found another wannabe celebrity to promote. This guy's name was Rovon. He was a motorcycle riding opera singer. And yeah, very multi-talented, right? I don't think his career takes off, but there's enough there that Tony's able to get a lot of backer money. He's able to convince people, hey, this guy's going to be huge. Give me some money to get his career started. And then he buys jewels, furs, leather jackets with that. But this business is not doing well. And so even though their first stab at becoming cult leaders hadn't really made them a lot of money, they return to that grift as soon as they get back to Los Angeles. So they start expanding their recruitment from just some down-and-out hippie kids to prostitutes, to other homeless people, to failing actors, to musicians and stuff who are kind of on the margins in like government housing and the like. Some of their first marks are because they burst back into Susan's life and they take all of her friends and roommates and put them into a cult. Basically convert them by being like, hey, you'll get regular meals. which they provide via diving in dumpsters for expired food. So they get all of these kids to start working, you know, just kind of bullshit jobs, and funneling that money, donating their salaries to an entity that the Alamos established in 1969, the Tony and Susan Alamo Foundation. So, fascinating grift so far. You're just kind of, I mean, all they're ever doing is abusing poor people, right? Like, that's the Alamo COD. And particularly her daughter's boyfriend.
Right. This is interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty bleak, and a big part of what they're doing is they're finding poor Jewish kids who are living on the streets, some of whom who had converted to Christianity, and others who they converted. Tony, particularly, was really good at converting these like down and out former hippie kids. And the more people they bring in, the more money starts to come in. Some of it's coming from members handing over salaries or like inheritances and savings accounts, but the real money comes in when Susan figures out what is their first really brilliant con. So then, like today, Southern California has a massive homelessness problem, right? And specifically, the kind of people who are filling the streets are the kind of people that the Alamos make their business preaching to and converting. And then as now, affluent middle class people are disgusted by homelessness and eager to support anyone who promised to take these people off the street. So once they get followers and they're pulling these people off the street, they're putting them up in like rented spaces and stuff, they're warehousing them basically, they'll pile their followers into vans on the weekends and drive to mega churches in rich areas, and then Susan will line up with, they'll clean these hippie kids up, and Susan will line up with them, and she'll start preaching the word, and she'll go down the line and have them all give like a version of like, I was on the street, you know, doing heroin or whatever, and then I got found by the Alamos, right? And then Susan would conclude by being like, hey, does this church support work like this, right? Getting these indigent kids off the streets and back to God, right? Well, if you want to see me continue to do this, give some money to the Susan and Tony Alamo Foundation, right? And that's the grip, right? We're getting these homeless kids off the street. And the actual money is coming in from churches where they don't have followers, right? But they do have a lot of people who hate seeing homeless people. That's how they get their money.
Wow. I mean, a little respect. They really did pull people off the streets.
They are pulling people off the streets.
They're not completely wrong.
They are accurately like describing to an extent what they're doing. They're not giving these kids a better life or a safer life, really.
But they're not on the streets.
They're not on the streets. Yeah. Well, and it's such a fascinating like through line of, okay, I can see why that works, right? Yeah. Because you're able to say, hey, you know, what are kind of like conservative Christians more scared about than anything in the early 70s? The hippie movement, right? Yeah. 69 was not that long ago. We're cleaning up after the hippie movement, right? Like that's
hippie movement.
Exactly.
Anybody of different colors or different race.
Right, and we're taking these people and putting them where you don't have to see them, right? Perfect. Yeah, and they start making a lot of money doing this. Soon the Alamos have enough cash to make the dream that every cult leader has real, buying land and starting a compound. In 1971, they purchase acreage in Saugus, California, and an old restaurant that they convert to a church. Their followers are made to live in chicken coops. Married couples get to live in shacks. And once it was known that the Alamos are doing the good work of cleaning up the shrapnel of the hippie movement off the streets, more money and followers start to flow in. This is part of a broader trend in evangelicalism, a counterswing to the Summer of Love and this sort of leftward tilt of culture at the end of the 60s. I think we're all familiar with the way in which this kind of stuff kind of yins and yangs out, right? Like you have your big sort of leftward shift and then this huge reactionary shift. Well, the Alamos grip hits right at the peak of that reactionary shift.
Perfect timing.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the worst people always have pretty good timing. Speaking of,
thank you for the revive.
Oh.
Samantha, let's listen to the incredible timing of some of our advertisers.
Right there. Where's the robot?
We're back. Oh man, good stuff. So, in her book, Betty Schreiber cites an article, The Great Guru Hunt by columnist Art Kunkin, who documented at the time this kind of reactionary shift occurring and the space that it was making for cult leaders like the Alamos. There is very definitely something in the air, and it is not, as I originally thought last year, just the cycle of individualism and personal mystical search that could have been expected to fill the vacuum left by the failures of mass political activism in the 1960s. A certain cat is being let out of the bag, accidentally or by design, which will either result in the creation of many socially motivated individuals of great personal energy who can stop mankind from destroying itself, or the widespread dispersal of these same energies utilized by egoistic persons who will accelerate the crises. Which one of those would you say we got?
All?
Yeah.
Like,
We got a Black Hawk down. We got a Black Hawk down.
I mean, I find that so familiar to what we saw happen after 2020, right?
Yeah.
You have all of these energies that get mobilized and then dispersed into these different sort of like cultic movements and disinformation streams, you know, that the internet and social media has really enabled. Yeah, by egoistic persons who accelerate the crises that the mobilization had existed initially to fight. Yeah.
And then they're the only ones profiting off of
Right.
everything.
Yes. Like we can. Oh boy. I mean.
It's sad.
It's
I don't
sad.
Like it.
I go back and forth between, like, I guess it's comforting that this happened back then too. Like.
Yeah. Is it, or is it just frustrating that this cyclical thing
we
has to
just
continue to
fucked, yeah.
happen and we just have to never learn? Like,
Yeah.
we never fucking learn. Or the people that have learned really well, and
Yeah.
so they bring it back so they can make that profit. I'm gonna throw this computer. Keep going.
Yeah. I think that's fair. As the money flowed in, the Alamos constructed a new facility, Music Square Church, in Hollywood, and started filling it with street kids. Susan handled much of the foundation's outward-facing communications to what we might call normies, the big donors and leaders of other churches, while Tony handled converting new followers and took point on actually creating a belief system for their teeming legions to follow. From a book by Greta P. Allendorf, quote, "The Alamo ministry preached a wide range of ideas, end times paranoia, UFOs as divine messengers, and Vatican conspiracy theories. Tony hated the Catholic Church and blamed them for everything bad that had ever happened, including Nazism. One Alamo tract entitled The Pope's Secrets read, 'The Vatican is posing as Snow White, but the Bible says that she is a prostitute.'" And I mean, he's not 100% wrong about the Catholic Church being particularly fucked up in this period of time, given what we're going to find out in the late 90s and early 2000s. But it's also, like, not more responsible for that kind of thing than his own church is going to be, right? Like, Tony's also, you know, a prostitute of people's souls, you know? Like, he's a pimp of people's souls, I should say. That's how he makes his money, right? So in her book, Betty does a pretty good job of explaining how the conversion process worked for new inductees after they were picked up, generally hungry on the streets of Hollywood. They'd be promised a meal and taken by bus to Saugus. Quote, "From the moment Brenda and Daniel arrived at the corner of Hollywood and Highland to catch a bus, the brothers and sisters separated. A woman known as Sister Cynthia ushered Brenda to a seat. For the next 45 minutes, Cynthia fervently explained that all the signs of the end times written in the Bible were currently happening. She pointed out the vapors of smoke covering Los Angeles. She mentioned earthquakes and wars. Cynthia told her that God was looking for dedicated laborers to preach and save souls before Jesus returns. The bus pulled off on Sierra Highway in Saugus, the heart of Canyon Country. Hundreds of people were milling about, greeting the buses and leading people about the grounds. Brenda, Daniel, and the others were ushered into a large hall where they sat on benches and waited expectantly. The room was packed with people, standing room only. Brenda was a bit uneasy, but Cynthia assured her that she was in for a treat. A man who called himself Brother Michael stepped up to the podium and gave a hearty welcome to the gathering. "You are as welcome as the flowers of May in the noonday sun. Praise the Lord. Amen." He continued with a few rules that included no talking during services and a ban on literature from other places. Brothers walked through the rows to collect forbidden materials. Brothers and sisters called overseers monitored the physical needs and functions of the community, such as water supply, electricity usage, and even the distribution of toilet paper, often pages torn from telephone books. They had to seek permission from Tony and Susan for every aspect of their existence. One evening after dinner, Sister Cynthia sharply reprimanded Brenda for overstepping the authority of an overseer when she turned on the lights in a building. Brenda said, "But I thought I should turn on the lights since I was the first to arrive." Cynthia retorted, "There you go, thinking again." Oh, fuck. That's some good classic cult banter, yeah.
And that, this is the thing about cults, I think, and this is kind of one of the big problems, especially a cult like this, is, you want to sit back and say, man, they were crazy. But those rules apply for so many of the churches. Like, literally the type that I grew up in, they wouldn't say necessarily you couldn't turn on the lights, but the idea, don't bring in literature, don't learn things on your own, was very much like placed and told us, like things like seminary and like being any of those places were against God and not having faith. So like, unfortunately, because this cult is so crazy, it makes the other things look normal, and it's not.
Any cost. Yep.
I'm okay though.
No, you sound very okay with all this.
I'm okay.
So physical punishments were common, as is sexual violence from Tony, who really seems to prefer young teenagers to adult women, including his wife. What keeps people from leaving, you're not going to be surprised to hear this, is a fear of hell, which is inculcated daily from sermons by the Alamos and their followers. Every day they would tell new inductees and their old followers stories about people who had joined the church, left, and immediately died, right? If you leave the church, basically, you are instantly going to be dead, right? And then you go to hell. You go straight to hell, right? It's not new, but it serves, right? Like, this is a functional cult thing to be doing.
This method is proven, it's sound, let's keep going with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Die in
Why
hell.
fuck with
Come on.
It's like driving a Volvo, Why fuck with what works? Occasionally. So the only reason normal believers would need to leave the property was to work, and more of them worked for businesses owned and operated by the Alamos. They also had to travel to churches and civic centers to deliver what the Alamos called popcorn testimony. These are the little speeches by former hippies and homeless people that opened up donor pocketbooks, right? Where they're saying like, hey, if the Alamos hadn't found me, I'd be dead or in jail or in a mental institution, These are the popcorn speeches. By the mid-1970s, the Alamos are wealthy, they're outwardly respectable, they're operating several successful businesses that were keeping, according, in the eyes of a lot of Angelinos, the riffraff off the streets and, where they belonged, locked up somewhere away from the people with expensive houses. Susan and Tony then got to live the life of high-rolling multimillionaires. On one famous occasion, Susan showed up for an interview wearing a Lynx jacket and a floor-length dress, telling the interviewer God wants his children to go first class. And I guess to have Lynx fur jackets.
You got to show off when you're blessed.
That's right.
She was #blessed.
That's right. If you don't do that, people might not really believe that God has blessed you, and that endangers their souls. Yeah.
What's the point?
Yeah.
If you're not going to be blessed.
I'm glad you understand it, right? You're really doing this for their souls, right?
I'm not going to show you my jacket right now. I'm just saying.
No, but you have a lot of links. You're heavy into lynxes, which who isn't? Yeah, exactly. That's all I wear is lynxes. This is 100% lynx hoodie.
It's really hot though.
It's incredibly warm. Yes, not at all comfortable, especially when I've got the heat on. So in 1975, we finally get some good news, which is that Susan gets diagnosed with cancer. Now, as a little girl, she had claimed to have been struck. Sometimes she would claim that she caught tuberculosis from her father, right? And that she had been healed by God after praying. And as a result, when she gets sick, she prescribes herself, and as well as prescribing Tony and most of their followers, that they're going to pitch up stakes and move back to Arkansas, where they'll be healed, right? They still keep the Saugus compound open. They still have their followers there, like recruiting people off the streets of LA and raising money, working some businesses. But kind of the core of their best followers, and they take most of their money to a place called Dyer, Arkansas, which is where she'd grown up, and they buy a compound. So this is a little town, population less than 500, And they make, you know, people notice when they suddenly drive in because they only have black Cadillacs. That's the only car his followers drive. So he has like suddenly this huge fleet of new black Cadillacs, and dozens of converted hippies move into this very small town. Their compound is centered around the home that had been Susan's home when she was a little girl. They expanded it and updated it with all of the least classy adornments their new riches could buy. Greta Allendorf writes, the couple was fond of red carpeting, chandeliers, and velvet wall coverings, and installed them in every space they occupied. Just the most hideous place you could imagine.
I needed to be shaggy carpeting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my
I need
God.
some, like,
Yeah.
bare skin rugs.
That's right.
I need all of those. And then golden candles. Yes.
Golden candles. Every wall is pure velvet. Like, I mean, the instant you drop a cigarette in this place, it goes up, right? Just beautiful stuff. So at this time, they also begin construction on a sprawling Victorian home on the mountain, complete with dormitories for their followers and a heart-shaped pool for Susan. A grand church hall is constructed for their evangelical TV show, where Tony sang love songs for Susan, such as my personal favorite, I Love You So Much It Hurts Me. Now, one of the things that's interesting is that, like, a lot less of his songs than you'd expect, given who he is, are, like, actual religious songs. Like, again, this is just him talking about how much he loves his wife, his horrible, evil wife. But I do feel like I'm legally bound to show you a video of the Alamos playing this song. Now, this should tell you something about, like, the level of... Because I'm talking about these people. They are a cult. They're very abusive. That's not how they're treated. They are treated as, like, mega-church pastors who are widely beloved. The clip that I'm about to play is from a performance that they make at the Grand Ole Opry in Nashville, Tennessee, which is a very real, very major venue for country western musicians, right? This is not like a fringe thing. If you're at the Grand Ole Opry, like, you have a degree of legitimacy within the music, within at least like the country western chunks of the music industry at the time.
Or did they just pay a lot of money?
I mean, I think that may be what they did, but in terms of people looking out from the outside in, you just see like, well, they're on the Grand Ole Opry, so they must be legit, right?
Legitimate.
Yeah.
Next to Dolly Parton, right there.
Right next. Well, Dolly Parton will show up in this story, unfortunately.
Oh no!
Oh yeah. It's not all that bad in terms of her involvement, but she's not completely uninvolved with the Alamos either. Great stuff. So I'm going to 1 sec.
At Mint Mobile, we're always looking for innovative ways to save you money, so you can keep paying $15 a month for premium wireless. That's why instead of hiring an expensive director for this commercial...
Oh yeah, look at them.
Why do
Aren't
they
they
look
beautiful?
like they're an off-brand, like, Johnny Cash and...
He is. So Tony Alamo, if you're not able to look at the video of this, you should. I would recommend checking some of them out on YouTube. They're all over YouTube.
Wow.
Tony looks like off-brand Johnny Cash if he put on about 40 pounds of just water weight and a
also,
wig.
Yeah, shipped from Timu.
Yeah,
like
shipped from
came
Timu.
through-
Shipped from Timu.
Because he got a little melted in the shipping container. And then, I don't know, like, honestly, Susan and I, like, she's wearing, like, a fucking opalescent white like, pure white, but it's like a shiny opalescent white
That
suit.
looks so uncomfortable.
It looks horribly uncomfortable. She is dying of cancer at this point. But
Legitimately?
Yeah,
Like,
oh yes,
actually?
yes.
Okay,
She's sick
okay.
by this point.
Okay.
It's gonna take her a while to actually fucking die, like years, but she is sick at this point. Her head, the shape of it, she looks kind of like one of those gray aliens wearing a skin suit. Like, that's how Susan Alamo looks, except for, like, a lot of makeup, too.
Yeah. What is that one movie? I already forgot that has the aliens and obviously the White House is involved. Like, what is that?
Shit.
Mission to
Glenn Close
Mars.
is in it. And I think he, like, do you know? Is it? I'm gonna get corrected later.
Let's look this up real quick.
All right. Could be wrong. There's those aliens that's so bad, like, digitally.
I don't know. That doesn't sound familiar to me at all. Wait a second. Mars Attacks? Yes. She does look like she's got like if those aliens were wearing like a rubber human suit,
Face?
right?
Like, for
Because her
some
head
reason,
has
that's
that
what
shape.
it looks like.
It's
Yeah.
fascinating. What I want to get across is that they really don't look like regular like real people. Like they both look like almost CGI humans.
Yes, and she scares me.
They are both frightening, I would say, but her particularly, yeah.
Yeah. Like I see her beating people. I see that.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
people out.
Not hard.
She is.
So now that we've said that, let's listen to them play beautiful music together.
A message in songs, and it's Tony Alamo, J.D. Sumner, and the Stamps Quartet, and we're going to try to preview as much of this album as we possibly can. So if you'll just stay right here with us. And now, Tony Alamo, J.D. Sumner, and the Stamps Quartet, I love you so much it hurts me.
She's definitely expiring.
This song is dedicated to my wife, Susan. It's a mess, darling.
I think we're good.
It went away.
Oh, I stopped it. We didn't need to keep going. I just wanted you to hear his singing
like a
voice.
Really bad, like SNL skit from the 70s.
It does.
Like,
it feels like a parody of like Johnny Cash as a fucking scam preacher. Yes, his outfit is amazing. He's like standing alone on this.
The background,
Oh, it's so good.
They're going to haunt me.
It's a haunting vibe, right?
I need someone to come sage my house.
Yeah.
I don't.
It's like
my brain.
It's a deeply evil vibe.
Yes.
Yeah, like I'm so glad the cancer came back, which it does. Susan dies in 1982 from the same cancer that had inspired the move back to Arkansas. Now, Sam, this creates real issues for Tony, because by this point, he and Susan, they had spent 7 years or so, since she got sick, preaching that she and he couldn't die, right? Susan had described herself, because they have a TV station by this point, she would call herself the Lamb of God, and would say that she and Tony were both had to be alive on Earth to act as witnesses for the end times, right? So the fact that she is dead now creates a real pickle for Tony Alamo and the cult, one that they're gonna have to resolve in part 2. You got any ideas on how they resolve it?
I'm thinking like Weekend at Bernie's level.
Oh my God, yes, you got it. You saw where this is heading. Oh yes. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. Like an R-rated Weekend at Bernie's. Unless Weekend at Bernie's was rated R.
I was going to say, I think it was in the 80s.
Then like an X-rated Weekend at Bernie's.
Okay.
Samantha, before we record that, you want to throw out your pluggables here? Because we're done with part 1.
Yeah, again, you can find me on Stuff Mom Never Told You with my co-host Annie. We talk about a lot of intersectional stuff, so that means really sad stuff right now. Until we're actually on the list and people come at us. But anyway, that's a podcast that I'm on, and then you can find me on Blue Sky, McVeigh Sam, and that's about it.
Yep. Check out Sam. Find her on the Blue Sky. Listen to her podcast. And, listen to this podcast that you just listened to. Go back in time and listen to it a second time so that we start trending in the other time streams,
or also listen to that song and sing it to your love.
You know what? Put that song on and listen to nothing else for the next 48 hours, right?
You'll be fine.
You're gonna be great. You're gonna do good. You're not gonna lose your mind.
I knew I was underwater. I just didn't realize I was this underwater. If you're stressed about your paper, just get Grammarly. It's free. I don't need better grammar. I need an A on this essay. Grammarly can help with that. It'll start highlighting the stuff that you could do better. Your professor would destroy you for that. But with Grammarly, you can find it and fix it. It'll notice the grammar and spelling mistakes, but also places where you're rambling or your point could be clearer.
Okay. I'm almost done. Let me just paste in this research and I'm golden.
Looking pretty sus without a citation.
Okay, yeesh, yeah, good point.
Grammarly makes it easy. Just hit the Get Citation button. See? Perfectly formatted, too.
Hey, I think that's it. I'm done. I'm a fan of this.
Welcome to the other side. Sometimes they have kombucha here.
Download Grammarly for free.
My name's Scott Galloway. I teach at NYU, and I appreciate your time. I have 44 slides in 720 seconds. Let's light this candle. Okay, so for those of you who don't know me, I'm actually a global television star. True story. I've had 4 TV series in the last 3 years. 2 of them have been canceled before they were launched, and 2 were canceled within 6 weeks. Let's recap.
If we want to juice this thing, if we want to put a cattle prod up the ass of the economy.
Bloomberg, the most trusted name in financial news. Not for long.
I'm going to do whatever I can for this country of ours.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus, come on, dude. You're 0 for 2. Are you stuck?
Face for podcasting. So first insight of the day, I'd like to be the first person to welcome you to the last TED. Okay. By the way, it's clear, what's it called? What are we here for? The Brave and the Brilliant. It's clear that Chris is a frustrated soap opera producer. Essentially what we have here is a telenovela where after a night of unbridled passion between Bill Gates and Malcolm Gladwell, they give birth to their bastard love child, Simon Sinek. Okay, I start us with a question. Do we love our children? Sounds like an illegitimate question, right? Well, I'm going to try and convince you otherwise. Essentially, as we go down generations, we're seeing that for the last 2 generations, people are making less money on an inflation-adjusted basis. In addition, the cost of buying a home, the cost of pursuing education continues to skyrocket. So the purchasing power, the prosperity, is inversely correlated to age. Simply put, as we get younger, we're taking away opportunity and prosperity from our youngest. The social contract that is now no longer in place, and for the first time in the U.S.'s history, a 30-year-old is no longer doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. This is a breakdown of the fundamental agreement we have with any society, and it creates rage and shame. As a result, people over the age of 55 feel pretty good about America, but less than 1 in 5 people under the age of 34 feel very good about America. This creates an incendiary. Righteous movements, cuts to our society end up becoming opportunistic infections because generally speaking, young people have a warranted envy, they're pissed off, and they're angry that they don't enjoy the same spoils and prosperity that were provided to our generation. A decent proxy for how much we value youth labor is minimum wage, and we've kept it purposely pretty low. If we just kept pace with productivity, it'd be about $23 a share, but we decided to purposely keep it low. Out of reach, median home price has skyrocketed relative to median household income. As a result, pre-pandemic, the average mortgage payment was $1,100. It's now $2,300 because of an acceleration in interest rates and the fact that the average home has gone from $290,000 to $420,000. By the way, the most expensive homes in the world, based on this metric, are number 3, Vancouver. Why? Because 60% of the cost of building a home goes to permits. Because guess what? The incumbents that own assets have weaponized government to make it very difficult for new entrants to ever get their own assets, thereby elevating their own net worth. This is the transfer I'm going to be speaking about.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need with full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes. Control everything from the biggest tasks to the finest details. Personalized, optimized, ready to go live.
On carparts.com, you get access to over 1 million quality parts.
Oh, that's nice of me.
This has resulted in an enormous transfer of wealth, where people over the age of 70 used to control 19% of household income, versus people under the age of 40 used to control 12. Their wealth has been cut in half. This isn't by accident, it's purposeful. This is me at UCLA in 1987. I know your first thought is I haven't changed a bit. This is also Mia Silverio, who is the analyst that put together these slides. By the way, Mia is 26. I did the math. Just by virtue of her being in this audience, it brings the average age of the entire conference down 11 days. When I applied to UCLA, the admissions rate was 76%. Today, it's 9%. I received a 2.23 GPA from UCLA. I learned nothing but how to make bombs out of household items in every line from Planet of the Apes. And the greatest public school in the world, Berkeley, decided to let me in with a 2.27 GPA. And that's what higher ed is about. Higher ed is about taking unremarkable kids and giving them a shot at being remarkable. And every year, it's gotten more expensive. Higher ed and homes, and the ability, not only is higher ed incredibly expensive, it's not accessible. Because me and my colleagues are drunk on luxury, and I'll come back to that. We've embraced the ultimate strategy. Me and my colleagues in higher ed wake up every morning and ask ourselves the same question when we look in the mirror. How can I increase my compensation while reducing my accountability? And we have found the ultimate strategy. It's called an LVMH strategy, where we artificially constrain supply to create aspiration and scarcity such that we can raise tuition faster than inflation. And old people and wealthy people have done the same thing with housing. All of a sudden, once you own a home, you become very concerned with traffic, and you make sure that there's no new housing permits. And here is a memo to my colleagues in higher ed. We're public servants, not fucking Chanel bags. Harvard is the best example of this. They've increased their endowment in the last 40 years and have decided to expand their enrollment, their freshman class, by 4%. Any university that doesn't grow their freshman class faster than population, that has over $1 billion in endowment, should lose their tax-free status because they're no longer in higher education, they're a hedge fund offering classes. My first recommendation, Biden should take some of that $750 billion earmarked to bail out the 1/3 of people that got to go to college on the backs of the 2/3 that didn't, and give $1 billion to our 500 greatest public institutions, size adjusted, in exchange for three things. One, they use technology and scale to reduce tuition by 2% a year, expand enrollments by 6% a year, and increase the number of vocational certifications and non-traditional four-year degrees by 20%. Where does that get us? In just 10 years, that doubles the freshman seats and cuts the cost in half. This isn't radical. This is called college in the 80s and 90s. Another transfer of wealth. Look at what's happened to wages. Oh, they've gone up, not as much as corporate profits. There's a healthy tension between capital and labor. For the last 40 years, capital has been kicking the shit out of labor. Well, you think, whoa, what about wages, right? They've gone up. Well, if you compare them to the S&P, they barely register. It's been an amazing time to own assets, but your attempt to get the certification or the income such that you can acquire assets has gotten harder and harder. In my class of 300 kids, it's never been easier to be a billionaire. It's never been harder to be a millionaire. By the way, our job in higher ed isn't to identify a top 1% of people who are freakishly remarkable or have rich parents and turn them into a superclass of billionaires. It's to give the bottom 90 a chance to be in the top 10. You know who doesn't need me or higher education? The top 10%. The whole point of higher ed is to give the unremarkables, i.e. yours truly, who was raised by a single immigrant mother, a shot at being remarkable. The transfer has been purposeful. While the cohorts, corporations, and the ultra-wealthy continue to garner more and more of our wealth, we have decided, I know, if they win the gold, let's give them the silver and the bronze, and let's lower their taxes. This transfer is purposeful. It's not by accident. And it works. Senior poverty is way down, and we should celebrate that. Meanwhile, child poverty is flat to up. The third rail, I'm going to talk about Social Security. It would cost $11 billion to expand the child tax credit, but that got stripped out of the infrastructure bill. But the additional $135 billion a year to Social Security, that flies right through Congress. And every year we transfer $1.4 trillion from a cohort that is increasingly doing less well to the cohort that is the wealthiest cohort in the history of this planet. I'm not against Social Security, but the criteria should be if you need it, not whether you have a catheter. 80% of you have absolutely no reason to ever take Social Security. It is bankrupting our nation, and we have fallen under this mythology that somehow it's this great social program. No, it's not. It's the great transfer of wealth from young to old. How is this happening? Because our representatives are in fact representative. Old people vote. Washington has become a cross between the land of the dead and the Golden Girls. Quite frankly, This is fucking ridiculous. And if I sound ageist, I am. And you know who else is ageist? Biology. When Speaker Pelosi had her first child, get this, 2/3 of households didn't have color televisions, and Castro had just declared martial law. But she's supposed to understand the challenges of a 17-year-old girl who's 5'9", 95 pounds, getting tips on dieting and extreme dieting from Facebook. She's supposed to understand the challenges that a 27-year-old single mother face. By the way, young and dreamy. Young and dreamy. The great intergenerational theft took place under the auspices of a virus. I know. Let's use the greatest health crisis in the century to really speedball the transfer. This is the NASDAQ from 2008 to 2012. We let the markets crash. And by the way, you need churn, you need disruption, because it seeds and recalibrates advantage and wealth from the incumbents to the entrants. It's a natural part of the cycle. But wait, lately, no, 1 million people dying would be bad, but what would be tragic is if we let the NASDAQ go down and guys like me lost wealth. So we pumped the economy, which again, increased the massive transfer of wealth. The best 2 years of my life, COVID, more time with my kids, more time with Netflix, and my value of my stocks absolutely exploded. And who has to pay for my prosperity? Not me. Future generations who will have to deal with an unprecedented level of debt. Why am I here and why do I get the prosperity I enjoyed? Because in 2008, we bailed out the banks, but we didn't bail out the economy. We let the markets fall. So as I was coming into my prime income earning years, I got to buy, no joke, these stocks at these prices. This is where those stocks are now. Where does a young person find disruption? When you bail out the baby boomer owner of a restaurant, all you're doing is robbing opportunity from the 26-year-old graduate of a culinary academy that wants her shot. We need disruption. I just like this slide. It has no context or relevance.
With hotels and vacation rentals, Booking.com has something for everyone.
She sells! You got anything more boutique?
Oui, right this way.
What about something more family-friendly?
Maybe a resort with a water park?
Or somewhere less family-friendly?
Yep, one Vegas hotel for the bride-to-be.
What if we hate everything?
We have free cancellation. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, Booking.com.
Yeah!
We're economically attacking the young, but I know, let's attack their emotional and mental well-being. Let's take advantage of the fact of the flaws in our species with medieval institutions, Paleolithic instincts, and godlike technology. I'm just going to say, I think Mark Zuckerberg has done more damage to young people in our nation while making more money than any person in history. Oh, but wait, what could be worse? It's as if we let an adversary implant a neural jack into our youth to raise a generation of civic, military, and business leaders that hate America. How can we be this stupid? All right, this all adds up to a bunch of graphs all headed up and to the right. And what are they? What's the first one? Oh, that's self-harm rates, which have exploded, especially among girls, since my colleague Jonathan Haidt pointed out it's really gone crazy since social went on mobile. What's the next one? Teens with depression. The next one, men and women not having sex. Biggest fear of my parents was that I was going to get in too much trouble. My biggest fear, honestly, is that my kids aren't going to get into enough trouble. By the way, my advice to every young person watching this program is go out, drink more, and make a series of bad decisions that might pay off. Next graph, cumulative gun deaths. You're more likely to be shot in the United States if you're a toddler or an infant than a cop. Next graph, obesity, way up. By the way, the industrial food complex wants to addict you to shitty, fatty food so they can hand you over to the industrial diabetes complex. We should not romanticize obesity. You're not finding your fucking truth, you're finding diabetes. Overdose deaths, way up. Deaths of despair. When I was in high school, it was drunk driving. Now it's kids killing themselves. Young people don't want to have kids anymore. 2/3 of people aged 30 to 34 able-bodied used to decide to have at least one child. It's been cut in half. It's now less than a third, 27%. As a result, people over the age of 60 in the US, pretty happy. People under the age of 30, not so much. Some of the lowest in the free world. What can we do? Nothing wrong with America that can't be fixed with what's right with it. We got the hard stuff figured out. There are programs to address all of these issues that cost a lot of money. That's the hard part. And we have figured this out. In just 5 minutes post an earnings call, we can add $250 billion to the economy. We've got the hard part figured out, the resources. We have the money, but we decide not to do it. This is per capita spending on childcare in the United States relative to other nations. This is housing permits. Things are doable. We increase minimum wage to $25 an hour. It goes into the economy. The wonderful things about low and middle income households is they spend all their money. We have to restore a progressive tax structure with alternative minimum tax on corporations and wealthy individuals. We need to refund the IRS. We need to reform Social Security. It should be based on whether you need the money, not on how old you are. We need a negative income tax. My friend Andrew Yang screwed up a great idea, but he branded it incorrectly. Instead of calling it UBI, he should have got Republicans on board by calling it a negative income tax. We need to eliminate the capital gains tax deduction. When did we decide that the money that capital earns is more noble than the money that sweat earns? Shouldn't it be flipped? We need to remove 230 protection for all algorithmically elevated content. We need identity verification. The reason we can have identity verification is because we have a First Amendment. Break up big tech. We have monopolies that are incurring greater and greater costs on every small business and parents because, again, see above, our representatives don't understand these technologies. We need to age gate social media. There's absolutely no reason anyone under the age of 16 should ever be on social media. We need universal pre-K. We need to reinstate the expanded child tax credit. We need term limits, see above Andrew Yang. We need income-based affirmative action. Any visible signs of affirmative action make no sense at all. You would rather be born gay or non-white in the United States today than poor, and that's a sign of our progress and our need to recalibrate who we give advantage to. Affirmative action, of which I'm a beneficiary of. I got Pell Grants, I got unfair advantage. Affirmative action is a wonderful thing, and it should be based on color. It should be based on green, how much money you have or don't have. Expand college enrollment and vocational programs, mental health, ban phones in schools, invest in third places, big brothers and sisters programs. We need national service. We need to tell people in the United States and Canada that they live in the greatest countries in the world, and we need to remind them of that every day by exposing them to other great Americans where they feel connected tissue. We can do all of this. We can do all of it. We have the resources. The question is, do we have the will? This is my last slide. It is an emotionally manipulative slide to try and get you to like me more. But it does have a message. This is the whole shooting match. Anybody here without kids, ask someone with kids. You have your world of work, you have your world of friends, you have your world of kids. Something happens here, your whole world shrinks to this. So I present, as I wrap here, which is a few questions. One, if you acknowledge that our kids are the most important thing in our lives, that everything else we do here is meaningful, but our kids' well-being and prosperity is profound. If you acknowledge that they're doing more poorly than previous generations, if you believe there's a chance that the illusion of complexity has done nothing to provide cloud cover for the unbelievable transfer of goodwill, of well-being, and of prosperity from young to old, and if you believe we can actually fix these problems and we have the resources, then I present to you, I posit, I augur the question that I hope has more veracity than it did 17 minutes and 24 seconds ago. And that's the following question. Do we love our children? My name is Scott Galloway. I teach at NYU, and I appreciate your time. Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, everybody, it's Tim Miller from The Bulwark. I am here with Congressman Robert Garcia, Democrat representing the Long Beach-ish area of Southern California. And he's in the barrel at the moment. The Trump administration has their eyes on him, and more than that. And I want to get into that here. But hey, what's up first? Welcome to The Bulwark YouTube.
Yeah, happy to be here. Thanks.
Appreciate you. All right, so here's what has happened that prompted this. Eagle Ed Martin, people who are watchers of this would know already, is the new, I guess, temporary U.S. attorney. Hasn't been confirmed yet for the Washington, D.C. He's a longtime hack I've seen around Republican circles. It's a ridiculous choice to be the U.S. attorney for D.C. is just me editorializing there. And it's proven by the fact that he sent you this letter today. He said, I respectfully request that you clarify your comments from a February 12th CNN interview. You were asked how Democrats can stop Elon Musk. Congressman Garcia, you spoke clearly. What the American people wants is for us to bring actual weapons to this bar fight. This is an actual fight for democracy. That sounds to some like a threat to Mr. Musk, a person who you called a dick. He goes on from there. So I guess the government wants to police your use of metaphor, and I'm wondering how you take that.
That's absolutely right. I mean, this is completely ridiculous. To essentially threaten me with possible prosecution, investigations through the U.S. Department of Justice because I used a metaphor to criticize Elon Musk is both ridiculous but also quite dangerous. And I think that in this moment, there is no question that Donald Trump is weaponizing the DOJ to go after anyone that'll dare criticize the administration or what Elon Musk is actually doing. And this idea that then we somehow need to like police that language. You talked about the acting U.S. attorney, someone that has supported, defended January 6th insurrectionists. Donald Trump has pardoned people that attacked the Capitol, yet has concerns about someone using figures of speech or metaphors to criticize Elon Musk. That is very concerning, and we're not going to be silenced by that. And certainly, the message here for Democrats, I think, and for the House has to be that we've got to push back even harder, and we can't allow these intimidation tactics to push us back.
Yeah, and it's chilling, honestly. And, you know, it's Orwellian, the way that they have been like, we're going to depoliticize the Justice Department. And, you know, the first things that happen is Pam Bondi and the DOJ and Emil Bove, cutting this deal with Eric Adams, which is very political. And then now the U.S. attorney targeting you, and all this has happened on the day that Kash Patel gets confirmed. And there are reports that he has been behind the firings of people within the FBI that were involved in the investigations into Donald Trump. I mean, like, this is the opposite of depolitization. I mean, it seems like their top priority right at this point is going after foes and cutting political deals.
I think that's absolutely right. And I think what's also really concerning is, what we're hearing, and you've talked about this and others, people right now at this moment want to see Democrats fight against everything you just talked about.
Yeah.
They want to see us engage. They want us to match the energy that's on the ground. They want us to make sure that we're fighting fire with fire. And yet at the same time, they want to attack the DOJ, Trump, Elon Musk. They want to attack us and those of us that are out there speaking out forcefully. And so it's also very concerning.
Hi, my name is...
And could have a chilling effect.
Hush, woman.
Honor the folks that actually want to come out and criticize and oppose. And so I think what I've been telling folks, I've talked to a lot of folks, members of the House and others that have been very supportive. And I've said, look, we can't allow this singling out of me. It's not really about me, right? This is about silencing critics and critics in Congress, even though we're constitutionally protected with our speech to be able to oppose the Trump administration. I mean, we're literally, as Congress, I mean, our job is to be the loyal opposition, and in this case, unloyal opposition if we need to be, to the administration.
I appreciate that. I appreciate how you're talking about how you guys have protection, and it's important that you don't back
Which one
down.
of you silly
because
gooses
me,
passing ball to the bottom?
You know,
Speak up.
Just
Go
beyond
ahead.
their abuse of the Justice Department, which is very concerning. The other concerning thing is that other people look at this and say,
I had
it's
a
just
feeling.
not worth
I
it
just
for
wanted
me
to make sure
speak
it
out.
was you.
Right. And like, that's how you get into kind of how soft authoritarians like shut down criticism, right? Because people,
When was the last time? Assassin, when was the last time before you passed the ball you pressed R1? Before, no. The last time you passed the ball, before you passed the ball, you pressed R1. I haven't played 2K in about 2 years now, and I still remember what R1 does. R1 is the truth, man. I don't know why you haven't incorporated R1 into your repertoire. Because I'm free from all that shit, so I'm just taking shots. Yo. Yo. They you playing this shit, bro. Yeah. You ain't learned yet, nigga. No, I'm trying to tell you though. I'm trying to tell you. Yo, your game elevation. I'm trying to tell you, bro. R1, bro. Master R1. Yeah, now I'm just trolling. Cause I'm bored, man. I mean, I'm bored, bro. I've been racing. I'm kind of tired of racing, but I don't really know what else to play. I really don't know what else to play, my boy. And I'm tired of educating my audience of nobody on, politics and what Donald Trump is doing. I can't afford. Oh, wait, 2K. Wait a minute. So 2K25 PGA 2K25 is free for real? Oh, okay. Is it out? Oh, okay. Oh, I told you it was ready to play. The last game, actually no, that's a lie. The last game I bought was Sekiro. Now, right now I'm racing. I've raced about maybe 30 times this week, and the best I've gotten was second place.
we're like, somebody that doesn't have the protections that you do, the staff, the access to donors and lawyers if needed, right? Like a regular person thinks if I get this letter from the DOJ because of something that I posted, like that could have real effects on my life. And I think that they know that, and that is part of their strategy to silence me.
I think that's absolutely right. I mean, one is it's clear that the message they were trying to send to me was a broader message to Democrats, right, and Democrats in the House, but also a very clear message through this action and others that they're willing to go after whatever they perceive as enemies or critics, and that is not just elected officials or members of Congress. That's going to be members of the media. That is going to be other folks that are out there protesting in the streets and trying to push back against what Elon Musk is trying to do and is raiding the federal government so he and his billionaire friends can get tax cuts. So this is all should be very concerning. The Trump administration just started. It has not been going on for that long, and already the kind of weaponization, things, by the way, that Donald Trump, as you know, during the campaign said he wouldn't do. He's not going to go after his critics, and I think we're just seeing that fall apart. We cannot allow this to silence us, especially at this very moment when our institutions.
I'm saving this race.
Yo, how they campaign.
I came in like a wrecking
this is
ball.
obviously an absurd attack on your first
Some motherfucker
right?
just came in
so,
and cleared out about 5
like,
cars in front of me.
That?
Now I'm in 6th place. I was just in like 10th.
There are people out there that, whether we agree or disagree with them, had legitimate concerns about their free speech rights, not about the First Amendment, but about their free speech rights and what big tech companies were doing to silence them or deplatform them, etc. And you heard this on like other podcasts and other YouTube feeds, right? People who are like, I don't like these threats to my free speech about COVID or about whatever. And these folks, a lot of these folks are not really particularly political. And they were attracted to Trump and Elon because they talked a lot about how people should have a right to say whatever they want, say offensive things, make jokes, and now they get in and they're making this direct threat onto people's speech because of a joke, because like a figure of speech. Like that should, if any of those guys are paying attention, like they should wake up to this, right? Like this is crazy. I just think about it's like using a football metaphor or something, or saying, oh, he went nuclear on him, and like now it's like, oh, are you know what I mean? Like this is a crazy thing and a crazy assault on people's free speech right.
Meet Gunner, a determined pit bull brought to us by his pet parent after he tore the CCL in his knee. When he first came to us, he was too chubby to qualify for a traditional knee brace, which requires securing both above and below the knee. Breeds like pit bulls and other terriers often lack space in these areas, and it's even trickier when the dog is overweight. Gunner's thyroid issues contributed to his weight gain, making it difficult to shed pounds, especially with an injured knee that limited his activity. And for him, surgery was not an option. To help him start his healing journey, we fitted Gunner with the Paladin brace from Orthopedics. This brace provided temporary support without directly securing the knee, allowing him to stay active and gradually slim down. Once Gunner lost enough weight, he finally had the space needed to fit him for a hero brace. A perfect choice for his condition due to his lightweight and nimble design. We casted his injured limb to ensure a perfect fit,
no, thank you.
And once the brace was ready, Gunner returned to Orthopedics. On the delivery and fitting day, we always ensure the device is perfectly adjusted and provide a video tutorial for the pet parent showing step-by-step how to put the brace on for future reference. When Gunner took his first steps with the new brace, he immediately showed more confidence. Good boy, Gunner. Now, with every step, Gunner has the strength he needs to stay active and healthy. Thank you to his pet parent for trusting us with his care.
So what do you think?
Of course, and I mean, anyone that watched the interview or maybe read the transcript, to clearly said the American people, want us to bring weapons to this bar fight. I mean, that is literally a metaphor, which we've heard used many other ways. And then I went on to say, the American people want us to fight this democracy. I think, this idea that we're going to tone down language that's about fighting back is really crazy. But again, I think they've given me, by the way, till Tuesday to respond to this letter.
What are you going to do?
We're having some conversations about that. What we're not going to do is stay silent and somehow shut us down and silence our police or language. We're not going to do that. But we're talking to the appropriate folks, and of course talking to folks in the Democratic leadership, and they understand. I think we all understand this is a broader issue about trying to silence members of Congress.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the response just goes over other common figures of speech, like in RuPaul's Drag Race, a death drop doesn't mean somebody's literally dying. It's like, what are you gonna do? Like, it's like in The Waterboy when they were shouting "kill them" on the sidelines in the football game. They're not actually, saying literally murder them. I mean, you'd think that somebody that went to law school like Eagle Ed Martin should be able to figure that out. Look, I appreciate you're fighting for this. Keep us posted on this, and I think that leaning in on the First Amendment side of this is important, like on the free speech side of this as well, because I do think it resonates not just with the Democratic base voters you were talking about earlier that want Democrats to fight, but with broader, just regular people do not want the government sending them letters if they say the wrong word. Like that is an un-American activity.
That's exactly right, and I think I think the lesson here is not to retreat. The lesson here is to push harder and continue to let people know that they are literally trying to limit free speech, and that's what that means happen.
Last thing, on another topic, we're now a little under a month until this budget fight is coming up. I talked to Moskowitz earlier this week about this. I talked to Brendan Boyle about this. I'm wondering how you see that. Obviously, the Republicans have asked Democrats to bail them out ever since McCarthy and then Johnson took the speakership. They've never had the votes to pass a budget or to keep the government open. And so now we're coming up on another moment where I assume we will see that they wanted the votes again and they'll come to you guys. I'm wondering what you think that your posture should be on that.
Well, I can tell you they're certainly not getting my vote, and I think that we shouldn't be providing votes to a Republican budget that is going to dramatically alter the very programs that people need to survive, whether particularly seniors and low-income folks and working-class folks. And so we'll see where this all ends as far as this budget negotiation process. But I'm in no interest to support a group of people that literally are working to destroy our democracy and fundamentally change how we interact with government services, just so they can take all of that quote unquote savings and then give it to themselves, their companies, and their billionaire friends.
Yeah, what if they decide they can't figure out the votes, and so they're saying, oh, we're going to kick this can another couple months, and we'll give you some wildfire relief money and a couple other things. Like, what do you think about a deal like that?
I don't see how we can support a budget that is going to essentially destroy Medicaid, or that is going to somehow damage the programs that people depend on to survive. I just don't see a situation in that. Wildfire, we've been very clear as it relates to the fires. It's never been, disaster aid has never been conditioned, and it shouldn't be conditioned, and that's our position.
Congressman, anything else you got for me?
No, it's I'm not sure if you're watching the season of Drag Race, but
I'm a few weeks behind. Do you have a favorite?
Yeah, Lexi probably is probably my favorite. I mean,
Okay.
I think they're all great, but I'm a fan.
All right, Lexi. All right, I'll take a closer look. If I'm going to be really candid, I've been watching, but I'm rage tweeting half the time that I'm watching, and so I need to put my phone down and really give the queens the focus they deserve. But so I appreciate it.
It's my only fun, that I get just to relax a little bit. So just catch up on Drag Race week.
You deserve it. All right, Congressman Robert Garcia, please come back. Thanks for jumping on, and don't let these fuckers get you down. All right.
Yep. Thanks.
All right, we'll be seeing you soon. Everybody else, subscribe to the feed. Thanks so much.
And Assassin, use R1, bro. It'll save your life.
Tax Act is here to remind you have to do your taxes. Let's get them
All right, fine. You know what? Just press X. Just press X and point in the direction you hope the ball to go. Keep doing what
for
you're
the
doing.
Republicans, but also for the Democrats too. Because like lost to this again award goes to the Democrats. If we're gonna do fell for it again award for the Republicans that voted for
I don't
this,
give a fuck. I'm busy racing.
then we gotta do the lost to this again award for the Democrats. GOP town halls are back and people are angry. Trump just deputized unelected billionaire Elon Musk's private bodyguards, giving them rights and protections reserved for federal law enforcement. USA! That means Elon Musk's personal private security detail can detain people now. That's crazy. Breaking news, Trump is preparing to, oh my God, every waking moment of this goddamn administration, dude. Every moment of the administration is another crisis, dude. Holy breaking news. I don't want to hear the word breaking news any longer. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear breaking news. I want news to not break. Breaking news. Trump is preparing to dissolve the leadership of the U.S. Postal Service and absorb the independent mail agency into his administration, potentially throwing the mail provider and trillions of dollars of e-commerce transactions into turmoil. Bro, I just got a USPS job. Jesus Christ. Last day has been the worst polling day for Trump during his entire second term. 4 polls show his net approval rating underwater. Like the Little Mermaid, the 3 polls show a trend line showing his ratings going down. His one-time strength, the economy, is now a weakness.
Second term in office. What am I talking about here? Take a look at Trump's net approval.
Okay, but that's like, it's a month in so far, and it's been a disastrous month so far. Are hogs still celebrating? Hogs don't know what's going on. They just, dude, you just saw one in the wild earlier. that turned around and said, see, so much transparency coming from this admin. Because why? Because Donald Trump rambles into any camera that will have him for 3 hours about how sick he is. And then turns around and is like, we're giving $7 billion of condoms to Hamas. That's it. These guys are not, they're reacting to shapes and colors barely, okay? Barely. They don't have any understanding of what's going on. They have no understanding of how this will impact them. Here's a well-educated hog, Jesse Waters. Jesse Waters was all for Doge until cuts impacted his friend. Need to be a little bit less callous. Waters suggested people should be more sympathetic towards employees facing job cuts as a result of Doge. Dude, classic conservatism. I ain't give a until it impacts me in some way, okay? I don't care until it hurts me or someone that I know. God, I hate it. I hate conservatives so much. They literally have made selfishness be their ideology. Imagine living in a world where selfishness is your primary directive. How is this appropriate? It does not make sense. It does not make sense that other people don't see this. It's not even like leopards eat my face, okay? That happens all the time. Chickens come home to roost. That happens all the time. Which, by the way, is not even a chicken coming home to roost because, like, it's not... I don't know Jesse Waters' friend's attitude. This is what I've been talking about. This is what I've been talking about. It's like when you do mass layoffs, you're not only laying off, like, gay, woke Democrats, dude. Oh, it turns out DEI also meant veterans. What? That's crazy. Who could have foreseen this, chat? Nobody. Absolutely nobody, okay? Here.
Let me tell you a story about Chris. Chris was a guy I met at a shooting event in New Jersey last year.
Is Chris in the interview? Oh, this is another guy. This is Chris.
Is it a male or female?
Let me finish.
Oh.
55 billion.
I love you. And so he was a 20-year veteran of the U.S. military. He was one of these guys in one of these elite units. Killed a lot of bad guys. Put his life on the line. And now he punched out after 20 years and working for the Pentagon. And he's only been there a few months, so he's probationary. And he just found out he's probably going to get laid off. He's going to get doged. And he texted me and he said, Jesse, you know, this isn't good. I'm upset. This is really sad. And this guy's not a DEI consultant. This guy's not a climate consultant.
Dumbass. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's a vet. Veterans are also part of DEI initiatives. So he is. But also, it doesn't matter. He's just getting fired because he's a probationary employee. Oh my God. Now, of course, this is not even a leopards ate my face ass moment. It was bound to happen. It was, of course, bound to happen. And it's going to keep happening. Okay? It's going to keep happening. These guys are so stupid. How can you assume that all... First of all, number one, is it even appropriate to fire all of the Democrat Party voters from the federal regulatory agencies? Of course not. But even then, are you stupid enough to think that they're not going to be firing Republicans? Are you that dumb? The answer is yes, okay? The answer is yes. It's Fell For It Again award every day, okay? It is the Fell For It Again Olympics every day. That's it. Yes, they are stupid. And a lot of hogs are so stupid that even if they get fired, they won't even understand. That's going to be the maximalist hog position. I got fired, but ultimately it was for good purpose. They fired all the trans too on the side, and that's a good thing. And also, I got fired, but I still think it's because of undocumented immigrants, okay? These guys are not exactly smart. They're not, and I'm not talking about the hogs that love Trump. They're obviously stupid too. But Trump and Elon Musk are not like doing this for good reason. They're not doing these mass layoffs. They're doing it because they can. They're doing it because they want to cripple the federal government, the administrative state. They want to destroy it. And then they want to privatize it. So yeah, in this period of instability, there's going to be a little bit of pain is the way that they look at it. The rural dudes at our local Fed facility still blame minorities for them getting fired. Once said it was collective punishment of hardworking Americans. See, there you go. You'll always find a dumbass hog. There's an endless well of depravity there, and it's an endless well of stupidity as well. even when you go, oh, how stupid can they get? The answer is much stupider, okay? Much dumber.
This guy is a veteran. So when you're talking about doging people, veterans should get priority. Because if you're going to go out there and kill enemies and put your life on the line for this country, you shouldn't be in the same category as people that are doing DEI. Now,
he's a veteran. That's also DEI.
Harold and his ilk like to talk about the slash and burn corporate ethos. We just need to be a little bit less callous with the way Harold.
It shouldn't have taken an immediate friend getting fired for a person who is a professional pundit on the most popular news network in America to go, oh, maybe it's not the best idea to just fire every probationary employee. Like, it shouldn't get to this point, okay? So much of the conservative commentary, so much of conservative ideology just simply revolves around you, I got mine. It's basically being selfish as a virtue. They think being selfish as a political ideology is awesome, is based, okay? It blows my mind. I don't want Republicans nor Democrats who are working at these agencies to be fired, okay? I don't want them to be fired. Oh.
We talk about doging people, okay? I want that to sink in.
You're arguing with yourself.
I am not guilty of that. I finally found one person I knew that got doged, and it hit me in the heart.
Even then, he just doesn't really care that much, I don't think, but maybe that's just me. But yeah, here's more. After getting booed for defending Doge cuts, McCormick, a Republican from Georgia, is trying to sell to constituents at his town hall on cuts to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. It's going about how you would expect. Uh-oh. Who could have foreseen this?
We have solutions that we agreed on. That I have 4 Democrats that said that they were willing to. We're not going to take it away from anybody who has it.
Yeah, who could forget this wonderful representative who famously said on CNN, from Georgia, by the way, that children should get jobs instead of getting free school, breakfast, and lunch. If you are wondering how deep does the well of depravity go, you will never see the bottom of it. Here is that guy. I'm going to get back to how his constituents are reacting to the Medicare and Medicaid and Social Security cuts, though, that he's advocating for.
That is a valid goal, right, to save money and be more efficient, right? But
No! Shut up! It's not! Shut up! Why is Liptard on CNN being like, well, you know, it is a valid goal? No! How about it's not a valid goal, okay? I'm done. I'm done with this I hate this. Oh my God, liberals. No, don't concede at any point. There is no reason to concede. They never do. They are depraved.
the bottom line is, right now with this freeze, vulnerable populations could be directly impacted. And so my question to you, just to follow up with you, would you support getting rid of, school lunch for vulnerable kids and breakfast and Head Start, for example, and getting rid of childhood cancer research? Do you support that? And what do you say to your constituents? I want to follow up on that question too, because I didn't hear an answer from you.
Sure. So I'm an ER doc, and I know that philanthropy is where you get most of your money for childhood cancer research, for example. And it's not just you look at what the president just proposed, a $500 billion spending bill on AI to produce cancer early detection in the first stage on most body parts. That's his spending bill where he wants to increase cancer research. So it's just about what part of the money it comes out of. When you talk about school lunches, hey, I worked my way through high school. I don't know about you, but I worked since I was, before I was even 13 years old. I was picking berries in the field before we had child labor laws that precluded that. I was a paper boy. And when I was in high school, I worked my entire way through. You're telling me that kids who stay at home instead of going to work at Burger King and McDonald's during the summer should stay at home and get their free lunch instead of going to work? I think we need to have a top-down review. Think about where kids need to actually be.
You don't understand. I'm saying work sets you free. These 10-year-olds should go work at the goddamn mines. You understand me? This is my congressperson, by the way. It's literally my hometown city hall. Yeah. We got too many children. I'm anti-child.
Gosh, I would say that's not necessarily a fair assessment of all of the kids. So you would say all the kids...
No, just like what he is saying is horrifying. Your response is inadequate. I'm sorry. That is a horrifying thing to say. Yeah, that's right. 10-year-olds should be picking berries on the field is a psychotic position to have as a wealthy Republican who is living in 2025 in the wealthiest nation on the planet. What? He's smiling from ear to ear when he's like, yeah, that's right. Children need to start picking berries.
Kids in your district who use the free lunch, for example, or breakfast, they're all just sitting at home and not working. Okay, I just want to clarify because that seems like what you were trying to insinuate.
This gives us a chance. This gives us a chance, though, to see where is the money really being spent. Who can actually go and actually produce their own income? Who can actually go out there and do something that makes them have value and work?
I sometimes think to myself, like, how would I react if I was an anchor on CNN and the Republican congressperson that I'm interviewing said something like this? And I truly, I just don't know. I would be like, okay, well, you, anyway, I can't even say it. I don't want to say what I am thinking right now. Okay. Like, this is like a meme, dude. It's psychotic. It's insane. You are a psychopath. You are a bad person. Okay. I'm going to say the nicest things I can say. If they had any, you'd be on national TV interviewing this someone like you. Yeah. I mean, that's part of the reason why I am not, that interested in doing that as well.
Work skills for the future. I mean, how many people got their start in fast food restaurants when they were kids versus just giving a blanket rule that gives all kids lunches in high school who are capable of going out and actually getting a job and doing something that makes them have value, thinking about their future instead of thinking about how they're going to sponge out the government when they don't need to. We don't give people value. We don't give them the ability to dig themselves out when we penalize them for actually working and actually keep them on welfare. That's what's been the inner city problem for a very long time. We need to have a top-down review so we can get people out of poverty, because you know what? America's very good at creating jobs and giving people worth. And we've been very traditionally good at that, but we're losing our way. And that's when we give people incentives to stay at home and not work. That doesn't work for America.
But a lot of these kids aren't even of like working age. They're young kids, and as you well know, and also some of the kids in Head Start, they're like 5 and under.
You should know in every aspect of society, even our state and local government sessions, it is this polite, passive, loser, spineless reactions from Dems when conservatives say the most unhinged things. I do my best to bring an ounce of heart here at the VA General Assembly, brother. You made things very clear for me. I hope others also pay attention to what you're doing. This should hit Larry, and by the way, literally saying that we need to evaluate how valuable each mouth to feed is and allocate resources in their direction instead of the mouths that aren't as valuable or productive and are leeches. Yeah, we need to give rich kids more food. Take it away from the poor kids. Make them work for it extra hard. Children need to learn the importance of passive income. Make them get into a cryptocurrency scheme. Anyway, here he is telling a bunch of old people that he's going to cut their health care.
We're not going to take it away, change anything for anybody who's about to get it. But maybe if you're 10 years away, you adjust it by 3 months. You're 20 years away, you adjust it by 6 months. You're 30 years away, you adjust it by a year.
Yeah. It's like, oh, if you're still getting it, you're getting it. But if you haven't gotten it yet, well, you might not get it.
Lifting the cap when you have $36 trillion of debt and you're the world currency, you're the standard world currency, and you're paying $1 trillion of debt interest per year is not going to fix the eventual.
Doing this in Florida especially is insane. No, he's doing it in Georgia. But that also still is insane because he's a Republican, and the people that go to a town hall in general, especially for a safe Republican seat in a safe Republican district, is always going to be mostly people that are on Medicaid, or I mean Medicare, and also Social Security, which is wild. Like, at least lie to them, dumbass. Why are you just straight up being like, yeah, we're gonna cut it?
Economic collapse of the United States. It's just not. It's just not. If you don't do something with Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, which is 75% of our budget, is mandatory spending. 75%. Google it right now. 75% of your budget is mandatory spending. We have a 30% deficit. If you cut all of your military and all of your discretionary spending, you still have a shortfall. We are heading towards a cliff of where we will no longer be the economic standard of the world, which we've been since 1972. and you will lose your place in history. You'll lose your buying power. Your interest rate will go up, and you'll add $9 trillion.
We're all trying to get through this.
We got a Black Hawk down. We got a Black Hawk down.
It's so funny to talk about like American debt to a room full of people that don't give a f about it. Okay. Oh man, really? Oh, we have a lot of debt. That's crazy, man. Okay, so you're just gonna take away my health care? Are you insane? The Trump administration has announced that it will kill Medicare coverage of most telehealth services on April 1st. This is an April Fool's meme, right? I hope they're just doing an April Fool's. Once again, the Trump administration, literally every person at town hall voted for Kamala, and the rest of the town, 90% voted for Trump and loves Trump and thinks food stamps should be illegal and children should have mandatory mine work. It's funny that America's so cooked, dude. America is so busted. Also, cutting telehair, you want to know, cutting telehealth. Cutting telehealth is so stupid because partially, you're just cooking your own fans again. Okay? You're cooking rural people that have a higher likelihood to vote for Donald Trump. Like, those are the people that use telehealth. Oh, there aren't any doctors in Arkansas that will diagnose me with EDS, a physical disability. Ay, ay, ay. And Postal Service too. Postal Service too. Like, cutting telehealth and cutting U.S. Postal Service, unironically, is just actively trying to kill your own fan base. But then again, they did this during COVID. They just literally lied to their fans. New Wall Street Journal story. Big brands do not want to advertise on X for obvious reasons. Every third tweet is spam, porn, or Nazi stuff. But the company has explicitly been threatening them, saying they may face political consequences for not ponying up. X upped the ante in early January by alerting the court that it planned to add more names to the lawsuit, which left advertisers fretting for weeks over whether they would be next. On February 1st, X added about half a dozen more advertisers to the litigation. Some of the advertisers we work with have expressed that they feel there is an implied threat from X that they could be added to the lawsuit if they don't return to X. The legal threat has hung over the industry, including in sideline conversations during CES in January, a major event that attracts top advertising agencies and media and tech companies. Maybe I'm a dumbass, but how is that legal? I realize now. I realize what's going on. It just finally clicked. I grew up in Turkey, okay? So there was no point in time when Recep Tayyip Erdogan was rising to power did the Turkish people turn around and go, how is this legal? Okay? Because there wasn't this like faulty underlying premise that the institutions were supposed to be working. Okay? We all just kind of understood what was going on. And I think the reason why Americans keep asking this question is because they have this notion that the law is supposed to work. Okay? Now, this level of egregious violations of the law, okay, is unique to America. But in the past, you could get away with a lot of stuff, especially if you did it in a covert way, especially if you were wealthy. But if you grew up in a country that is a developing nation, outside of the sphere of Western influence, outside of like Western Europe, you are very familiar with what is going on. As a matter of fact, I'd go so far as to say most people, maybe not in this community because most of you guys live in America or Canada or Western Europe, but most people on the planet know what is going on. I know what is going on. I've been talking about it nonstop. There is no, it doesn't matter. I don't know how else to describe it to you. It literally does not matter. Okay? It doesn't. Americans still have this belief that like, you know, the institutions will protect us. It's like, no, we are now entering a very different territory for America, at least. That is a very familiar territory for everyone that grew up in India, for example. Exactly. Arun says, I've literally been saying that the U.S. is rapidly becoming India super fast. Yeah. Like, this is exactly the type of this is exactly the type of that happens pretty much everywhere else. Okay? And most people are used to this happening. And they just kind of, you know, they just kind of take it. There's not really much you can do. And I just realized now, like, why do people always ask, like, what's going on? Like, isn't that illegal? Is a very funny question that I think only Americans ask, because everywhere else around the world, nobody turns around and goes, is that legal? What's happening? It's not. And it doesn't matter. It's illegal. It's not. No competent, real administration would allow this to happen. We are just not in that we don't exist in that playing field any longer. Germany does that. No, that's the difference. That's why I said Europe is different. America is different. Canada is different. But if you live anywhere in the global south, or if you live in a developing nation, this is not a unique predicament. What you are experiencing is something that you have experienced growing up. I teach ESL to adult students, and we had a conversation after class about this. Most of my students are from South America and the West Indies, and they literally are horrified that they're seeing the same things that happen in their homes happen here. Oh yeah, in the US is the dog can't play basketball meme. No, there's a difference there. Because listen, when it comes to social safety nets, I've long maintained the position that America is a third world nation with a Gucci belt. Like, we're super wealthy, but we also mistreat our citizens pretty egregiously. But in comparison to a lot of the other countries that are still existing in the ruins of American empire, okay, some of these institutions are at least tasked with masquerading as competent institutions. Like, there is some semblance of rule of law here, okay? While our social safety nets have never actually kept up with other Western European counterparts, there is at least like some of the institutions are supposed to every now and then defend principles in an effort to not undermine public confidence in said institutions. Now we've moved into a different territory where it doesn't really matter. It's more of a, what are you going to do about it situation? That's where we're at. What's interesting about this situation is that this is not an exclusively American problem. What happens in America inevitably will happen in Western Europe, and inevitably will happen in Canada as well. When Canadians and Europeans look to America's car wreck, train crash, and go, wow, look at these. What they fail to consider is that is going to happen to you too. Let's take a look at Trump's net approval ratings going down.
CNN, you see it on this side of the screen. -5. Gallup, -6. Ipsos, -7. Quinnipiac, -4. Negative, 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 negative. Underwater, 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 underwater. These 4 polls, all of them tell a consistent story, and that is Trump is on the negative side of the ledger. His net approval is negative. He is underwater like the Little Mermaid.
All right, what are the changes since the beginning of his term?
They call Trump.
Right,
they call
so
Trump the Little Mermaid the way he's underwater.
We do have the other 3 pollsters that we can look at. Trump's net approval rating, the change since January. Look at this. Gallup down 5 points. Quinnipiac down 7 points. Ipsos down 13 points. They polled right at the beginning of his presidency, so not a big surprise that shows the worst change for Donald Trump. But the bottom line is this. Across the 4 new polls that we have, all of them have Trump in net negative approval rating, and the 3 in which we have a trend line, we see Donald Trump heading in the wrong direction, swimming upstream, you might say.
What is driving this? Like, what is making people so upset?
Yeah, one of Donald Trump's great strengths during his first term, one of Donald Trump's great strengths
is being white, rich, and a piece of shit,
was the economy, the idea that Donald Trump could fix the economy. This was one.
More boxes, more options. Grainger has over 1,700 box types in stock and ready to help you pack, store, and ship everything. And you can count on Grainger to deliver your boxes fast. Count on Grainger for boxes. Call or click Grainger.com/boxes today.
I'm not gonna lie, it does kind of feel like it's not just like a fell for it again award for the Republicans, but also for the Democrats too, because like lost to this again award goes to the Democrats. If we're gonna do fell for it again award for the Republicans that voted for this, then we got to do the lost to this again award for the Democrats, who, looked at this baboon and was like, yeah, we should actually apply his policies from 4 years ago to our campaign, and people will vote for us because they love his policies. No, they just love him. They think he's charismatic. They think he is the anger and resentment that they carry for the institutions that have not defended their best interest. He's the mallet. He is the mallet that will destroy the government. Okay? People want radical change. And the Democrats wanted same old diet, same old diet Republican policies.
One of Donald Trump's great strengths. Now it's one of his great weaknesses. What am I talking about? Trump's net approval rating. You go back to his first term, February 2017, Ipsos, he was at plus 16 points on his net approval. Quinnipiac, plus 6. Look at where he is now in Ipsos. He's 8 points underwater on the economy. Quinnipiac, 4 points under on the economy. I honestly never thought I'd see the day in which Donald Trump would be polling so poor on the economy, but that day is here. As I said last week, inflation ate the Joe Biden presidency alive, and right now it is very much the case that Donald Trump is in danger of inflation eating his presidency alive because his net approval ratings on the economy are underwater.
I just have one last question. What's this for?
What's this for? If I wanted to say something, if I wanted to do math, if I wanted to write.
Do these polls even matter? He's already in power. I mean, he does care. Polls matter in the sense that, like, people come in here all the time and talk about how his popularity increased after the election. It matters in the sense that, like, is the public paying attention? Are they actually recognizing the harm that Donald Trump is doing right now? Polls literally don't matter. They're made up. They don't capture anything. I wipe my ass with polls. Polls are so boring. It's obvious that it doesn't capture the brain dead lump and pearl demo, which is the most of America and most of Trump's base. Bro, this dog is dead today, by the way. Did you guys notice that he has not moved? She's been snoring the entire time.
Unfortunately, it's clear that this council does not listen, so instead I'm going to take my time to say what MAGA has stood for these past 3 weeks. MAGA stands for trying to erase trans people from existence. MAGA stands for resegregation and racism. MAGA stands for censorship and book bans. MAGA stands for firing air traffic controllers while planes are crashing. MAGA stands for firing the people overseeing our nuclear arsenal. MAGA stands for firing military veterans and those serving them.
Yeah, that was crazy. They also fired so many people in the Forest Service. Like, it's so goddamn annoying. Do you think the midterms will shift blue again? Dude, I don't even remotely care about that at this stage. I mean, look at the Democratic Party, man. Like, oh man, yeah, we're gonna shift blue. Okay. What are we going to do after that? That's 2 years away. We haven't even... Dude, this is officially the first month of the Burger Reich. Month one. Month one of the Burger Reich. 1 month in, as of today. 1 month ago, I was about to fly to Japan. It's so bad. 47 plus more. 47 plus more months of the Burger Reich. All right, let's finish this.
Including canceling research on veteran suicide. MAGA stands for cutting funds to education, including for disabled children. MAGA is...
It's been a month, and I haven't heard any of the congressional Democrats come out with a clear and coherent message like this thus far. It's been a month. The Republicans are actively dismantling the federal government. The Democrats are not using this to actively message against not just Trump, okay, not just Elon, but the entire Republican agenda, the entire Republican Party. It is crazy.
It's profoundly corrupt, unmistakably anti-democracy, and most importantly, MAGA is explicitly a Nazi movement. You may have replaced a swastika with a red hat, but that is what it is. I will now engage in the time-honored American tradition of peaceful civil disobedience.
Get the heck! Yeah, they arrested him.
Oh, that was gangster. Homie just got arrested for the love, bro. Hey, what?
Scott, an amazing talk. Honestly,
he hates Donald Trump.
I want to ask you a bit about almost just the actual.
He did something cool.
Your style of speaking, because I think it's remarkable. But I'm going to start here.
He did something.
This thing's been seen by 5+ million people around the world already, and growing. It's the biggest single hit coming out of the last TED. I'm curious what feedback you've had from it. I mean, you laid out some pretty savage criticisms of a lot of people there. Have some of them come back hard at you? Have you?
If I let somebody fuck me in my buttocks, but everybody in the world, but but in doing that, I cure world hunger. for like forever. Yeah, I give up the butt for that. But like everybody, like kids, like everybody all over the world in Jamaica and freaking. Yeah, no. No, I want everybody to know. No. That would have to be a stipulation. Like my face would have to be everywhere. It's like this dude took it up his ass when he ain't want to, so your bitch ass can eat that cheeseburger. So you better enjoy every bite of them fucking Brussels sprouts, bitch. Cause this man went and killed himself 48 hours later. he thought he could handle it, but he just wasn't able to. His friends just didn't want to let it go. The more he thought about it, he really wanted to say, fuck them kids. Hey, thank you for the raid. Who just raided me, bro? Olivia! Hey, I was playing, what do you call it, Overwatch too. Oh man, I'm so happy you raided me after the statement I just made. Huh. How are you? I was just on Overwatch. Not too much. Nah, my friends posed a question to me. What they said was, if I could cure world hunger, right? I'm all right. If I could cure world hunger, everybody in the world, kids will no longer be hungry ever, right? Ever. But the stipulation is, in order for that to happen, I have to get F'd in the B. And I told them, you said what? Yeah. I think it was an exercise in a mental exercise? Yeah. Like world hunger. Odd time to raid. Hey, you said it after. I mean, it's pretty funny. You know, like I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah. Because that means kids, that nobody has to starve ever. Nobody has to starve ever again. And you got to think about it. If nobody ever starves ever again, think about how much money they're going to be saving. So it's really two things you're helping. You're helping hunger and you're helping finances. I mean, I'm sacrificing my butt for the greater good, though. Yeah, there ain't no more. That's three things. Go ahead, CJ. That's three things. Yeah. And think about how much punani I'm gonna get. Think about how much punani I'm gonna get though. Because remember, my name, nigga, for one time. Wars, bro. Dog, forever. World hunger is ended forever. Dog, bro, dog. I'm gonna be balls deep in the punani, bro. Because remember, I want my face on CNN. I want it on Fox. I want it everywhere. But like this man, if you think you took one for the team, you don't know shit. This man, I'm scared. For what? Wait, what did he say? Would I take it in the butt to kill? Wait, nah, wait, hang on, no. What do you say, CJ? To get rid of him? Nah. Y'all could live with that nigga. Nah. Nah, cause that's the thing though. Donald Trump is out of here in less than 4 years. So I'm gonna have to live with that shame forever. But ending world hunger forever, that's a totally different thing. Nah, fuck Donald Trump. Yeah. Oh my God. No, I'm not gonna imagine that shit. I'm not imagining shit, and fuck you for asking me to. I ain't imagining shit. Well, yeah. So, like multiple, I was just there thinking about world hunger, but then I thought about finances, and then you were like, no, there's war. Crime is gonna go way down. You know what I mean? Yeah, which we could worry about that after. But honestly, with people being full stomachs, they'll be able to be more vigilant. So so people will be able to look out for them type of people now. It's really such a win-win. It would really be curing so many things. It's like you are un-American if you don't take it in the butt. Assassin. Yeah. Exactly. They send all of our young people to war all the time, and they're like, oh yeah, it's for a good cause. This bitch ass dude Trump. No. He came close to. They shot at his bitch ass. He caught a glimpse at that shit. Yeah, they did. Well, whether you think it was conspiracy, yeah, I'm on the fence about it too. For real. And they were saying, how the hell, if you have like Secret Service around you, how did they miss him the whole time? How did they not realize he was there the whole time? He was ordered not to shoot him. They ordered not to. Nah, that was an inside job. And then that's when Elon Musk decided. And then Elon Musk is talking about, oh yeah, when they shot at Trump, that's when I felt like I needed to have his back and support him. Like, bitch, you a fucking Nazi ass hoe. Man, don't get me started on that shit, because then I go dark and I start to say a bunch of shit that I have to leave on the internet forever. But yeah, that's what we were talking about, Olivia. I have been switching from game to game. My attention span has been shite, so I've been switching from game to game a lot tonight. Are y'all done playing, or are y'all setting off another one? True. I'd actually be really proud of that. If that actually came to pass, I would be really proud of that. Ended world hunger. Shoot, bring out the baby oil. That sound like assassin. That sound like assassin. Oh, okay. Who else would be snoring right now? Cause Drace came in, but then he signed back out real quick. It might be Q. Oh, okay. My bad, Q. Kobe, my man. Kobe. After this conversation, nah, bro. But yeah. I haven't watched nothing in a minute. I'll do a couple rounds of Call of Duty.
You mainly been amplified and cheered on in it. Give us a sense of the feedback on this.
First off, thanks for having me, Chris, and thanks for creating such a powerful platform to let people like me have this type of opportunity. 98% has been exceptionally positive. Not yesterday, but the day before yesterday, I was on a Zoom call.
The videos are so organized, so structured based off of topic. They're
Who's he
easy
dodging?
to use. I didn't have a lot of time. I needed to learn
That
the
would be a
material,
good
but I also
fight.
wanted to understand the material.
Where I spoke after Speaker Pelosi and before Senators Blumenthal and Blackburn, and talking specifically about my recommendations around big tech. I don't know if I'll be invited back because I did not hold back. But it's been, let me talk about it. It's been overwhelmingly positive. It's been everything from billionaires reaching out and saying, I have a philanthropy and I'd like your help allocating some of our resources, to someone sent me a screenshot of an account with $10 million in it and said, it's yours if you run for president in 2028. To which I responded, I have no interest in that, but I'd really enjoy spending the weekend in Vegas with you. It's been really positive. So the points of pushback that I think are interesting, and I want to be clear, I get it wrong all the time. I'd like to think that some or even most of this is directionally correct, but what I know for certain is some of it is wrong. I got pushback around Social Security from representatives, from seniors, that this is the most successful social program in the world, and that I shouldn't be demonizing old people for taking out something they've already contributed to. I've got pushback for fat shaming. So I've gotten, points of pushback, but I think that's important. I think that if you're going to make provocative statements, you need to be subject to pushback. And I would say that my goal is not to be right. It's to catalyze a conversation such that we can craft better solutions. And the thing that's been really rewarding about this dialogue is that when people send me very long emails, including from Congress and the Senate and people who run companies and nonprofits, the dialogue's been very civil. And I would say that the thing that I really enjoy recognize about the TED community is I'm in a variety of different communities, whether it's TikTok or whether it's at different conferences where I say these things. And the dialogue this has inspired has been remarkably more civil. It's been more, I like this, I didn't like this, but I really appreciate that.
That's ridiculous.
The medium is the message. People are more civil on LinkedIn than they are on Twitter. And I have found so far people are much more civil on TED than other platforms.
Well, that's nice to hear. We definitely, though, don't want people to hold back. And I know that in the comments there are some people who've pushed back on specific aspects of the talk. But which of the various proposals and things that we could actually do about this problem do you think have most chance of actually moving forward? Because it's so wide-ranging. It's like it's very hard for young people to get to college now, hard to get a house, and then all the way up to Social Security and so forth. Where do you think there's most traction, Scott? Something that might actually shift?
I think there's already a movement underway to expand freshman class at elite colleges, to invest more in vocational programs, to reverse this vibe or gestalt of higher ed as a luxury brand and return it to being a public servant. I think that movement was already underway, and it feels like there's a lot of momentum there, and some of the stats have really freaked people out. There's 10 to 1 MIT employees for every person who teaches. So I've heard from the president of ASU saying, and the presidents of Purdue saying, come here, and they've been circulating my talk and raising money around the fact that they have not embraced this strategy. I think I've heard from quite a few people in the budget office and Congress people talking about things including eliminating capital gains tax or just having one income tax similar to what we had under Reagan, instead of favoring the income that capital earns or wealthier people versus current income. I have heard a decent amount around the idea of just generally speaking, tax reform. How do we put more money in young people's pockets? And then from what I'll call the retail media, whether it's Morning Joe or The View, which I've been on since this talk, we need to change the narrative and stop criticizing young people and saying that their depression, their anxiety, their obesity is a function of their entitlement and not a function of public policy that people of my age have implemented. That, okay, maybe there is some truth to some of their disappointment.
So let me, before we go into the details on it, let me pick up that specific point, because there is, I'm sure that some people watching this, maybe probably older people, would say, are you sure it's really this intentional thing as opposed to a consequence of just cultural cycles? So there's this quote that you all know by Michael Knopf, that, hard times create strong men create good times create weak men create hard times. That there's an argument that we've been through so much prosperity that baby boomers raised a generation of kids who just grew up too comfortable, and that is where part of the problem is. You are powerfully arguing a different case. Is there any truth to that argument?
I think in almost every generation before ours, I'll call it Gen X and baby boomers, there was a concerted effort to elect people who would think long term and make forward-leaning investments. If you think about Apple, Google, NVIDIA, all of these companies, Moderna, that have added trillions of dollars in market cap, it's really they build a thick layer of innovation on top of investments that have been made by the most successful venture capitalists in history, and that's the U.S. government with its limited partners, its investors, the middle class. And that there's a lack of that forward-leaning investment. Basically, the only thing that passes for bipartisan cooperation now is reckless spending. Republicans want more military spending and lower taxes. Democrats want more social spending and higher taxes, and they agree on lower taxes and more spending. So it does feel like we are being irresponsible, even reckless. The way I loosely describe it is $7 trillion in government spending, which juices the economy, $5 trillion in receipts. I'm in the club partying with champagne and cocaine, and the closest the young people get to the club is they can throw their credit card at me from downstairs, and I'll rack up more debt on their back so I can continue this prosperity. Even the markets right now, we don't want to talk about this. The markets are being supported right now by an additional $2 trillion in stimulus every year in the form of government spending that's beyond our revenues. In past generations, unless it was wartime, never would have engaged or supported that type of government spending. So I do think there's something different here. I think the financialization of everything, Chris, where, as they said in Jerry Maguire, more money used to be a bigger seat in business class. Now it's a better life. And the fact that we haven't faced really any external threats to rally us together to create more comity of man or more patriotism, there just seems to be not the same sense of selflessness or investment mindset that's been the past generation.
I mean, one of the most powerful aspects of the talk, and there were so many powerful aspects, was your juxtaposition of different stats. So Harvard, this explosive growth in the endowment, and no more students being admitted. I mean, you immediately know when you just put those numbers together that there's something very, very wrong with that picture. So powerful. I thought your line about just showing minimum wage has just not remotely caught up with the way at which capital is growing. And I wonder whether there's almost like some political ideas that we could push out there that said things like that a society is not operating justly if its minimum wage rate is growing slower than the rate at which capital is appreciating. It shouldn't be linked to inflation or even wages. It should be linked to the rate at which capital is appreciating in that society. Otherwise, inequality is absolutely bound to increase. And I'm curious which others of those have landed. Like with Social Security, for example, I understand why people have pushed back. Do you see any workable kind of middle ground here where you could say, look, Social Security is important, we're not going to take the whole thing away, but we have to make it more just. We can't have it sucking more and more of the next generation's time. And like, what is the right metric to think about how much Social Security could be trimmed to be fair to the generation coming through? That feels like one of the biggest numbers.
Right. So I've had a bunch of calls with different people in Congress and different PACs about Social Security. So means testing and moving the age back, right?
Yeah,
And the majority of people just even 100 years ago didn't participate in Social Security because they were dead by that time. Now they're living 20 and 30 years beyond that. People will say, well, I invested in it, I want it back. I'd say first, it's called a tax, not a pension fund, meaning that it might be distributed to other people. Two, people who live to be 85 take out 2 to 3 times more than they put in. So I think, I'm not saying we should do away with it. I'm just saying it should be means tested. The age should be pushed back to reflect that people are working much longer. Also, just basics. The person who put together the slides, Mia, makes $160,000 a year, and I'm allowed to say that with her permission. She's 26, very talented young woman. She pays $9,000 a year or 6% in Social Security. This year, I'll make 100 times that, and I'll pay, wait for it, $9,000 in Social Security income tax. It's capped for anyone making over $160,000. So if this generation is the wealthiest generation in history, why have we decided to cap Social Security for rich people? So I don't have a problem with stimulus. I don't have a problem with social programs, but Social Security is another example yet again of we are really taxing. 6% is a real number for young people their whole life, but it's been de minimis for me because I'm old and wealthy. So it's another example of how this transfer under the cover of dark, that wealthy people are in there saying, we'll position this tax as onerous, but we're going to cap it like it's a good thing at 6%. Why is Jeff Bezos not paying 6% of his income into Social Security? It's an off-balance sheet item. It doesn't impact the deficit. It's funded every year. But right now, 40% of all government spending is allocated for programs that go to seniors. It's about to be 50% in 10 years at this rate, which means that crowds out investments and forward-leaning investments such as education and technology. And we also just need to acknowledge, and this sounds ageist, and it is, old people are less productive and more expensive. And so unless we figure out a way to acknowledge that they spend a longer period of their lives being expensive and unproductive, our economy is basically just going to be an engine to kind of support the most expensive nursing home in the world. This is happening in Japan, it's happening in Italy, and it takes an economy into decline because you can't make forward-leaning investments that encourage wealth or inspire wealth for young people, and they don't have kids. In terms of minimum wage, this is an easy one. I've been positioned as anti-union. I'm not. There should be one union. It should be in DC, and it should be federally mandated minimum wage, $25 an hour, except in certain areas where there's an exceptionally low cost of living. And people will start this, the incumbents and corporations will start this bullshit narrative of it'll kill the economy. No, it won't. In Washington State and California, where they raised minimum wage, the economy actually grew, because the wonderful thing about low and middle income people is they spend all of their money, meaning the multiplier effect is greater. If it had just kept pace with productivity and inflation, it'd be $23. That's an easy one. Mandatory, federally mandated $25 an hour. Would McDonald's and Walmart stock take a huge hit? Sure. Would a bunch of small businesses go out of business? Yes. And it'd be worth it.
So, as you say, you don't hold back. And there are definitely a few things in the talk
Meet Bree. She's always saying, I'll do it someday, constantly burned out with work. Her potential, just sitting there, waiting. Then
provoked comment. So, Kyra Gaunt, I see in the chat, found your comment about diabetes a bit smug. She says that there are epigenetics to consider. It's complicated for members of marginalized groups. And you say you've heard from other people on that. Do you want to clarify your view on that at all?
It's a fair feedback as someone who was born to parents who are both tall and thin. So easy for you to say, Scott. What I have said in the past, and if I sound offensive, I apologize, is I believe that we need, bottom line, to put more money in the pockets of lower income people such that they can eat better. I think we need to tax the food industrial complex relative to its externalities. Obesity, morbid obesity has gone from 5 to 9% in the last 30 years. Obesity's gone from, I believe it's gone from 30 to 45%. The only thing that Americans really share is that 70% of us are overweight or obese. And if you look at McDonald's, Kraft, General Foods, PepsiCo, Coca-Cola, they're not companies as much as they are obesity indices. And their stocks have gone up 10 to 12x as obesity has gone up. And if you give those two, their stocks and obesity rates, to a statistician, they will tell you they are highly correlated. So as a result, because there's money in the diabetes industrial complex, we have Unilever celebrating obese women. We have people saying you're finding your truth. And this is from the same company that sells Ben & Jerry's and Axe, which basically encourages young men to fuck anything. So the notion that they are concerned about or trying to liberate people, or all of these apparel companies saying that you're finding your truth. I want to go back to the 60s where Kennedy said it was American and patriotic to be in great shape. I used to train every year for the Presidential Fitness Awards, and that was seen as fat shaming, so they did away with it. I don't think there's anything wrong with celebrating fitness, but also at the same time recognizing some people are dealt a difficult hand genetically and providing them with money and resources so they can get out of food deserts. I also believe GLP-1 drugs are the most impressive technology of the last year, not AI, and we should be pushing them into low-income communities. I think they're an absolute game changer right now. Here's a crazy stat. The region of America that has the greatest penetration of GLP-1 prescriptions is also the thinnest. It's the Upper East Side, because right now GLP-1 drugs are being used for ladies of lunch who want to lose that last 10 pounds. I hope that more and more of it is imported illegally across the border, where it's $100 a month versus $1,000, and it gets to the people who really need it, which is low-income people who don't have the money for diabetes, because the industrial food complex wants you to be obese so they can hand you over to the medical industrial complex of hip replacements, kidney dialysis, knee replacements, heart stents. That's an enormous industry. I want to put Coca-Cola, Kraft, McDonald's, and some of these hospital systems absolutely out of business. There's too much incentive to convince you that being obese is some sort of personal liberation. It's not.
So this is so interesting. Like somehow, and I feel this for Ted as well, we have to figure out how to have conversations about difficult topics that are respectful of people, and you know, everyone's, as you say, has been dealt a different hand, but that don't ignore the basic facts of health or of science, and that is what is so hard to do in the current environment right now. We've all got who doesn't, I think, of saying the kind of thing that you just said, and they probably
posed that to them. I'm pretty sure there's somebody on that team that
replied there, but I feel like we need to do both. You know, we need to be provocative and also respectful, and I heard that in you, so I think that's cool. And then again, actually, not to pick on Karen, but she also, I noticed that she pushed back on your point about social media. That, you know, one of the fixes is to get our younger kids off social media. Points out, and I've felt this reading John Haidt's work myself, that those communities that people connect with on social media sometimes are incredibly beneficial. So you think of the kid who's queer or is struggling with something and doesn't find anyone in their community who they can connect with, finds a community online. I mean, there's presumably some benefit in that. Is there any way of making recommendations where there aren't swings and roundabouts, there aren't, you know, sort of downsides to what we recommend?
Look, 1 in 5 LGBTQ high schoolers is going to try and kill themselves. So I'm involved with the JED Foundation that works with high schools to try and identify or distinguish between kind of what is normal, abnormal teen behavior and suicidal ideation. And because we do have an epidemic of self-harm at a teen level, and there's just no getting around it. Some trans and gay kids and other kids from special interest groups find other people like them on social media. I guess the question would be, if banning social media under the age of 16 or age gating it on the whole were demonstrated to be an absolute huge net positive, because I think a lot of those communities are actually the subjects of incredible bullying and shaming online and are more prone to go down a rabbit hole of depression and end up in self-harm. Are there other programs that could replace that incredible community some of them have found? But look, when you make huge government decisions, there is no decision where there's not going to be losers. I mean, The special interest group kid who finds people online at 14 when social media is age gated, yeah, that person suffers. I guess the argument I would make is that if you were to look at any study about the general impact it's having on people under the age of 16, the benefits dramatically outweigh the soft tissue here. So the question is, could we do it, but at the same time recognize we still have an enormous self-harm problem among kids, especially in the LGBTQ community, and move in with other programs or other analog means of helping them find other people. But I want to acknowledge there's just nothing I recommend.
You need to look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself if you're being bold enough. If you search your soul, I think you're going to find out you're not.
It doesn't have a downside.
So some people asking about practical things we can do. So Adrian Neubauer said, as an elementary school teacher, what's your advice for helping Gen Alpha students? I don't want my students to grow up having such apathy towards learning and being successful. I definitely don't want my students' highest aspirations to be TikTok influencers. How do I help? How do I help them?
Well, the first thing is, I think this is an easy one. I don't think there's any reason for anyone under the age of 16 to be on social media. I think we need a massive investment. I think we need to tax every person in a private school and use that capital to invest in after-school programs in third places. I went to public schools all the way through graduate school. I went back to my high school, University High School, and 93% are kids of color. It's got the unfortunate designation of having the greatest proportion of kids who are classified as homeless in LAUSD. And they just cut their drill team. They just cut their band, their drum line, because they don't have money. I just think so much of this, Chris, unfortunately, it's like households with a lot of anxiety. This sounds very crass, but I think a lot of problems are solved with money. Show me divorce, and I'm usually going to show you some sort of economic stress or poor alignment around economics. And when you can add $250 billion in 5 minutes post the earning call of NVIDIA, and at the same time, you see corporations are paying their lowest taxes since 1939, and the top 25 wealthiest Americans are paying a tax rate of 6%. And 5 companies have added the value of the entire global auto industry in the last 6 weeks. We have the resources. So I think a lot of this comes down to funding, giving kids more third places such that they're not staring at their phones, and also demanding that parents and demanding that entire school systems go phone free, and that there's no social media. And on a more tactical level, I absolutely think we need to ban or divest TikTok. I think it makes absolutely no sense to be raising a generation of civic, military, and nonprofit leaders who hate America, and it's all wrapped in cute dances. I just think it's insane that we would be this stupid. One of the wonderful things about America is our optimism, but one of the downsides of that is we're much easier to fool than convince we've been fooled. I think every day we're being fooled by TikTok. I think this is the most unbelievable propaganda tool in history. Unfortunately, it's not ours.
You mentioned NVIDIA there, which has exploded in value in the last couple of years, last year really. Isn't that to some extent a counter-argument to your earlier comment about you had this unique opportunity to buy these cheap stocks?
That's why on my stream, like I like as I'm playing video games, I'm gonna have videos of like where you're gonna like learn something. Like you're watching me play. I may be talking, I most likely am not because I don't really have much to say. But you'll be watching the videos and you'll learn some shit. If I had an OnlyFans, I would do that. If I had OnlyFans, I would do that. That shit would be, but no.
Like Netflix and Amazon at low prices. I mean, there are always. Has the market fundamentally changed? There aren't that kind of opportunity for smart people to identify trends and get the same kind of wealth. Was it just a timing thing?
No, what we've decided is we want capitalism on the way up. We want low taxes, and the pioneer, the individual who earned the money and should pay a low tax rate because he or she is the most productive citizen. And then on the way down, when there's a virus or some exogenous event, which happen a lot, whether it's war, famine, revolution, or a virus, the CEO of Delta says we're all in this together and wants a massive bailout, despite the fact that 80% of the free cash flow of airlines the 10 years before were either used on dividend or stock buybacks or CEO compensation that juice their compensation. And yet, so look, capitalism on the way up and socialism on the way down is cronyism. And we've gone full cronyist in the United States. And I understand the rationale for pumping the economy full of stimulus, because they said we needed to overdo it versus underdo it. But then no one suggested a special tax for the unbelievable champagne and cocaine disco party we've had in the markets. Markets are touching all-time highs right now. And the myth that my generation has fomented across the economy that young people take hook, line, and sinker is the following. There are two phases of everyone's life. There's investing, and then there's the harvesting phase. Investing is when you do your best to make more than you spend and save some money so you can deploy an army of capital that grows in your sleep such that you can have some security and some balance as you get older, and you begin harvesting. I'm entering the harvesting stage of my life where I'm no longer making as much as I spend. During the investment part of your life, when you're younger years, you want markets to crash. You want real estate that's inexpensive. You want a dollar cost average in at the low price. The reason I get to roll with you in London and I get to go to the south of France tomorrow, Chris, is because we let the markets crash in 2008 and I got to buy Netflix at $12, which is at $6.50 now. What we've decided now purposefully is that we aren't going to let the markets have a natural cycle of disruption, that anytime the markets are threatened, we're going to weigh in with the credit card of our young friends, of our daughters and our sons, and we're going to artificially inflate and support the markets. That is nothing but a transfer of wealth. You need disruption. You need churn. These are purposeful decisions to protect old on the credit card of the young. I don't have a problem with stimulus, but for God's sakes, those of us who have benefited from it should pay it back.
So there's a great question here from Brett McCall. So during this talk, there are an overwhelming number of points that are all delivered in an easy to understand way. That's true, by the way. It's really, I don't know of a talk where there's been such density of points, of facts that connect. Really remarkable. Anyway, he says, it leaves me charged with the desire to join, quote, the movement and make change. It's almost like a full semester worth of issues that could be movements, but there isn't an explicit community or movement to join. Scott, where would you suggest a starting place for someone who becomes inspired by your talk?
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into with a 3.6 GPA.
90% of students with a 4.0 plus GPAs get rejected from universities like Harvard, Stanford, and other top 10 universities. Your child needs these three key factors to get into an Ivy League or top 25 university. And it's not having a good GPA or SAT score. Let me explain. Top universities made SAT and ACT submissions optional. And with over 100,000 plus applicants a year, as a parent, you know your child needs to stand out. Top universities like Harvard, Stanford, Princeton, and others admit students who will have a successful career after graduation. This is what gives a university its prestige. Universities are businesses at the end of the day. And if they have great alumni who become successful, it's the best form of marketing for the university. And we know this because we've guided thousands of students in over 40 states to get into the top 25 universities. And we know that there are three factors in the admission criteria that universities are looking for. And that's why
it's hard to do this without being political, but try and find congresspeople or get involved in campaigns of people who are, one, talking about the deficit, talking about the war on young people, having difficult conversations. I mean, there's some very basics. And the speaker before me, Andrew Yang, Final Five and ranked choice voting. People who are going to be moderates, who are going to think long-term about society. I think we need absolutely more young people in Congress. So I would say political action, just being engaged. And then on a ground level, getting involved with local schools, getting involved in charities and efforts to help young people in special interest groups find third places, find places to find each other. I think all of this is somewhat couched in young people in an epidemic of loneliness. So anything you can do to create resources and opportunities for young people to get out of the house. I think it's up to parents to get their kids off. I mean, I think it's not what to do, it's what not to do. In terms of a political movement, I'm still waiting for a leader to come forward and say, I'm going to piss off everybody. Old people, you're going to hate me. Unions, you're going to hate me. Rich people, you're going to hate me. You know what we need? We need the biggest class traitor in history. Someone who shows up and says, are we going to decrease government spending or are we going to raise taxes? And the answer is yes. It's time to start acting like adults and paying it back to some of the incredible Americans who have made sacrifices such that we can enjoy this prosperity. I haven't seen that person yet, but
politicians assume that that's an unelectable slate. And maybe they're underestimating the intelligence of their citizens.
I think people are ready. Do you know what one of the top 3 issues among young people is right now? People think it's Middle East. It's not. That's like number 17 because of the zombie apocalypse of useful idiots on campuses that has been highlighted in media and in TikTok to give you the sense that every student is protesting. 2,300 arrests, 40 weren't students. I'm at NYU. 99.9% of the kids are just getting their shit done. The new president, undergraduate president of Columbia, is an Israeli girl. What you know, we need, anyways, one of the top issues for young people, one of the top 3, the deficit. So I just think we need a pragmatist who says, I am not going to ever insult anyone on the other side of the aisle personally to get on TikTok and raise money. I'm going to talk about really boring shit. Tax policy, the deficit, teen depression, obesity, and I'm going to make big sweeping changes. And guess what? All of you are going to suffer, all of you, because there's just no getting around it. We need to make a fraction of the sacrifices that a lot of Americans made 80 years ago. I don't know about you. I was very moved by the D-Day commemorations, but every generation up until this one has made real sacrifice for four generations, except this one. So we need to catch up. I think people are ready for that.
Scott, you've spent a lot of time giving advice, especially for young men. Do you think that the problem has been especially bad for them for some reason, or that a disproportionate share of the solution will be found by fixing the problems that young men are facing right now?
Well, all of these things are especially acute. So with young men, and this is the thing, this is my passion project, 4 times as likely to kill themselves, 3 times as likely to be addicted, 12 times as likely to be incarcerated. There has been no group globally that's ascended faster than women. More women globally are pursuing tertiary education, which is remarkable when you think about many nations don't allow women to pursue tertiary education. And twice as many women have been elected to parliament over the last 30 years around the world. Now, domestically in the U.S., there has never been a cohort that has fallen further faster than young men. More women, single women own homes now than single men, which is fantastic. In urban areas, women are out earning men. These things are wonderful. We don't have a homeless crisis. We have a male homeless crisis. We don't have an opioid addiction crisis. We have a male opioid addiction crisis. And unfortunately, something that gets in the way of programs, Chris, is that because of the benefit, the massive benefit, privilege, and advantage that you and I received, we hold these young men accountable. We use words like accountability or pull yourself up by your bootstraps. If any special interest group was killing themselves at 4 times the rate of the control group, we'd move in with programs. And I think there just generally needs to be a change in the narrative and the dialogue. And we need to recognize that empathy isn't a zero-sum game. Gay marriage didn't hurt heteronormative marriage. Civil rights didn't hurt white people. And recognizing the problems that young men especially are facing. 1 in 3 men under the age of 30 hasn't had sex in the last year. 3 million working age men have given up looking for work. 50% of millennial men are no longer even trying to date. And so you have this cohort that is doing so poorly. And if we don't have a vibrant middle class full of successful, economically and emotionally viable men, the nation is going to collapse. Because here's the thing about women. We don't want to have an open and honest conversation about mating. And this is the following. Women mate socioeconomically, horizontally and up, men horizontally and down. And when the pool of men available horizontally and up keeps shrinking, we're going to have a lack of household formation. 60% of people aged 30 to 34, 40 years ago had at least one child. Now it's 27%. The whole shooting match, why we engage in all this shit is so we can find someone we love and raise kids together. That is the most rewarding thing. Everything else is a means. That's the ends. And when a nation is failing to do that and just creating a generation of anxious, obese, and depressed kids who don't like themselves, much less have the opportunity to like other people and get together and start having sex and fall in love and have kids and have economic prosperity, then what the fuck is any of this for? So I think this is a call for all hands on deck. If young people, and especially young men, aren't doing well, then we are not going to have a functioning nation or economy, full stop. And it's time to put the politically correct agenda away and say, well, you're being sexist. Yeah, I'm sexist. I believe the genders are different. If you don't believe me, put a 3-year-old girl and a 3-year-old boy in a room with cars and dolls and see what happens. That doesn't mean we reduce empathy for either gender, but we can't even have an honest conversation about this stuff because someone sees an opportunity to virtue signal and get a Guardians of Gotcha pin rather than actually addressing the fucking problem.
My name is Elizabeth. I work for UNHCR, the UN Refugee Agency in Ukraine. I'm right now in...
That was a rant.
Scott, I will say that you rant better than anyone I know. I mean, I really, just as someone who's hosted a lot of TED Talks, I was stunned by how this one went. Like many speaker coaches looking at you would say, oh, it's very monotone. It's very, where's the, you just sort of, it just unwraps in a very sort of flat voice initially. But every word is so carefully chosen and follows so consequentially to what's just gone before that you tap into a different part of people's brains than most talks do, I think. Like people go, yes, that makes sense, that makes sense, that makes sense. And then it builds, and then your anger and frustration starts to come out and get dialed up. It's absolutely remarkable rhetoric. I don't know how you learned it or where you got it from, but it's really unique out there, I would say. And I think it's a super powerful weapon, and I mean, I don't know if people listening agree with this. Like, this is a really unusual and it's not like everyone will agree with every single word, Scott, that you said, but it's a really unusual and powerful piece of rhetoric about something that really matters. And for that, I think we all feel huge gratitude to you and wish you well on this continued journey. I mean, there just isn't a more important issue. So bravo to you. Thank you.
Chris, I appreciate the generous words. And what I told my wife is that after 30 years of working my ass off, I'm an overnight success because of Chris Anderson and TED. So thank you.
You had visibility everywhere, and you do. It's amazing how much you're out there. Your voice is out there. If people don't know it, Scott has his own. Just talk about the 2 or 3 podcasts you'd most like people to do, because I think that's the best way to get closer to you.
Yeah, to resist is futile. I'm like AOL in the 90s. If you stick your hand in a cereal box, you're going to find something from Scott Galloway. I have Pivot. I have Prop G, I have my newsletter, No Mercy, No Malice, and a slew of books. So to resist is futile.
And as someone who has
I play music right now, but
senior centers
YouTube
throughout the state of Vermont, and I've spoken to seniors throughout our country, I can tell you that there is a significant level of fear and anxiety among the older people in this country with regard to what's happening right here in D.C. When we have a president of the United States and Republicans who are talking about massive cuts to Medicaid, let's understand, and seniors do understand, that we are not just talking about throwing millions of kids off the health care that they have at a time when we are the only major country enough not to provide health care to all people, not just kids off the health care. We're talking about massive cuts to community health centers, which receive over 40% of their funding from Medicaid, and where millions of seniors go to get the primary care they need. And at a time when we already have a major crisis in nursing home availability, let us understand that Medicaid provides funding for 2 out of every 3 seniors who live in nursing homes. In other words, massive cuts to Medicaid would be a disaster for senior citizens throughout this country. but it is not just Medicaid cuts that worry our seniors. Today, quite unbelievably, and we don't talk about this anywhere near enough, 25% of people in our country who are 65 years of age or older are trying to survive on incomes of $15,000 a year or less. I myself do not know how anybody, let alone a senior with health care needs, can survive on $15,000 a year, but that is what 25% of our seniors are trying to do. Mr. President, this issue of so many seniors struggling to get by, struggling to heat their homes, struggling to buy the food or the prescription drugs they need, this is an issue we must address. And it is a crisis that is unacceptable in the richest country in the history of the world. And that is why, Mr. President, I am proud to tell you that within the next several weeks, I, along with a number of co-sponsors, will be introducing legislation that expands Social Security benefits and extends the solvency of Social Security for decades. You know, we're hearing a lot of talk about cutting Social Security. We should not be talking about cutting Social Security. We must be talking about expanding Social Security benefits. And the legislation that I will introduce would do just that. It would expand Social Security benefits by $2,400 a year, and it would not raise taxes by 1 penny on the bottom 93% of Americans, those who make less than $250,000 a year. And how do we do that? By lifting the cap and applying the Social Security payroll tax on all income above $250,000. Unbelievably, under current law, a billionaire pays the same amount of money into Social Security as someone who makes $176,000 a year. Elon Musk, worth $400 billion, pays the same amount into Social Security as somebody who makes $176,000. That is because under Social Security, there is an absurd cap on taxable income. If we lifted that cap and made sure that millionaires and billionaires paid the same percentage of their income into Social Security as the working class of this country, we could extend the life of Social Security for generations to come and lift millions of seniors out of poverty. Further, Mr. President, when we talk about the needs of senior citizens in this country, I want to mention that I will also be introducing legislation to expand Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing. It is unacceptable that millions of seniors are unable to read a newspaper because they cannot afford eyeglasses, can't have conversations with their grandchildren because they can't afford hearing aids, and have trouble eating because they cannot afford dentures. That should not be happening in the United States of America in the year 2025. Expanding Medicare to cover dental, vision, and hearing is an extremely popular concept. Poll after poll shows that 80% of the American people, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, support doing just that. Mr. President, when we talk about the anxieties that the American people are now experiencing, it is not just, to say the least, senior citizens. All across this country, there is a growing fear that the Trump administration is undermining the Constitution of our country, a Constitution which has kept us a free nation and an example, a model for the rest of the world for the last 250 years. During the last month alone, President Trump has attempted to usurp the powers of Congress, illegally and unconstitutionally refusing to fund programs passed by Congress. He has illegally destroyed agencies like USAID and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that were created by Congress. And under the leadership of Mr. Musk, they have illegally and inappropriately gained access to tax data and Social Security data of millions of Americans, etc., etc. Every day, they are acting in an illegal and unconstitutional manner. And I would say this, and I don't know if people take it seriously or not, I do. Just this week, President Trump tweeted, quote, "He who saves his country does not violate any law," end of quote. Wow. In other words, Mr. Trump sees himself, President of the United States, as above the law and immune from the basic rules of the Constitution and the separation of powers that have governed this country since the founding. Anything I want to do, I'm president, I can do it. Doesn't matter what Congress says, doesn't matter what the Constitution says, that doesn't matter what the rule of law is about. Hey, I'm the president, I'm trying to save the country. I don't need to hear from anybody else. That's not what Americans fought and died to preserve. That's not what this country is about. And with regard to the movement toward authoritarianism, let me say a few words about an area that I think has not gotten much attention at all. And that is Trump's attack on the free press, which is protected by the First Amendment to the Constitution. The founding fathers of this country considered freedom of speech and free press to be enormously important. That was the First Amendment. Mr. Trump has sued CBS and its parent company, Paramount, for $20 billion because he didn't like how they edited an interview with Vice President Kamala Harris. The company is now reportedly considering settling the lawsuit, and I certainly hope they do not do that, out of fear of retaliation from Trump's FCC. He did not like a television program on CBS. Well, many of us don't like television programs on CBS or NBC or Fox or ABC. But you don't sue somebody for $20 billion because you didn't like the program. And obviously, the intention of that lawsuit is clear. And that is that CBS and every other network and media outlet will now have to look over their shoulder. Oh my goodness, we're saying something critical of Donald Trump. Is he going to sue us for $5 billion or $10 billion? Is he going to drive us out of business? Maybe we should not run that program. Maybe we should not do that investigative report. Not just CBS. In recent times, he has sued ABC. He has sued Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram. He has sued the Des Moines Register. What crime did a little newspaper in Iowa make? What was their crime? They ran a poll which turned out, in retrospect, to be inaccurate. So posters all over America, be careful. There was a poll coming out just today, I saw it, that Trump's unfavorables are going up. Hey, you may be sued. Pull that poll. I mean, how absurd is that? And what kind of threat is it to freedom of speech and expression in this country? And Mr. President, when we talk about the Trump administration's movement toward authoritarianism, we should take note of another remarkable and troubling set of events that happened just this week, and my colleague from Colorado spoke at length on that. We saw the President of the United States openly aligning himself with the dictator of Russia, Vladimir Putin, to undermine the independence of Ukraine and abandon our closest democratic allies in Europe. Trump made it clear that he sees one of the world's most brutal dictators as his pal, and our longtime democratic allies as his enemies. It appears that Mr. Trump wants a world that is safe for authoritarians and oligarchs, but dangerous and unstable for democracies. And when we talk about authoritarianism, we have got to mention the growing phenomenon in this country of the big lie. The big lie. Say something that is blatantly untrue, repeat it over and over again, and then blast that lie out on social media until people actually believe it. And let me mention one of the very big lies that Trump said recently regarding the war in Ukraine. Earlier this week, the president said that Ukraine started the war. Trump said that Ukraine started the war. Really? That is, as I hope every member of the Senate knows, an absolute lie. Russia invaded Ukraine twice, first in 2014 and then again on February 24th, 2022. And on that date, February 24th, 2022, Putin's tanks and troops rolled into Ukraine. And on that day, Russian aircraft began bombing targets all over Ukraine. Russia started the war, period, end of discussion. Trump is lying. Since Putin's invasion, over 1 million people have been killed or injured every single day. Russia continues to rain down hundreds of missiles and drones at Ukrainian cities. Putin's forces have massacred civilians and kidnapped thousands of Ukrainian children, bringing them back to Russian re-education camps. These atrocities led the International Criminal Court to issue an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin in 2023 as a war criminal. Further, Trump called Ukrainian President Zelensky, not Putin, but Zelensky, a dictator. And that obviously is not true either. Zelensky won 75% of the vote in free elections, and in the midst of a brutal war, Ukraine's parliament continues to function and open and unfettered political debate takes place. Trump recently claimed that our European allies have done little to support Ukraine in its fight against Putin's invasion. He said the U.S. has contributed 3 times more than Europe. But that is another lie. In fact, Europe has provided more aid to Ukraine than the United States. But it's not just that Trump is lying again. That is not new. It's what this all reveals about where we want to take our country and where we want the world to be moving, what direction. Trump is cozying up to Vladimir Putin. So who is Putin? And what kind of world does Putin want to build? Putin is a dictator who crushed Russia's movement toward democracy after the end of the Cold War. Russia now holds sham elections where Putin wins 90% of the vote, and authorities there do not even try to hide their ballot stuffing. There is no freedom of speech or free media in Putin's Russia. Protests are violently suppressed. Tens of thousands of people are in prison for protesting Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Political dissidents are harassed or thrown into jail. The bravest, people like Alexei Navalny, are killed outright. Hundreds of thousands of Russians have fled Putin's Russia since his invasion of Ukraine. That, Mr. President, is the Russian leader that Donald Trump admires. But, Mr. President, my Republican colleagues know all of this. And what is particularly disturbing to me, and I believe the American people, is my colleagues, my Republican colleagues, understand and know that Trump is lying. They know that Russia started the war, not Ukraine. They know that Putin is a dictator, not Zelensky. But their silence has been overwhelming on this issue. I cannot tell you how many times I have sat here on the floor and I have listened to my Republican colleagues come to the Senate to condemn Vladimir Putin and his brutal invasion of Ukraine. And many of their remarks were right on the money, they were perceptive, and they were right. And my simple question to my Republican colleagues right now is, where are you now? Last I heard, Mr. President, this is still a democracy. Last I heard, we are still allowed to disagree with the President of the United States, even if he is a member of your own party. Last I heard, we are allowed to call out the President when he lies, blatantly lies, even if he is a member of our own party. And what really bothers me is I know that many of my Republican colleagues understand all of this. And I just want to give you an example of what is going on right now. Let me just quote a few of my Republican colleagues in statements they have made since Putin's invasion of Ukraine. These are Republican members of the United States Senate. And I'm not going to mention names right now. Don't want to embarrass anybody, put anybody on the spot. But these are quotes. One leading Republican said, quote, "We must remember that the instigator of this war was Russia. It was President Putin who launched an unprovoked attack on Ukraine," end of quote. And that Republican colleague was obviously right. Another Republican said, I quote, "I think Vladimir Putin started the war. I also believe, through bitter experience, that Vladimir Putin is a gangster." That's a Republican colleague. A third Republican colleague said, quote, "There is no equivalency between Vladimir Putin and President Zelensky. President Putin is evil and he has to be stopped," end quote. Fourth Republican, and this is just a few of the quotes, I could probably come up with dozens of quotes. Fourth Republican said, when the war began, quote, "Today's invasion of Ukraine by Russia is a premeditated and flagrant act of war. Putin has violated the border of a sovereign country." And that senator later said, "Anyone who is surprised by Putin's deadly attack on a sovereign nation has not been paying attention. These are the actions of a madman," end of quote. And just recently, that very same senator said, quote, "Putin is not going to stop with Ukraine. If we abandon Ukraine and throw in the towel, as some would like us to do, that is going to drastically change how people view the United States and how people rely on the United States, and there will be major consequences," end of quote. And a fifth Republican colleague here in the Senate called Putin a quote-unquote thug and compared him to Hitler. He said, quote, "Vladimir Putin is not a legitimate leader. He is a war criminal that needs to be dealt with," end of quote. That is what my Republican colleagues have said time and time again. And the question is now, do you have the courage to continue telling the truth when the President of the United States is lying? This is an extraordinarily pivotal moment in American history. And all of us must have the courage to stand up for truth, to stand up for democracy, to oppose authoritarianism. This is the moment. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes the senator from Oregon.
Families lose, billionaires win. That is the proposition at the heart of the Republican budget resolution. Now, this plan is going to be explored tonight through a series of amendments. And as the American people watch how we vote on this amendment,
If you're a web designer, here are 4 Wix Studio
Oh, he never
features
changed
you
his
gotta
tires.
know.
That's crazy. That asshole kept touching me, man. The whole fucking race, man. Bumping into my back, bro.
How can one engage audiences that seem to be living in an alternative reality? How do we reach people who seem smitten, besotted with the propaganda of sadistic strongmen? That's the sort of happy stuff that I work on, that I write books about, that I research at university, and that has become very, very personal for me in the last couple of years. I was born in Ukraine, and since the full-scale invasion began, I've been going to Ukraine a lot to work with an NGO called the Reckoning Project to document war crimes and to tell the truth about them to an often skeptical world. I'm afraid there's a lot of atrocities that we document. I was in the town of Bucha when it was liberated from Russian forces, entered the village to see hundreds of bodies strewn around being placed in a mass grave. And these people were killed not because a missile landed on them by accident. They were just shot for fun by Russian soldiers just to prove they had the power over them. There was no military sense to this atrocity. And I remember talking to a Ukrainian general as we watched these dead bodies being piled in to a grave, and he was in shock. He'd liberated the village. But he was also in shock because he'd actually spent a lot of time in Russia itself. He'd actually studied to be a soldier there. He had lots of former students that he'd studied with there, former colleagues. And ever since the war had begun, he'd been calling them, saying, please do something to stop this horrific war. And they just throw the phones down. And so many Ukrainians were calling their Russian relatives, their, well, now former friends, and saying, please do something to stop this war. At least don't stop your sons from going to fight in this war. And at the other end, they'd hear people who they'd known all their lives answering in the cliches of Russian propaganda, saying, you're making it up. You've made some sort of mistake. Or saying, probably your side just bombed itself by accident. Or saying, it's all fake. You're making it all up. And on Russian TV at the time, you'd hear these increasingly absurd, propaganda pieces about atrocities like Bucha. I'll give you one example. After the atrocities of Bucha were discovered to the world, mainstream Russian TV, 7 p.m., this is not some sort of kooky YouTube channel, mainstream Russian TV was claiming that the British secret services had engineered a fake atrocity in Bucha. The whole thing was staged. You know why and how they knew it was staged by the British? Because the place was called Bucha, which in English sounds like butcher, and only the English, this very literary people, would concoct an atrocity which in a place which sounded like the word butcher, and that was their proof. And people would, repeat this absurd propaganda. And look, Russia is an extreme, a horrific example of people not wanting to live in reality, but I've been living in the US a couple of years and I see quite a lot of it here. Tens of millions, maybe more people who seem to genuinely believe that the last election was rigged, despite sort of court cases proving that it wasn't. So what can we do about it? I'm in a community of researchers, of academics, of journalists who've been trying many things for the last decade, really. We've tried fact-checking, but we've also found that, when facts challenge people's identity, they kind of just bounce off. We've tried worthy journalism, these great liberal newspapers lecturing people about how important it is to save democracy. I've written many columns like that myself, but I know that I'm preaching to the converted. I know that I'm within my own, liberal echo chamber, basically. How do we get beyond that? How can we reach the people who are somehow under the sway of this propaganda? And in a kind of despair, I started to turn to history. Might there be something in history that gives us a clue about what we can do today? And that's how I discovered a very strange and somewhat forgotten story about a covert British operation to subvert Nazi propaganda, perhaps the most or one of the most reality-denying, sadistic, dehumanizing propagandas ever, Nazi propaganda. And it was led by this man. His name was Sefton Delmer. A largely forgotten person, but very, very famous in his day. Sefton Delmer kind of shared a lot of the frustrations that I have. He felt that, at the start of the Second World War, liberal media, in his case, the German service of the BBC, or various kind of like exiled pro-democracy groups who were still trying to communicate with the German people, trying to persuade them not to follow Hitler into his genocidal wars, he felt that they were doing it all wrong. Yeah, they were lecturing people, a bit like we do today, about how democracy dies in darkness, how we must stop fascism. He felt all of that, just like a lot of media today, is trapped in its own echo chamber, preaching to the converted. He wanted to do something different, and he knew what he was talking about. He'd grown up in Germany. He was British, but he grew up in Germany. He'd then been a journalist in the 1920s, inside Germany, and he got very close to the Nazi elites when they were still rising, and he got to see their propaganda system from inside, and essentially, he could see that it was based on 2 or 3 principles which are really very common to strongman propaganda today. The first of these was identification with the leader. What do we mean by that? Look, we often wonder, why do people follow leaders who are wildly narcissistic, sadistic, cruel, violent? When people first saw Hitler appear, they thought he was, some kind of freak. And yet this freak had a huge following. And Delmer worked out that these leaders were popular